space wives. Let's create lives. Mormon space wives. God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Space sex. Space sex. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Lords of Cola. I would like to have intimacies with you on the planet of Naboo. Mormon space wives. Magic underwear. Where? Right there. Mormon space wives. Let's create lives. Mormon space wives. God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Space sex. Space sex. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Lords of Cola. I would like to have intimacies with you on the planet of Naboo. Mormon space wives. Magic underwear. Where? Right there. Mormon space wives. Space error. Ooh. It's that booger whistle back.
Let's see. Marks and traits of the cult guru. They do not typically like you doing well. What?
They are persecuting me. They do not have spiritual eyes to see. Therefore, they must take down what they do not understand.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
They're energy vampires.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
Oftentimes, the communal living that the guru demands doesn't match up to the guru who's driving around in a freaking Rolls Royce.
What?
How many swamis got a dang Rolls Royce?
What? I had vision last night. The ascended masters came down to me. They says, Swami, you are to get Rolls Royce.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
They're energy vampires.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
How many Rolls Royces you got? Get over there in that communal living. By the way, get out of my Rolls Royce. I heard he's got 14 Rolls Royces. And by Monday, he would have 15.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
They're energy vampires.
That's that booger whistle, baby.
I got a booger whistle flute. They're energy vampires. black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
But the Dark Ages was a time when black people ruled Europe. So when you go into the real history, you'll see King James was...
That's King James right there. That's James LeBron. That's King LeBron right there.
black. He was not a white guy. You'll see his whole lineage of kings.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
Who was a homosexual himself, who was in love with his sister Lucretia, who they made the image of Lucretia to be Mary. And that became the Renaissance era.
Lucretia.
So hold on, you telling me Lucretia? That's a black name right there. How you gonna say that the people that was framing the black people were also black? That don't make no sense. Lucretia's a black as hell name. Lucretia. Yeah, that's right. The church even allowed it, you know what I'm saying? The church allowed for straight pimping. But that have been suppressed. Listen to my brother. In the 1500s, it was legal to be a pimp. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Oh yeah, welcome everybody. Everybody to the limit. It's another live stream. It's open forum. It's open calls. It's wisdom time. Not necessarily from me, but we're going to go to the fount of wisdom, Lady Wisdom herself, and we're going to get some insight into what no one has today, which is wisdom. Now, we got a lot we're going to talk about today. We're going to open it up. We're going to let people call in with their challenges, their opposition, their critiques, their disagreements, all of that. But I've decided, because no one has wisdom today, we got a lot of facts, a lot of knowledge, a lot of info, a lot of data dumps. And I'm speaking of data from Star Trek, going number 2. Data dumps. We have all this information, but we don't have much wisdom. And one reason for that is that young men are not catechized. And men are, of course, meant to be the leaders in society. And when the men fail to lead, or when they are severely repressed and oppressed by a oligarchical, degenerate culture and society, as we presently are, men retreat and become feminized. They live in fantasy worlds, etc., and they get psyoped by the psyop of psyops, namely atheism. And as you know, my thesis seems to be more and more vindicated that mainline atheism was a top-down psyop. And especially all of the info that comes out with Jeff Stein McGeffrey. What do you know? As we said, the top so-called rationalist atheists are hanging out with and flying on the planes of Jeff Stein McGeffrey, which, by the way, are CIA planes for 3 decades, as we now know. Now, keep in mind, the same people that were involved in high-tier finance, toxic culture creation, blackmailing celebrities, politicians, world leaders, profiting from chaos and corruption in war-torn areas, on and on and on, are the same people promoting global trademark atheism, the new atheists. There you can see your good buddy
Dick Dawkins, yes, see, it's all rationalism, you see. When we eat the children underneath castles, underneath Windsor Castle, it's just rationalism.
That's just a joke. For those that don't know, it's a joke. That's my Dickie Dawkins impression down there underneath Windsor Castle in the catacombs. tromping down on not a baby Ruth, a baby named Ruth. That was a really preposterous joke. But no, as you can see, many photos of the new Atheist. And yes, I'm aware that Wallens Quaus, I suddenly can't say my alls. Wallens Quaus. What if I did the whole stream today not being able to say my alls? My little brother, when he was a kid, he had to go to say his R's class. What? Jeffrey Epstein. I used to make fun of my brother because he had to go to how to say his R's class. How to say my R's. So today we're going to talk about my little brother and Jeffrey Epstein because he can't say his R's. I'm cracking up again at my own jokes. Jamie, could you bring me a Wawa? Could you bring me a waddle? I hope my brother's watching this. He's gonna be cracking up if he is. Sometime I get my brother to watch the streams. That's the first time I made fun of him, though. John, I'm making fun of you right now. Could you say your alls? Could you say Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey? Jamie, could you bring me a waddle? I need a waddle. I need a waddle. Jamie, are you making fun of me? I need a waddle. No laughing matter. Shout out to my little brother. I'm already crying. That's so retarded and stupid. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Shout out to the super chats. I realized that there was already water in here when I was laughing so hard. No, I got 4 waters over. I got 4 waddles. Okay. So the new Atheists, as I've been theorizing, I think this is a top-down psyop. And with the Justin McCaffrey and Ghislaine connections, apparently, some of the dorks have done some really good sleuthing. And it appears that they were also... Ghislaine apparently was a high-tier Reddit mod with like 14,000 posts in the Reddit atheist sphere. Of course, Professor Dave is the literal incarnation of Reddit. So what's funny is that these atheist bros, these arrogant goblins online are actually the creation, the children of Jeff Stein McEffreys. And do you think the Jeff Stein McEffreys appreciate or enjoy or are happy with low-tier goblins like Professor Dave? No. They laugh at these people and they mock these people for actually believing the low-tier scientism bullshit that they put out. And I've been saying that over here on my channel for probably 10, 15 years. We've talked about atheism as a kind of a psyop or professional skepticism, right? Michael Shermer type trademark skepticism. They're the most establishment people ever. They repeat and they parrot every single establishment doctrine, whether it was the Koof or whatever. And let's not forget that your friend Professor Dave, who, by the way, isn't actually a professor, and I looked into what he actually is. He has a BA, not knocking a BA, but he has a degree now in education, apparently. He's not actually a tenured professor. He's not actually a teaching professor at a university. He said, yes, I did teach a semester at a trade school. Oh, a trade school? You mean like where they teach HVAC and VCR repair? A trade school? So he taught chemistry a semester at a trade school. Bob Vance heating and air. Dude was over there lecturing next to Bob Vance, and he's like a professor. Now, people are saying that he uses a lot of AI and other professors write his videos for him, so he doesn't even write the videos. Now, is it any wonder why he does not want to do a debate? He says, I will never debate philosophy. I only talk science. Well, we know who actually created science, and I don't think y'all are ready to have this conversation. So Yeah, well, Yakub McCaffrey. So y'all ain't ready for this conversation. Maybe when you are, we can talk about who really created science. But to give you an idea of the science that we're talking about, Professor Dave is an ally and an advocate for men becoming women and women becoming men. So what does that tell you about your science man? Your science expert. Notice how many of these people, especially Matt Dillamonkey, right? Gender roles are obsolete. I want you all to understand, I am an ally. It is time for everybody to stop being conservative and accept TRANZ, says Professor Dave in his pro-trans video. So here's your great science man who can't even figure out basic common sense empirical facts, much less could he actually give an argument defending any of the metaphysical claims that he makes all the time. Now, Jim Bob had a great call in here. And I want you to see the level of the high IQ level that we're dealing with these people. These absolute pseuds. They are absolute. This is the definition of a pseud, and I'm going to prove it to you. Let's listen to Professor Dave respond to just a couple basic questions from Jim Bob.
Okay, so then would you agree that from your perspective that the brain was a process of random mutations, produced by random mutations?
Brains in general and every other organ and every other aspect of all life ever, yes.
Okay, so then, and it wasn't developed for any purpose, right?
No, not any inherent purpose, but it serves, it is useful, right? Animals with brains have processing ability, and then especially humans, we have this huge frontal lobe that is capable of all kinds of complex.
I understand, but you would say that your brain has no real purpose, right?
It has no inherent purpose. I use it for the purpose of thinking.
Okay, but it's not made for the purpose of thinking.
There is no God that on purpose made things with the purpose that
I didn't say God. No, God doesn't exist in this hypothetical.
Okay.
I just want you to understand from your view.
Then you would agree that nothing would have any kind of inherent purpose from a higher power. If it's all chance, then there's no inherent purpose to anything other than what proliferates due to conferring a survival advantage.
And so why would I listen to sounds coming from a purposeless brain?
Because I'm right.
So that's the level of argumentation. It's literally T-dump level. And all these people have been mind graped. All of these people that have grown up on 4chan, which, by the way, turns out Jeff Simon McCaffrey and company met with the 4chan dude. What was his name? Mute or something. That was a psyop to essentially degrade the youth, I would say, through all of the degeneracy and the pushing of the underage types of things that happened significantly over the many years through 4chan. All of the fake info dumps, all the conspiracy Q-tard crap. What do you know? It's all out of 4chan. And Dave is the perfect representative of a person raised on that. He believes, of course, that his position is rational, it's logical. He's against these silly religious people, and he's so much smarter than everyone else, but he can't even formulate an actual argument. That's what I've noticed in watching several clips is, yeah, if the debate was about whether Dave has learned some basic chemistry, I'm sure Dave would do good. But that was never the question. The question was, you're venturing into the domain of metaphysics and philosophy without even realizing it. As you say that you don't really care about philosophy doesn't matter. People are saying in the past, Dave has actually done philosophy videos, so he should be willing to debate. Well, I've offered the challenge. So Derek Mythvision, Gnostic Informant, and Dave, I've offered all three separate public formal debates. Derek declined. No shocker there. Derek seems to be the most butthurt out of all this, and he, together with Gnostic Informant, did a victory lap video after Dave made yesterday's video, calling me a bunch of poop joke names. It's a bunch of really low tier Reddit. Like Reddit people, if you don't know, they're like obsessed with anuses. They're all about anuses, the air that expels out of anuses, putting things in anuses. women becoming men so that they can go into the anuses. That's really all they're into. And so they are degraded and demoralized, disgusting people. And it comes out when you actually sort of try to investigate their worldview. You find out they're actually pseuds. They're not actually educated. Now, when I say educated, I don't mean did you study chemistry at a community college. No, I'm talking about actually educated in the ability to argue, to have good discourse, to have good communication skills, and to make your case. Rhetoric, logic, what we call the classical arts or the trivium. Can you actually engage in that kind of argumentation? Do you actually know any classical logical laws, fallacies, etc.? No, they don't. And this all stems from the Derek Myth Vision video 1 year ago, where he's still mad that I hopped on the stream with him and Andrew and Jim Bob to debate. And Derek wanted basically no pushback. He wanted to be able to constantly go at Christianity and anybody that's so stupid as to be a Christian without anybody asking any questions about Derek's worldview.
The debate.
And so he basically had a meltdown and just said, I don't care, it's true because I say so. Interesting. That's exactly what we just heard Professor Dave argue. Because I say so. So these people are actually incapable of arguing. And the other thing that's funny is that when Derek prophesied that he was taking over, his channel was going to dominate. He said he would be at 500,000 in 1 year, and he's not even anywhere close to that. So none of that came true. And as people have noted in the comments, I will critique your worldview. It's all mythological stories. Well, under your definition, your own worldview is a mythological story. I didn't come here to debate my worldview. So don't do an internal critique of me. Don't ask me any questions about my worldview. I only want to come at you. Now, when I talked to Derek in DMs asking him for a public debate, he's essentially affirmed the same thing. I'm not going to debate philosophy. It's not my field. However, I will assert that Christianity is not true, and I'd be happy to assert Christianity is not true on a stream with you, and you can come on my stream. So this is how fragile and arrogant grown men are. As people, yeah, exactly, in the chat. Grown men can't handle being challenged, and they can't have just a little bit of humility to say, look, hey, I don't actually know what epistemic justification is. Could you explain that? Rather than just asking a few questions to see if he understood the argument. By the way, a year later, when he made his video the other day saying that, oh, by the way, I lost that debate because I was hungry and I didn't have any snacks around. That's literally what he said. And it's not fair because they tweaked me. Okay, well, how about set up a formal debate then if it wasn't fair and you feel like you can handle it well? And what's funny is that Jim Bob reviewed this from the other day. I've already tried to debate Sneeko. I ended up debating. Sneeko had to bring in his buddy Muslim Lantern, so we already did that debate. And no, Sneeko's not going to debate me. Come on. So, you know, what's funny is that really, I think, Derek, it would have been better for you if you had just basically at least understood what we were arguing. But in Derek's new videos, he made absolutely no effort to even understand the argument. And this is the thing, is like people can see this stuff. Eventually, when you have this facade and you get challenged and you basically have spurg out meltdowns and you're constantly talking about how it's not fair and you were hungry and this and that, like, okay, well then why not do a formal debate? Well, now it turns out he can't do a formal debate because it's not his topic. He doesn't do philosophy. Okay. So I think that's enough on that topic there. So I've issued a formal debate challenge to all three of them. Somebody sent me a clip of Professor Dave saying that he's preemptively already said in an interview or a podcast that he will never debate tag or philosophy. He only debates science. Okay. Well, I'm not sure what to say to that. I mean, if he preemptively says he won't debate and the debate is a philosophical argument, there's not much I can do about that. I didn't really expect any of these people to accept. However, I will say at least Gnostic Informant has the balls to do a debate. So of these three goobers, the only one who actually stood up to do the debate is Gnostic Informant, and that will be next not this upcoming Monday, but the following Monday on Crucible. We will have a formal public debate with Gnostic Informant, who, I know this is so crazy. I assumed by his name he was Gnostic. LMA, bro. I'm not Gnostic. LMAO. Who would think I'm Gnostic with the name Gnostic Informant? No. I know that's crazy of me to assume that a Gnostic informant would be a Gnostic. No, it turns out he is a quasi-Aristotelian monist. Of course, Aristotle was a dyadist and not a monist, so I don't think he knows what he's talking about, and that's going to be a lot of fun. And cross your fingers, because, you know, what often happens in these situations is, let's hope that there's no medical emergency or family problem that comes up within the next 7 days, which means that Gnostic Informant can't make the debate. But he's already agreed to it. And Derek Mythvision had to bring in Gnostic Informant as his big bro to do the debating for him. Well, how come Professor Dave, isn't he the biggest channel and the biggest brain? He's the big intellect. He's got the biggest nose. I mean, the biggest brain amongst all of them. Can he not do the debate as the real big bro? Is Gnostic Informant a weirdo, subjectivist, relativist? Last time I heard him arguing, is he the best that they have to offer? Okay, well, this is going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that debate next Monday. So, shout out for all the people joining me and not watching the Super Hole. Of course, we know the Super Hole is fake and gay. It is engineered to be fake and gay because our culture is toxic culture that is fake and gay on purpose. Who has been saying that for the last 20 years? Who wrote 3 giant books, over 1,000 pages on our culture being toxically engineered? I did. Now, years ago, there was an atheist channel that had me on to do a debate. I don't think that channel exists anymore. I'm trying to remember the name. Something like Atheist Experience or something like that. And I'm just remembering a debate there. This is probably 7 or 8 years ago. And that guy debated me on esoteric Hollywood, right? So we took a little bit of a detour from the standard atheist-theist debate. And he wanted to do a debate on whether or not esoteric Hollywood was the case, right? I don't know if that video is still up, but I would like to point out that I'm vindicated 10 years later on that video as well. Because first of all, he didn't actually read my book. I know, shocker, he didn't read the book. He assumed that the book was arguing that everything in Hollywood is a gigantic coordinated conspiracy and that everyone is a Satanist and they're all eating babies. Of course, my book doesn't argue that, but let's see if by chance this is still there. No way, it's not Atheist Experience, because that's Matt Dillamonkey. It was like dudes trying to compete with Dillamonkey to create an atheist channel, and the guy that they had on, the guy I debated, he ended up becoming a big atheist channel. Let's see if we can find it. That channel imploded, if you guys remember it, because they had a huge money debacle between the two of them, the two atheists that ran that channel. I can't remember the name of that channel, though. If anybody remembers it, anyway, it doesn't matter. But point being is that, again, you know, there was a specific debate even on this topic. The Line, it might have been The Line. Let's see if it was The Line. Because one of the guys was named, it was the guys that hosted the Malpass debate. They had a separate debate channel thing. And that's who it was. And then I debated their dude, who ended up becoming a big atheist YouTuber guy. Anyway, I don't know if that exists anymore, but
I can try to find it. I think I might have saved it in my archive somewhere. Anyway, guys, if you want to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chats. Super Chats are done through Streamlabs. It's pinned in the chat there. You can also send a Super Chat natively through YouTube if you would like. Welcome, everybody. We got 2,200 live over here on YouTube. And we got people piling into the Twitter space. There's the Super Chats there. Today, we're going to be reviewing Jeff Stein McEffery in terms of the Atheist Unstoppable. No, it was it was two guys that had a, one guy was a Navy nuclear sub guy. It's the two guys that did the Malpass discussion. So let me see who those guys were. Non Sequitur, that was the show. Other types of system. Okay, so Non Sequitur, does this still exist? So it looks like they're still posting stuff. And so they even up to a few months ago, they were posting Derek Myth Vision stuff. Okay, so let's see if they still have my Hollywood debate up. Because I was vindicated. I was correct. All right, let's just try searching my name. Oh, here it is. It's still there. Mr. Atheist, that's the guy. So here's my debate 7-8 years ago with Mr. Atheist. And lo and behold, here we are 7 years later. The Epstein information has dumped massively. And who was correct? I was. And again, what do you expect? Of course, the guy didn't read the book, but Mr. Atheist did become a large YouTube channel. I don't know if he still is doing stuff, but there is my 8 year ago debate with Mr. Atheist. This, by the way, it's very hard to find these. Who is Jeff Stein McEffery? I don't know. Never heard of him. He's a mysterious character. Let's see if Mr. Atheist is still out here. Yes, he got up to 350. He's live right now. And they're calling out MAGA. Wow. Edgy, dude. Imagine being an atheist calling out MAGA as if that's like some kind of, like, that wasn't even edgy in 2016, dude. It's like everybody could see that there were some pretty significant problems in MAGA. But so that's where Mr. Atheist is at. And again, internet atheism has really been dying out the last 8-10 years. Mainly because, as we said, it was kind of a propped up thing in the domain of, Reddit, YouTube early on. And most of these people that were sort of the face of it ended up being, I think, exposed pretty much as pseuds, right? I mean, most of these people were not really intellectual. And you've got a few hangers on with Professor Dave, and I guess Derek Myth Vision is an atheist agnostic. I don't know, but again, Derek is having a hard time with losing a debate a year ago. So it seems to me like the easiest thing to do if it was an unfair situation is to say, hey, okay, come on a formal debate in a neutral setting. And Derek said, no, I will not do that. Okay, so there we go. What does that tell you? By the way, if tag is so stupid, if tag is such a bad low tier argument, wouldn't it just be really easy for these guys to come on a formal debate and to refute it? I mean, it should be really easy, right? But what they have to do is they have to go to professors. They have to bring on professors in their cope streams after the debates. Even Matt Dillimonkey did this. Remember, he had to bring on Professor Ozzy and somebody else because after our debate, he felt like he didn't do very well. Now, should we shift gears over into Jeff Stein McEffery? Because I'll give a spot. If anybody's an atheist, agnostic, if you're on the Twitter space, raise your hand if you want to call in. We'll try to hit a couple of these before we go into Jeff Stein McEffery. Now, we're going to have open calls all day. We're going to be covering the rest of the Bannon Epstein interview because it's so bombshell. I know there's going to be slow parts. Some of it's a little boring. We're going to pick back up after the first 20 minutes or so that we saw the other night, and that'll help us, I think, to move forward. We might put it on fast, speed so that we get through it. Nikolos, what's up? Nicolas?
I had your thing on. Hello?
Yep, what's up? Yeah.
Hey, Jay, I love your work. Are you listening?
Yeah.
I have a question for you. How do you not get, as someone new to this stuff, how do you not get overtaken by, because I'm on Twitter and stuff, and I'm new to it, and I'm seeing all these clips of all these claims of like satanic rituals. How do I not get sucked into that? And I want to remain grounded. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you go check out the Orthodox Church, and you start to go to the Orthodox Church, and you become an inquirer and then a catechumen. And that's the best defense against the reality of this kind of satanic situation that we're in. Because remember, for many years, I remember being depressed when I first came across this information. In 2003, I read the first book I'd ever read on ritual abuse, William Kennedy's book, and that kind of introduced me to the subject matter. I found it to be very difficult, very dark, hard to accept. And since that time, I have studied it extensively. And it's not all real. Obviously, there's a lot of disinfo, and there's fake stuff, and there's, an element of sensationalism to the satanic panic, but there's also an element of absolutely real, hardcore stuff that goes on. And yes, they throw it in people's faces as part of the degrading of the population. A degraded, demoralized population is much easier to steer and to control. Thus, atheism and materialism, as I've said for many, many years, are absolutely essential on the part of tyrannical regimes and deep state operators. They would love to have atheism and materialism promoted because it debases the population. The population has no moral compass. They have no objective standards to try to rein in the passions. And what happens is you get a population controlled and steered by their passions. So when you see the leftists and the Antifa and all these people out in the street, this glob of millions of people that have this Borg hive mindset that are essentially a giant golem creature, that's exactly the way the Kabbalistic texts describe the debasing and the controlling of the population. It's a technique that can be used at a very sophisticated high level. And as we're going to see, because I saw several sections of this interview over the last week, Jeffrey Epstein is not a proponent of scientism. In fact, he's apparently a proponent of Kabbalism and perennialism. And that's what we're going to see, I think, as we get through this interview with Bannon here. But I would say, for example, we saw last year's Olympic ceremony, which we covered extensively on many, many large podcasts. We went into quite a bit of depth about the intentional inversion and blasphemy in those, trans version of the Last Supper, all this stuff. So yes, I would say with that being the case last year with the Olympics, and when we see inverted pentagrams this year, of course it's intentional, right? So how do I know? Well, because there's the last year's entire ceremony was intentionally about the French Revolution, the bloodbath of, the Committee for Public Safety. That was all shown in an artistic way explicitly in last year's Olympic ceremony. And then they concluded with a trans version of the Last Supper. So of course it was satanic. Of course it was on purpose. And so of course this would be as well. Now, we did podcasts 10, 15 years ago highlighting the satanic nature of a lot of the Super Bowl ceremonies and the Super Bowl stuff. And it turns out you've got even pop star musicians essentially agreeing with us now, saying, yeah, that's true. For example, if you guys saw the interview, the podcast that Billy Corgan did recently from Smashing Pumpkins, he says, a lot of these pop stars in their ceremonies are more satanic, so to speak, than the, so-called heavy metal satanic panic stuff. And that's absolutely true. I mean, you've got Lil Nas X literally like butt humping the devil. I mean, it's just, or the devil humping him. So it's like, I mean, they're degrading the population. This is a known technique in psychological warfare and non-conventional warfare. You can degrade the opponent, the opposition through, for example, sexual compromise. When we did our lectures on sexpionage, which I reposted the first half of that the other day, by the way, If you scroll down, we covered the historian's text, Sexpionage by Bower. And we saw that there were many instances in recent history, in the last several hundred years, where you had very perceptive military operators, agents, spies, on and on and on, who had figured out that, hey, wait a minute, if we set up a bunch of, for example, in the case of Kenji Doihara, if we set up a bunch of opium dens in China, and if I set up a network of prostitutes that are trained in Japan to be in those Chinese brothels, I can have the degrading of the population, advanced intel because the prostitutes are going to be my informants. And then once everybody's addicted to opium, I'm all good, right? And Kenji Doihara was doing that before even the British Empire was doing it. So Japan had figured that out as a technique even before the British had, at least in terms of the way Bower outlines the history. Bower, excuse me. Where is that one at? Anyway, it's on my wall somewhere. I'm not going to scroll to it. I was trying to find it. But if you go to my channel and you type in Sexpionage, it'll come up. It's one of the more recent Global Elite lecture texts that we did. Now, guess what? Turns out in the sphere of Jeff Stein McEffery, it's the exact same situation. We have, as Whitney Webb's excellent book outlines from my publisher, all of the same techniques and tactics that the British Empire was doing, largely through a lot of the information that Lord Rothschild had figured out. That's exactly why Lord Rothschild brought Robert Maxwell into this operation, recruited him, and then got Ghislaine to train Jeff Stein McEffery. So that's 100% confirmed. There's no disputing that. That's all well known. None of that is even disputed. Guys, if you want to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chats. Super Chats are done through Streamlabs. That's not Streamlabs, but it's pinned in the chat. I'm just pointing out that, like, atheists lose on every front, dude. Like, they try to defend every establishment position, most of these normie atheists. And by doing that, they show that they're actually just NPCs. Like, they're not even against the establishment. That's why they have to resort to, oh, let's stream against MAGA, as if that's some kind of, like, edgy thing. Disciple Derek, what's up? We're going to read a few proverbs for our daily dose of wisdom before we get into the Jeff Stein McEffery text. What's up, man? Unmute.
For sure. So I do a lot of end times eschatology, biblical dissection.
Lord,
yeah.
help me.
And my question is, you're talking about the rule of Satan. We clearly see that Donald Trump was exalted as the Prince of Peace by the Israel Heritage Foundation. Jerusalem Post refers to him as the savior of Israel.
No, too retarded. We're not doing it. No, Donald Trump is not the Antichrist. It's too stupid. Don't stupid up my stream, dude. Come on. Jamie, would you make me another espresso? Thank you. No stupiding up the stream today. Zero tolerance for retardation. Immediately going to boot you. You better have a good topic or a good question. What's up, man? Thank you, babe. Appreciate that. I'm going to. What up, dog? Unmute. I'll fight you naked. Unmute.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey, what's up, bro?
I just wanted to say that I was a part of the new atheist movement.
Oh, you were a new atheist? Okay.
Yeah. And I still call myself a non-believer, but
okay.
Some of the things that are now associated with that movement, I mean, it's just basically the whole thing just went woke. It was insane.
Yeah, it is. That is interesting, because I remember back when I first started debating atheists in 2015, 16, ironically, a lot of even the YouTube atheist sphere of people were not woke. And so I think that there was probably some move or decision high up probably to try to turn it into just another mouthpiece for woke.
Overall, I just say, like, I don't consider Christians enemies anymore, even though I don't believe. But where that whole thing seemed to turn was when Dawkins started getting accusations, or at least that's when I noticed it first, at least. But it was really disturbing to watch everybody who claimed to be this rational person who's above it all start doing the religious woke thing.
Are you saying that when they came after Dawkins because he wasn't woke enough, or are you saying that Dawkins went woke? What are you referring to?
They started doing the Me Too stuff.
Didn't they Me Too him?
Celebrity people.
Yeah, they tried to Me Too Dawkins, right?
Yeah, that was sort of one of the tactics employed by the woke elements that started kind of taking things over.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was just a question of whether or not you decided to join forces with those people, or whether or not you just kind of stopped being a part of those functions. They sort of took over the speaking circuit, which is where the thought leadership was in that movement.
Good point. And we also got the Dark Enlightenment people popping up at the same time. Good point. Yeah, I remember even a few months ago seeing in the atheist sphere various people talking about how there were like the left atheists saying we've got to make sure that we don't let anybody who's not a left atheist into our public atheism sphere. So that's still going on to make sure that it's all woke, and that's by design. And I think a lot of this Jeff Stein McEfrey stuff points in that direction. Keep in mind too that it's not just the atheism sphere. I think there's a real parallel with what's happening over the years on 4chan, the connections to Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell at Reddit, the atheism that's being pushed so hard throughout those outlets, degrading and debasing the population, particularly that generation of millennial and younger millennial and Gen Z, to be raised in just absolute degeneracy, to brutalize and debase the public. Now, if you think that doesn't exist, I would remind you that there's a great clip of BB, and you might be surprised to hear BB saying this, but not if you're used to my channel, you would not be surprised, because BB understood 24 or 5 years ago, and even in the 90s, how to debase a population and how to exert soft power through pop culture. The very thing that I wrote my books about, that people for so many years, so many decades, when the articles before the books, people called me crazy, tinfoil hat. Oh, you're just a piece of shit. You're trash. You're this, you're that. Just thousands and thousands of people. Well, here's Netanyahu in 2002 talking about the very thing that I discuss in my books.
To see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran, just as I would like to see in Iraq. The question now is a practical question. What is the best place to proceed? It's not a question of whether Iraq's regime should be taken out, but when should it be taken out? It's not a question of whether you'd like to see a regime change in Iran, but how to achieve it. Iran has something that Iraq doesn't have. Iran has, for example, 250,000 satellite dishes. It has internet use. I once said to the heads of the CIA when I was prime minister that if you want to advance regime change in Iran, you don't have to go through the CIA cloak and dagger stuff. What you want to do is take very large, very strong transponders and just beam Melrose Place and Beverly Hills 2050 and all that into Tehran and into Iran, because that is subversive stuff. They watch it, the young kids watch it, the young people, they want to have the same nice clothes at the same houses and swimming pools and so on. And that is something that is available in internal forces of dissension that are available in Iran, which is paradoxically probably the most open society in that part of the world. It is a lot more open than Iraq, which is probably the most closed society on earth. And therefore you have no ability to foment this kind of dynamic inside Iraq. So the question now is, choose. You can beam Melrose Place, but it may take a long time. On the other hand, if you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. And I think that people sitting right next door in Iran, young people, and many others will say, the time of such regimes, of such despots, is gone. There is a new age, something new is happening.
So he's talking about what's called soft power there. This is a idea pioneered from Kennedy School. This is Joseph Nye, who wrote the famous paper and then book on soft power. This is Council on Foreign Relations level stuff. We have done talks on the Joseph Nye's material and his information for years. Of course, nobody listens to that. That's too boring. You've got to watch your sports hole today. But if you want to understand the real levers of power, you would be listening to what I talk about with soft power and Joseph Nye. And that's exactly what Netanyahu was talking about here. Back in 2002, he understood that the power of Hollywood and pop culture is much more effective than tanks and regime change and all of that. Now, that doesn't mean they won't resort to that, but there you go. There's that from your boy, BB. What's up, Noah?
Hey, sorry, I tried to call in yesterday, but connection didn't work.
What's on your mind, dog?
Hey, so I found an interesting thing in the files that I think is something you've talked about before, and it's some confirmation. I don't think you've seen it yet.
Okay, sure.
So it's Epstein. It's actually this guy named Gino Yu, who's like a Chinese professor.
Yeah, the stage 3. I covered that.
Was it the thing about constructed realities, digital realities?
No, I'm talking about the one where he talks about he's spotted a girl that he thinks could be useful for Epstein, who's, quote, stage 3 in the process. Is this a separate one?
Oh, right. So, yeah. So it is this guy. So this guy talks to him about a bunch of this kind of, quote, like woo-woo stuff. But this is actually interesting. It's more about the idea of like using digital realities and like constructed video games to analyze people's decisions and predict their worldview in order to make predictions about what they would do in the future. And it's kind of, I think, what you've talked about before, like with social media, when you control the inputs, you can also predict the outputs.
Yeah, that's feedback loop. Yeah, so that's
exactly.
Yeah, Minds of Men, that documentary goes into that, from how Norbert Wiener kind of pioneered that idea of feedback loops and mastering reality through, DARPA style, future actuary predictive technology and all that. Yeah, we talked that. That's also in Foundation. If you read Asimov, which we've done streams on Asimov before. Shout out to the live audience. We've got almost 3,000. This will be my first 3,000 live audience, I think, without any big dumps from big channels. At least I don't think anybody did a big dump. So shout out to Jake or Crucible if they did, but I didn't see it if they did. So we're going to hit 3,000 on my first live. Now, this Groiper over here says there's no motion on Dyer's channel. There's no motion. He can't get anything. Oh, really? We hit 3,000 live this week. 20 to 25,000 total on each of these live streams, and the 5-hour live streams are getting anywhere from 40 to 50,000 views, as well as several 100,000 clips on X. And then my channel just this week gained 5,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I think I gained 3,000 to 4,000 on X. So I would say there's a little bit of motion. There's some motion in this ocean, baby. No, don't hate the player. Hate the game? How's it go? Anyway. All right, let's get into Jeff Simon McGeffrey. If any last calls here on anything else. Michael, what up, dude? What's up, my wigger?
Hey, Jay.
Yo.
Hey, I kind of helped break the story, the Epstein story, back in 2016 or whatever it was. But I wrote an article for the American Conservative, and I got a call from Tucker Carlson's producer, Eldad Yaron, asking me to come on to talk about it. And so I said, cool, if that was all right. So I was driving into the station, and he called me again. He said, I just wanted to make a request. I said, what's that? He said, don't talk about Trump. Don't talk about the Trump connection. The audience doesn't want to hear that. And I was pretty new to the scene, so I just, it was Tucker Carlson tonight on Fox News, so I agreed. I didn't go on. I mean, I didn't talk about it. But then, 6 months ago, the Epstein files, quote unquote, breaks again, right? And everyone's saying, "Oh, is Trump in the Epstein files?" It's like, well, of course Trump's in the Epstein. I was blown away. I couldn't believe it because I think anyone that's been paying attention knew that Trump was all over the Epstein files. But mainstream media, right-wing media, was running interference for Trump hard. I mean, to the point where most people didn't realize that he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein because that was all suppressed so hard when the story started to break.
Well, I don't know about all that, and I'm not faulting you, but like, I interviewed the person who broke the story way before 2016, Nick Bryant. Nick Bryant was doing this stuff back in the 2000s. So what do you mean you broke it?
Yeah. So I misspoke. I guess when it really kind of like started to become mainstream, not to when it was. So I guess I misspoke. We were helping to amplify it, and it was thank God it started to get some traction, because but I guess all I'm trying to say is, like, I think people aren't really black-pilled enough. Even the people that are getting black-pilled now, they're not black-pilled enough because they've been actively covering this up for decades. This has been well known, and then but even the biggest organs of power, like Fox News, like the White House, have been covering this up.
Well, I think it was definitely a mistake for Trump to cover up for the intelligence agencies. I think Lord Voldemort is correct about that analysis. But there may have been potential legal threats that they could have to undergo. I don't know, but I still want to hope that the president isn't implicated. I know that he was close to a new Epstein, but you do have emails where Epstein says, "I couldn't get Trump to get a massage." He says to Wolf, "We got to get rid of Trump, put pressure on Trump." Where is the? I'm not saying that there's not, but we need to see the actual, like, hardcore information that does implicate Trump. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm just simply saying that we've seen a lot of fake AI stuff. My main criticism of Trump has been the warp speed, the boomerdom, and the sort of just doing whatever Israel wants. I think those are major points of criticism. So it's not. I'm not like a MAGA cult person who doesn't have a problem. I'm post politics. I've been post party politics since Ron Paul era, dude. But so now we've got Lucas Gage going crazy talking shit. He's so glad that they have refuted me. And this guy is really unhinged. He's constantly sort of going off on everybody. Everybody's a grifter. Everybody's bad because he's the, like, greatest champion of anti-Israel stuff. And, when he's called in, the 2 or 3 times that he's called in over here, I've been kind and tried to explain philosophical concepts to him, and he has no idea what they are or what they mean. And these are people who are way overconfident in their skill sets and their abilities, right? Think about Professor Dave. Okay, we have a mid-tier, what does he have? Like a TV VCR repair background with the community college that he taught at. He says it was a trade university. Yeah, trade university is where you get, like, your HVAC TV VCR repair certification. So he taught there. Okay, wow, that's really profound. Lucas Gage then way overestimates his capabilities. He thinks he's a philosopher. And you remember when he called in, he was like, "Well, I don't know about this Christianity stuff. Why don't you just talk about like how we're all one, like everything is one, like Buddhism or whatever." It's that level. Okay, so we're dealing with people that are this level. They think that science is like a religion, right? So when we talk about scientism, that's what we mean. And I'll bet you money that guy won't come over here and debate because, most of these people are just, we live in a situation where people have not been educated. That's a big part of it. But even with a lot of information, even with an internet at your fingertips that has basically, the world's information at your fingertips, people are not being educated. They're actually getting stupider. They're becoming less educated. I will bet you, anybody in this chat, I'll bet you $100 that if we can get Lucas Gage on here and we can get him to engage, Lucas engaged, I will bet you he doesn't know anything about logical argumentation, fallacies. He can't tell you the 3 laws of logic. I bet you couldn't do any of that. So let's see if we can get him to come to debate. I've asked multiple times here for him to come on, hop on. He's hopped on in the past. And I think people think that like just shit talking is going to be some kind of like, I think they think it's like a replacement for actual engagement. And that makes sense in a Reddit, 4chan, debased and degraded society. So you've got a whole generation of people that have been degraded and brutalized. And what does Charles Carroll say? Mind raped. And so they're not able to reason through things with an educated understanding. They all, for example, will cite peer-reviewed papers as if peer-reviewed papers are approved. Well, peer-reviewed papers might be in evidence, but we also know that peer-reviewed papers oftentimes contain fraudulent research and fraudulent data and conclusions. Even one of their wannabe new atheist luminaries, James Lindsay, made a name for himself on Joe Rogan by exposing the fraudulent nature of those peer-reviewed networks. So even their own call this out, right? We saw the Lancet, one of the premier medical journals in the world, right, out of the UK. The Lancet had a famous paper, which I've cited countless times, years ago, saying that upwards of 50% of peer-reviewed papers are actually fraudulent. And they called it a crisis of, trying to remember the terminology. It's like a crisis of faith, which is ironic, something like that. Okay, cool. So then it should be easy for these people to demonstrate at a very basic, rudimentary level, the flaws in our reasoning. And they ought to have much more convincing, significant answers as to why we ought to believe their position. But you know what's wild is that every time we bring them on and we ask them very basic questions about justification, what are the good reasons to believe your position, what are the fallacies that I'm committing, they don't know anything. And you just heard Professor Dave say, "Oh, it's what I say it is. Shut up, Jim Bob. It's what I say." Let's listen to this again.
And so why would I listen to sounds coming from a purposeless brain?
Because I'm right.
So this is all you get from these
Mutation
people.
is random,
At the end
natural-
of the day, it's just pure arrogance. It's T-dump level saying reality is true because I say it's true. No actual argumentation. And they don't even understand the argument that you're making. Jim Bob is making a devastating dysteleology argument. What does that mean? It means that at a macro level, at a universal level, if there's no purpose to anything in reality, then there isn't really purpose at all. Purpose is kind of an illusory, sort of localized, temporal thing that in the big scale is meaningless. And Dave says, yeah, my brain is meaningless and purposeless. Well, guess what? If your brain is meaningless and purposeless, it's non-purposive, then that means that your statements are non-purposive and meaningless. So atheists are literally saying, my actual worldview means that my life, my arguments, and my sentences are meaningless and retarded purposelessness and just bubblings up of chemical reactions that have no significance. But also, by the way, I'm my own God, and we're evolving to become transhumanist God beings. So note the absolute insanity of the presuppositional level contradiction in their worldviews. Their worldviews at a fundamental level are so contradictory that when they get actually pinned and called out, they have a meltdown and they just go absolutely batshit insane, going after me. They have to call out my wife, right? That's how shitty these people are. It's like they have to go after Jamie in their videos because they are degraded and debased goblins. And then when you ask them to actually do a public debate, they won't do it. Now, remember, one of my best arguments is the half nub argument. I think this is a good one. So remember that the mutations occur and they progress from generation to generation when they're advantageous. Interesting. What is the advantage of 1/8 of a pp? The nub, right? The nub argument. Now, I know a lot of these people have a micro penis problem, and that's probably why they identify with it. They understand what it's like to have a micro pp, and so I think they want to feel like they had a purpose in the evolutionary chain. My atheist Reddit micro pp did have a purpose. My nub had a purpose, I promise you. Although, wait a minute, Dave just said there's not actually any purpose. Somebody said Dave is the final boss of Reddit. We thought it was just Lane, but it's actually Dave, because he has a big brain and a big nose. So interesting. Somebody in the comments said that because after his video, he sent a bunch of his atheist goblins to comment. Somebody said, fuck around with a brain and find out. And I was like, it would have been so much better if he said, fuck around with the nose and find out. Rachel, what's up, Rachel?
Hey, I just wanted to let you know I sent you to your inbox me explaining to Derek on the timeline here why we have to debate the worldview first, because you can't just interpret anything, whether it's a text or history or anything else, until you, because you have to interpret those things through a worldview. If the worldview is incoherent,
right,
you're going to get the wrong interpretation. And his response is pretty hilarious, so I thought you might be interested in that. And tell Jamie don't worry about the people that attack her, because this is what these idiots do. When they can't punch our husbands, they punch us. Like, it's exactly like if they were standing next to you and Jamie and they're too scared to punch you in the face, so they just turn and punch your wife in the face. Happens to me like constantly with Andrew, where people are too scared to like go after him directly, so they just attack me. So
yeah, well, it's interesting. Yeah, I appreciate that, Rachel. I mean, I tried to tell Jamie that too. I was like, these are not intellectuals, babe. Don't worry about it. Like, these are Pseuds, and this is what Pseuds do. But you know, if they were looking for me to offer a debate, I guess they achieved that. But I don't think they're going to do it, except for Gnostic Informant. However, we got a whole week for Gnostic Informant to come up with an excuse as to why he can't do a debate next Monday on the Crucible. Shout out to the Crucible and to Rachel and Andrew. The debate will be over there at the Crucible Monday night. I think we said 9 or something, 9 or 8. It'll be up. We'll have all that posted all week long. What's up, John? What's on your mind?
I was gonna read something from Propaganda by Jacques Ellul.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Is it really long or short?
I'll spin it up a bit.
Okay.
But it basically, in light of what you were just talking about, and it says that the state can no longer govern without the masses, which nowadays are closely involved in politics, but these masses of people are composed of individuals, and from the point of the view, the problem is slightly different. They're interested in politics and consider themselves concerned with politics, even if they are not forced to participate actively, because they live in a democracy and they embrace politics as soon as somebody wants to take the democratic regime away from them. But this presents them with a problem that are way over their heads. They're faced with choices and decision with which demand maturity, knowledge, and a range of information which they do not and cannot have. And elections are limited to the selection of individuals, which reduces the problem of participation to its simplest form. The individual wishes to participate in other ways than just elections. He wants to be conversant with economic questions. In fact, his government asks him to be. He wants to form an opinion on foreign policy, but he can't. He is caught between his desire and his inability, which he refuses to accept. For no citizen will believe that he is unable to have opinions. And then...
Is that from his propaganda book?
Yeah, and then it just says, the majority prefers expressing stupidities to not expressing any opinion at all.
Wow, that's very perceptive. How applicable to the Reddit brain, Reddit sphere is that right there? That's crazy. Yeah, that's the classic text from Jacques Ellul on propaganda, which I've got over there. We need to do that book sometime in the near future. Thank you for that, John. Now, I'm hoping we can get Lucas Gage to come over here. So if you guys would tweet at him and tell him to come in here, because he's popped in over here and tried to, discuss and in a civil way argue religion and theology. He was trying to tell me why gotta be Buddhism, dude. It's like the Buddhism and that like the God or whatever. It's like everything is the God or whatever. It's really profound stuff from these people. And I'm thinking
that
we're gonna get the same thing from Gnostic Informant, because Gnostic Informant says he's an Aristotelian monist. Okay, which Aristotle was a dualist famously, so I don't think he's going to do too well not knowing these basic ideas. But this is what you get with, we live in a situation where people way overestimate their capabilities. And they think that because they've learned one discipline, that discipline then gives them sort of the key, the master key to every discipline. Now, we saw that, for example, with JF. If you remember the first big atheist debate that we did, second, we did Adam Kokesh and then we did JF. JF thought that his capabilities in neuroscience qualified, and he even said stuff like in the debate, like qualified him for everything. And then when I start bringing into sort of basic logical fallacies and, contradictions and flaws, he gets angry, basically almost rage quits the debate, almost booted me before I said, all right, fine, I'll chill out. So he was about to boot me from the debate. But my point is that we get that with these people, right? People that are a lot of these scientism bros, a lot of people coming out of one discipline. They did their grad work in one discipline, and they think that they're literally, I've seen this so many times. They think that they're experts in every arena. And the same thing happens ironically with MMA bros, right? We've had several people who come out of the MMA sphere. They get really hyped up into talking shit about everything and everybody else. And then they think that because they did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, that they're like somehow master debaters. More like just master debaters. Yeah, good one, dude. I've heard that joke a zillion times. Jay's not a master debater. He's a master debater. Who wants to out here? Lucas is here. He's going to set us straight because we're a science denier. Uh-oh. Science denier. What's up, Lucas? You want to unmute? Lucas, you want to unmute?
Sorry, it's that low IQ of mine. I muted myself. It's that Reddit tier IQ. Yeah, you summoned me for some reason. What's going on?
Well, you summoned me because you said that you're glad that I was exposed as a Pseud. So how am I a Pseud?
No, I posted that video because it was Professor Dave, which is a left-wing shitlib, as everyone knows. And then Myth Vision, who I don't talk to, I don't know who he is. And then,
is not.
What's his name? Neil. So I just I don't like the science denial. So I know that you guys.
Where did I deny science?
What's that?
Where did I deny science?
Well, I mean, you think evolution's fake and gay. Aren't you also a young earth creationist?
So hold on. So evolutionary theory is the same thing as science?
I'm saying that you don't agree with evolutionary biology, right?
I don't agree with macroevolution. No.
But if you understand that what microevolution is over time is what you call macroevolution, that's what you guys have to understand. The second
No, I do understand that, but how do you prove that? That's an assertion. Where's the proof of that?
We have speciations. I'm not an expert in evolution, so I can't tell you every single species. I know there's a ring species in California of salamanders. There's things like that. There's bacteria that evolves. We see it all the time.
We see it all the time. Have you observed that? Because science is an empirical.
Have you observed your great grandmother?
Exactly. It's an empirical domain. So if you haven't observed it, then how do we know that that's actually the case?
Because listen, you could look when you see here's the thing about science. It makes a prediction, then we confirm the prediction. So even when you go back in time and see fossils, if this is true, as evolution is true, we should have transitional fossils. There's millions of them.
Like what?
That's the thing. It makes a prediction.
Okay, hold on. Now, where is this evidence? You're making all these assertions, and I'm asking.
No, I'm not. There's fossils. You deny the fossil record?
Well, I've not seen a fossil that shows the millions of transitions that you're talking about. Where is it?
You're not going to see millions of transitions.
You just said we do see that. Now you're saying we don't.
No, we have I don't know exactly how many fossils exist. I know we have tons of them.
But how does the fossil tell you that it's the transition? How does the fossil itself tell you that? Isn't that an interpretation?
Because here's the thing. Every time they have a fossil, you guys want another fossil in between those two fossils. And there's another.
Yeah, but that's begging the question. How do you know that that specific fossil is part of the transition? That's the thing in question.
Because you could see the transition go over time.
You don't see transition. That's an interpretation. That's the thing I'm asking you about empiricism. You're an empiricist and you're saying, I see transitions. No, you don't. You see present day fossils that you're saying are transitions.
Here's the thing. Here's the problem here. So you're saying that I'm an empiricist and that's all I care about is there's different kinds of beliefs, Jason. You know, there's intrinsic and there's extrinsic beliefs. Right, there's mathematics, there's analytics. All unmarried men are bachelors.
What does that have to do with this? What does that have to do with empiricism?
Because the thing is, when it comes to epistemology, are you operating under the justified true belief model?
Yes.
Okay, then that's just garbage. I'll tell you why. Because you can never obtain that. It's unattainable. We're not omniscient beings, and I even wrote a paper on it.
Oh, wow, you wrote a paper.
You can't do it.
Wow.
The Gettier problem. You know what the Gettier problem is?
Yeah, that at time t, you also have to have an extra qualification.
Sure. So here's the thing.
Why do you keep interrupting me when you're just yapping at me? Because you're saying that you know that there's no justified true belief. So if there's no justified...
We cannot obtain...
How do you know that we can't obtain that? Hold on. How do you know that?
We cannot.
How do you know that? You just keep asserting it.
We are not able to. We're not.
How do you know that? Those are great assertions. Cool. What's the proof of that?
We can't. Can you show me a justified true belief that you know?
Yeah, sure. To deny JTB and the Gettier problem results in the impossibility of true knowledge. So there you go. That's a transcendental argument.
What?
What? So I'm giving you basic argumentation out of.
You're mixing. See, look, you're using a logical claim to make the justified true belief, the T and justified.
You don't think that? Okay, so when you argue against justified true belief, you don't think you're using logic?
Yeah, but logic is a system we know the boundaries of. We're not talking about.
Well, you just said we don't have justified true belief, so how do we know the boundaries of it? You don't know that. I want to know what is your epistemology?
Language. We're talking about language here. We know.
Yeah, but you just keep shifting. So
what a lot of you guys do. You'll say, "Is that a true thing?" Well, that's true, isn't it? That's what. No, we're talking about absolute truths of reality. We don't know the absolute truth of reality.
Okay, is that an absolute statement? Is that an absolute statement?
Yeah, but that's a statement that's not about absolute truth.
Yes, it is. It's a universal claim. You just refuted yourself.
No, because it's not the same. It's language.
You're saying it's not the same. It's a universal claim. You're saying for all states of affairs, no one has universal knowledge.
If we don't exist, is that still true? No.
What does that have to do with you just contradicting yourself? You made a universal claim.
What does it mean to be universal at all times, all places, and all? If we don't exist,
and you said that that's not possible. That's a universal claim.
No, listen. We're talking about we're talking about language. When we haven't.
No, you made an existential claim. It's not just language. You made an existential claim about everybody having no universal knowledge or absolute certitude in any state of affairs. That's a metaphysical and an epistemic claim that you just made.
You and I, as human beings, because we're finite creatures, you will argue God has that. That's why you're operating on the justified true belief. And only to have that's with God.
Yeah, but you're operating on that system too. You just deny it. And that's what I just showed you.
I'm not. What are you saying?
You're using the same principles and justification and then turning around and saying, but I don't have to justify it even though it's a universal claim. You said no one can have that level of knowledge and certitude. No one is a universal quantifier. That's a contradiction.
And I could state that in language.
So your language doesn't apply to reality? Then it's a purposeless statement? That's ridiculous.
No, because the human language isn't eternal and it doesn't exist without us. Are we speaking about the same objective?
Do you not understand that this is a basic critique of your skeptical position?
No, what I'm saying.
You don't understand that.
You're using language that we know, we define. And you're saying that's universal and that's absolute truth. And even if we don't exist.
So translate it into logic. You understand you can translate those statements into logical statements, right?
Yes.
So no one has this knowledge. That's a universal quantifier in logic. That means that it doesn't exist anywhere. You just by your own criteria said no one can have.
I said humans.
Okay.
I'm not making a
in your worldview, there's not in your worldview, that's all there is. In your worldview, that's all there is.
Justified true belief cannot be obtained by us.
That's a universal claim.
about humans. So
it doesn't matter whether it's about humans. It's about humans in all states of affairs universally. It's still a universal claim. No one is a universal quantifier. This is basic college philosophy.
Human beings.
It doesn't matter that you keep saying human beings. It's a universal claim.
I'm not saying a God can't do it. So you're strawmanning me. I said human. I said we can't.
If God exists, then that would be, in my position, that would be a justification for JTB. You're using these categories.
But this is what I'm saying. So listen to me. This is my point. I said we, as agents, you and I, human beings, we cannot obtain justified true belief.
Yeah, that's why I'm making a transcendental argument. That's what I've been arguing the whole time to you.
It doesn't. Listen, you're not understanding.
No, it's you that doesn't understand. You don't even know what a transcendental argument is. You said it's crazy.
I absolutely do it.
Okay, what is it? What is it?
You're saying when you're making these claims that transcend all of the things we're talking about.
That's not what a transcendental argument is. You don't know what it is. Just admit you don't know what it is.
I do know what it is.
Then what is it? What is a transcendental argument?
We just had one. You literally just made one.
Okay, can you tell me what it is? Where does it come from historically? Give an example of it in the form.
Here we go with this whole.
So you don't actually know.
No.
But you said you did know.
Yeah, I do know.
But now you're saying you don't know.
Make is you're strawmanning my argument. I'm saying
no, your argument isn't an argument. It's a fundamental contradiction. The fact that you said that we don't have access to.
Nothing in the universe can do it, including God.
Nothing. That's a universal quantifier. You're saying universally. You just said nothing and no one. Did you not?
I said
nothing. No one.
I literally give the constraint.
Nothing and no one is a universal quantifier.
Jason, we're talking about humans. Why do you keep going to God?
It doesn't matter that you add on this phrase, we're talking about humans, because it would be universally the case for humans everywhere.
Jason, yeah, and we're limited.
Yeah, okay, then now you've admitted that it is a universal claim.
Wait a minute. So, no.
Do you understand what a universal claim is?
What?
Do you understand what a universal claim is?
Yes, at all times, places, all possible worlds. Do we exist in all those places, possible worlds, and times? Do we? Do we as humans exist?
That's not what possible worlds even means. It has nothing to do with whether we exist in all those possible worlds.
I'm a retard. What does universal mean? Go ahead.
It just simply means at all times and all places. It doesn't even have to be.
Do human beings exist in all times and all places?
Oh my gosh. The question is not about human beings existing. We're talking about the truth of the. Do you not understand what a truth of a claim is versus the human beings making the claim?
This is what you guys always do. You talk about the language and say.
No, you're making a fundamental mistake in category error. It's a category error.
No.
Do you know what a category error is? Do you even know what a category error is?
Yes.
What?
It's when you conflate two different things, like Jim Bob was doing earlier, making purpose.
Oh, so now you're going off into Jim Bob. What does Jim Bob have to do with this? You're saying that it's not universal because it talks about human beings and human beings aren't universal. That's so low tier, dude. That's ridiculous.
No, listen,
the claim is the universal, not the human being making the claim. This is silly.
You're literally strong.
No, this is basic epistemology and logic 101. To make a universal claim is when you have a universal quantifier. It doesn't mean the person is universal.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying no human beings could have justified true belief. We cannot.
Yeah, there's a problem with saying that. It's a non sequitur because to have any kind of true belief requires JTB, namely to be able to say no one can have this position. That's what you don't understand.
Jason.
Why do you keep saying my name? What does that have to do with this?
The Gettier problem proved that we cannot.
No, it doesn't. All that says is that no, it doesn't. That has nothing to do with the paradigm level. No, it doesn't. No, so here you go off into this is not so erudite destiny level stuff. You should not have called in, man. This is making you look ridiculous. I should read your pie paper. Okay.
Did you read it?
Why would I read your? Why would I have read your pie paper?
Have you or not? I'm just asking. No, I'm asking you. Have you read my paper on the epistemic model that I came that actually transcends this great Agrippa trilogy?
I don't follow you. How would I read your paper?
Okay, well, if you read that, you understand that obtaining knowledge is not propositional; it's structural.
Oh wow!
You want me to go through the premises for you?
No, I'm not even going to entertain it because you've already demonstrated a fundamental lack of knowledge of these subjects.
No, I don't know every terminology that you're claiming.
You don't know the basic terminology. Why would I listen to your paper? You don't know the basic terminology.
You literally said a universal is every place, every time, and every place. And I said human beings do not exist in every time and every place.
That's a category error. You're fundamentally not competent in epistemology.
I said we would have to have omniscience to have justified true belief. That's why you appeal to God.
Yeah,
said
but
human beings cannot have justified true belief.
and my
You cannot.
argument,
Me and
okay,
you.
do you understand? Could you state what my argument is? I know you don't believe it. Could you restate what I'm arguing?
Your argument about tag and how God is which argument do you talk about?
Yeah, specifically what I'm saying is your violation and how it relates to tag.
You're arguing that essentially, in order to ground these transcendentals like logic and everything else, mathematics, you need an entity, a mind to ground them to keep it consistent.
Okay, but what was
And that
specifically was my critique of your claims?
You're saying that I am making a universal claim that no one, including God, can have justified true belief. That's not what I said.
No. I'm saying that the phrase itself, the proposition, when you say no one can have that, that requires still access to a universal state of affairs to have the universal quantifier.
I'm saying we as human beings cannot have justified truth. That's what I mean by no. And I'm not talking about
you stating that doesn't answer the objection, because the objection is at a level of presuppositional critique, and you're just saying another thing that's not addressing the criteria. So this is ultimately a criteria question, and you just appeal to another thing that isn't addressing the criteria question. So yeah, I understand, and we agree that individual human beings, because they're finite and they go on the basis of empirical data, they don't have access immediately to universal categories. That's why David.
What I meant. Listen, Jason, I'm not an academic. Everyone knows that.
Wait a minute, but I thought I needed to read your pie paper on how structuralism is the answer to all this.
Because I have this intuition where I could find.
So now we should go. Why should we go to your intuition? That's a ridiculous.
Because I understand when there's a contradiction. So
well, then how come you don't understand the contradiction I'm pointing out? If you understand contradiction,
I do understand.
Okay, what is the contradiction? What is the contradiction specifically that I'm pointing out?
You're saying because I said no one, it's a universal claim. Mm-hmm. You're saying that because I said no one, which I didn't, I was talking about us people, and I constrained it, that it's impossible for anyone, including God, to have justified true belief. Is that not what you're arguing?
No, I'm sure that you could say theoretically that God might have that. But that doesn't matter in regards to the proposition itself. Do you understand propositions themselves have truth values and that you can extrapolate logical forms?
The problem with, and I say this in my epistemic model, is that when you have a proposition, it has to be justified. And how are you justified? Are you a foundationalist? Are you an infinitist? What are you epistemically, Jay?
I'm a revelation theorist, so I believe in divine revelation, which is none of those, which is not, stop interrupting me, which is none of those secular models. So what is your model?
I have my own model. And basically what I discovered is this, how I describe
okay, so this is all just
and justify any of their beliefs.
This is ridiculous. We're done. So it's just his own made up thing. He doesn't even know the basic terminology. So basically, again, the fact that you say universal claims and then saying, but it's not universal because it's only amongst human beings, is totally irrelevant to whether it's a universal proposition or claim. So this is just too stupid. So there you go. There's your atheist defending. He would rather defend the shit libs than actually have conversations that deal with anything beyond. And what does it always end up being? Oh, it's my paper. It's the thing that I came up with. It's the thing he invented. So there you go. There's your based trad buddy of the shit libs there. Chase, what's up?
Hey man, I just wanted to talk to you. I know that was rough and that the defeat was bad. So if you got anything you want to get off your chest, I'm here for you. If you want to talk about it.
Well, he wrote a paper, so you didn't read his paper.
He wrote a paper. You're finished. That's basically game over. No, I just wanted to jump in. It's really funny when people do that, like with the Gettier problem, which assumes that we have knowledge. First off, the Gettier problem is not trying to say knowledge is impossible. It's showing, hey, sometimes you're going to need a fourth condition, right? Like non-accidental or something like that. And then I find it so funny. Someone goes, I totally disregard justified true belief. That's not enough. And you go, okay, can you demonstrate that? And if he offers a demonstration, he's trying to justify his beliefs and believe you should have good reasons to believe.
Yeah, well, this is what happens when people get a smattering of introductory level philosophy, and then they think that they're competent to speak to the most difficult, challenging matters in the history of philosophy. And by the way, why haven't you read his paper? This is the extreme arrogance. And, all these atheist guys, it's funny because they were saying that I'm Dunning-Kruger. That was Dunning-Kruger right there for you guys on display. The assumption that a smattering of introductory level philosophy knowledge gives you the capabilities to then form your own model to solve some of the most challenging dilemmas in the history of Western philosophy. And by the way, just read my paper. So, I mean, it's hard. I mean, at certain points,
if you go, okay, sure, demonstrate now, that justified true belief, you just totally disregard it. You don't even need a fourth condition. You reject the whole project. The only move they could make, which is really funny, is, well, no, I don't believe I need to justify anything. I just know things. So just trust. It literally comes down.
he appealed
to
to intuition. It was like,
just trust me.
just
bro.
trust my intuition. I have a good intuition for this. Just trust me, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, exactly. But it's gonna be fun to see you and Gnostic informant debate. I popped into a panel that was on some channel like midway through last year, and it literally came down to him saying, well, we just know what reality is. That's it. We just know what reality is. And then he tried arguing with Jim Bob that Muslims and Christians worship the same God.
Natural selection.
And I started going through asking, okay, what's the criteria for these things? And I used an analogy of saying the same name, right? Like Neil from Gnostic Informant, but this person I'm referring to is a fat Filipino woman who makes documentaries of how Christianity is true. And he goes, well, no, that's not me because, you're ascribing different beliefs that I don't have. And I said, so now we don't worship the same God. He goes, no, it's not the same because they also say the God of Abraham. So he just reverts right back to the same thing. So I think it's going to be really funny, man. But I'll pop down and listen. But good luck with this, man. This is funny.
Yeah, I hope we get some more Professor Dave fans. But why would we be surprised that we had that level of argumentation when this is Dave's level of argument?
Advantage.
And so why would I listen to sounds coming from a purposeless brain?
Because I'm right.
There we go. Because my intuition, bro. By the way, if you guys would hit like and share, also you can support the stream through the super chats. Now, it's interesting too that I don't know Lucas, but it sounds like he's been listening to philosophy podcasts and talks, and because he picked up on some of the jargon. And people think that you're being a douchebag or you're being, engaging in sophistry when you try to ask people these questions about, because I can spot immediately when a person doesn't know the material, when they haven't actually done the reading, when they've got a smattering little bit of it. It's just like if you were a guitar player, you're really good at guitar. You can spot when somebody has just simply mimicked a solo, or they just know basic chords, but they're not actually proficient in the material and they haven't done put the time in and done the research. And nobody who's advanced in philosophy cites their own first paper. I mean, that's just so arrogant, ridiculous. It's a Pseud attitude and behavior of extreme overconfidence. And that's why when you start to ask them questions and you hear what they're saying, I can pick up on a person who doesn't know basic philosophy or has only heard a little bit. So that's a person with a kind of freshman, sophomore level of philosophical information. And, that's great that he's getting into it. But what everybody has as a kind of a temptation when you get into philosophy is everybody who's a first or second year philosophy student thinks that they've solved everything. They think that they're going to have the answer to, the criteria problem. They're going to have the answer to, the consciousness problem. And then as you get more and more advanced, you get into grad school, you realize that, actually, that was a really arrogant attitude, right? I need to have more humility about these topics because there's a lot of people who spent 20, 25 years in this domain and they know this stuff better than me. So to act like as a noob, that you're going to have, it's the same. It's like when people go into the MMA stuff and they're like, they bust up in the gym and they think, I'm going to fight the dude that's been, fighting in the octagon for 20 years because I watched some videos on YouTube and I think I could take that dude. And then in every case, those people end up being just manhandled, right? We saw that with Derek Mythvision a year ago, and that's why he's still angry. And I think in the MMA domain too, like people will say, look, you got to learn some humility, right? the only way you're going to advance in these topics is to be willing to be wrong, because I guarantee you there is nobody who studied philosophy and went from the introductory level to, advanced, who didn't get humbled at some time. This is a necessary stage in the process so that you can advance to learn and to realize that you don't know what you think you know. So when I hear him say this and that, oh, you make this tag argument, and I say, well, I don't believe that you actually understand what a transcendental argument is in terms of the form. And they can't explain it. They don't know what it is. Now, I give him props for at least understanding what JTB was and the Gettier problem. So that was a good thing. That means he's studying. Okay, but that you're studying doesn't mean that, for example, you don't make fundamental mistakes. Okay, so for example, to say that because a universal claim is made by an individual human being, and because individual human beings aren't universal, it's not universal, misses the point of what a universal claim is, right? So there's claims themselves, the truth value of the claims, and then there's a separate category of which I was inquiring into, which is what is the ontological status of those truth claims? Where are they? How can we have a universal claim? What is a universal claim? So he kind of got a little bit of the basics of what Tag is arguing. But then when I try to say that his approach at denying JTB ultimately ends up putting him in a way worse position, his answer was, well, I'm just relegating it and limiting it to the human domain. It doesn't matter, because even relegated to the human domain, it disqualifies the initial statement that in other words, you couldn't know that no one in the human domain has that lack of knowledge. So it's just moving the problem back a step. So what he ought to look at if he actually wants to understand this is to go deeper into Sellers and into the criteria problem of Chisholm, right? Because Chisholm brings this issue up in multiple different ways. And it's a problem that you can go in the direction of metaphysics, or you can go in the direction of epistemology. If you go in the direction of epistemology, you're in a really bad position to deny JTB. And then the problem is that you can erect other types of systems and criteria, because a lot of philosophers try to do this. The problem, though, is that usually it's moving the problem back a step and not actually addressing what the criteria problem is asking for. So, for example, oh, well, I'm going to throw out JTB because I'm going to instead say that we don't even have to have that. No one can have that. But wait a minute. Every time you're asserting something, you're begging the question about, okay, but what is the criteria to say then? If it's not JTB, then what is the rival criteria? Oh, well, we know structuralism that I've come up with. Okay, but you saying that it's a structuralism that you've come up with is an assertion that is not actually dealing with the criteria problem. Father Deacon Dr. Ananias, what would you say? Unmute. But we have a logic professor on hand, by the way. What's up? Go ahead.
From the University of Science.
From the University of Science Incorporated.
By the way, he was equivocating on the word universal.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. That's why he was making a category error.
A universal could mean, I mean, it's typically not used this way when we're speaking in logic, obviously in philosophy. He was taking it to be present everywhere.
Well, like, you could do a Boolean argument, right, where it's not even that.
Lines or something like that, and that's not what it means in logic.
Right.
It just means a class. It's either
a set
or a set of all things or no things. So it doesn't mean like if you had think about how stupid this is. If you had,
hey Jamie, did you make me a coffee?
Marbles, right? And they're the only existing marbles. You don't have to be omniscient or be present everywhere to actually look at the class and be like, yeah, that's the class of all marbles or something like that. That's what a universal is. So he was fundamentally confused on that issue. And then what was the other thing I noticed he was?
Well, he was
transcendental. I think he was getting.
Yeah, he thought transcendental was transcendent.
Space and time or something. I don't know.
No, transcendent is not the same thing as a transcendental. Yeah, but what would you let's say that for the sake of argument, well, what if I just throw out justified true belief and I say that it's some other thing? Like how do you deal with that?
Well, I thought you did well. You bring up Chisholm's criterion problem. So how do we know that's the criterion to identify what knowledge is?
Right.
Because I'd have to know what the criterion is, and I have to presuppose that I actually have knowledge. And so, in other words, if I have to have the criterion to identify, let's call it number one, to identify what knowledge is. Number two, I can only identify number one if I already have number two, and two if number one. So you're just in a vicious circle.
Exactly.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
So that's exactly. And the weird thing to kind of deflect and be like,
but I mean,
language.
But also, I mean, you could argue that like in some situations, a universal doesn't even have to have a metaphysical import, right? Isn't that the point of the Boolean type of argument?
Yeah, that's Boolean universals have no existential import.
So even if we argued that they had no existential import, just in terms of the form itself, it's like
you're refuting yourself.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm. Yeah. It's like saying it is universally the case that this very proposition is not universally the case.
Exactly.
And it doesn't matter whether you're trying to give it an existential import or not. The thing itself, that's a contradiction.
And furthermore, I'm starting to use this tactic. I just tell people, I don't believe that you believe that. There's no way. I mean, talk about dishonesty. You go around all the time avoiding contradictions because you think it's bad, but all of a sudden you get in a debate and now you want to double down and be like, well, I get to use it. That's just language. That's dishonest. And I'll just tell people, I'm like, I don't even believe that you believe it. So how about that?
Yeah, I mean, he kept deflecting and saying, well, that's just language. That's just language, which I think he was trying to say that the words don't actually have any existential or metaphysical import. Okay, but that's a double-edged sword, because if they don't, then your argument against these words also don't. So.
And furthermore, how do you know that?
Exactly. That's what I kept asking.
I mean, you're making some. I think you already pointed out. You're making some huge, big claims.
Right.
Of all this stuff that you know, and I think you mentioned too, jumping in some of the most difficult philosophy. And you're just going to claim, well, I know I'm right.
Well, that's what Dave does too. So it's like, that seems to be a pattern here. Right. But of course they think that they say, oh, you guys are so arrogant. You guys are know-it-alls. Well, again, and I think you could speak to this as a professor and, being at one point a freshman, right, and progressing then to, say, in your case, the PhD, don't you think it's kind of normal for everybody who studies philosophy to get humbled in many situations? Like, you're not going to be a freshman and have figured it all out by the time you're a PhD. You will have been wrong many times.
You get humble. And I remember, so I was introduced to philosophy and Christian apologetics like 17, 18, my senior year in high school. And, you just learn like really easy, like kind of refutation. You're basically mimicking, right? So you haven't read and really dived deep into these things, but as we all know, 98% of people are idiots. Like, it doesn't take much to... So we would just go around and give these... Let me give you a classic one. And it's true, like, we still use this today, but I'm showing you that, like, this is one of the first things that I learned, and it gave me a little bit of hubris. Well, somebody's like, there is no truth. Oh, yeah, is that true? Like, that was one of the first things that I actually learned, where you just... that's a really easy tactic, and it's a good argument to refute somebody, but it doesn't mean that you're knowledgeable in philosophy. Does that make sense? And so going through and thinking through these issues and reading the history of philosophy, and then, I'd even say, like, even, coming out with a bachelor's, I was still prideful. I still thought that, I was just talking with we were just doing a conference here with some of the best philosophers. We all thought that. We thought when we went to get a degree in philosophy, we finished our bachelor's and then went into grad school, that we're so smart, we're going to change the world. Like, we're really going to make a difference. And then you realize how difficult this stuff is, and you're just happy to get past and get a PhD.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
But it shows like any of us can spot a Pseud.
When I was in my 20s and I was really into Thomism, I remember being at my my university, and I remember one of my undergrad advisors, Dr. Martell, he had to put up with me constantly trying to defend and argue Thomism and all the Thomistic principles. And then one day I think he got kind of annoyed with it, and he found a really good critique of Thomism. And I was probably 25, 27, just absolutely insufferable know-it-all, I'm sure. And I'd never really read a good challenge or critique to Thomism. And he gave me that paper, and I remember reading it, and I remember, at first I was very, he's just a, unbelieving professor, and why do I have to listen to him? And he doesn't have any, he's not Roman Catholic, he's not a trad cat, he doesn't know anything. And then as I grew older and as I matured, and the more I began to kind of question things within Thomism, like, I realized, no, actually I was the one that was wrong. I thought I knew it all. And Dr. Martell, even though he may have been an atheist agnostic, like, he did know enough about criticizing Thomism and knew the critiques of Thomism well enough to challenge me. But I was too immature at the time in my 20s to be willing to say, actually I'm wrong. I don't actually know what I'm talking about. There are.
All right, I'm going to tell everybody. I'm going to make a public confession. I told Father Peter this today, and he's like, "Did you ever tell Jay this story?" And I'm like, "I've told Jay this story, but you guys got to hear this, okay?" It's a confession about how I was wrong and Jay was right. So when I first found out about you, it was through my wife. She's like, "Oh, look at this guy on YouTube," and I didn't like you. I thought you were arrogant. And that, and the reason why I didn't like you is because you were arguing against theistic evolution. I believed in theistic evolution. So, what I told my wife? I'm like, Jay Dyer doesn't know what he was talking about. And I'll debate him and I'll refute him. You've heard it here on the X. That's what I thought. And guess who was wrong? And guess who was right?
Well, I don't remember debating you, so you must have
I wanted to.
Oh.
I debated you in my head, Jay, and I won. No, but I told my wife that I was like, I'd crush Jay in a debate. Are you kidding me? How arrogant! And here I already had my PhD, so like we're all still working on humility. Like, I get it. I was young and orthodoxy and stuff like that. I still had these hang-ups, but you were right. You were right about theistic evolution being garbage. And so we all just got to be careful about that. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, well, I think the same thing with totally removed from the sphere of like academia and this kind of stuff is other domains too, like geopolitics and that kind of stuff. Like, we have a lot of people in the sphere of the Fuentes overlap, right? And so I reached out to try to say to some of those people, hey, look, I've been studying this stuff for a long time, and I'm not an enemy of Nick. I want Nick to do well and come to, orthodoxy. Ultimately, that would be the goal. But like, we can all learn from each other if we listen to each other and not get caught up in the noise or the 20, 30-second clips, all that kind of stuff. Because I think in the case of the Vatican, I wasn't arguing that the entire Vatican is subverted by Epstein or anything like that. I was very specific that I think that the close relationship between Epstein and John Paul was verifiable. and the close relationship between John Paul and people like Savile are all very well documented. And then people say, oh, look, Jay thinks the entire Vatican is Epstein. I didn't say that. So it's like a lot of things get mistranslated in the noise. And that's why it would be good if people would just listen to kind of what other people are saying and not assume bad will from everyone else, right? All right, so let's get over here to Jeff Stein McEffrey. I know we've been waiting for this. A lot of people are saying, when are you going to do this? Wasn't expecting the attention that the Professor Dave crowd was going to give. So I'm glad that Lucas stepped in. Hopefully he's not mad. We got pretty heated. So I tried to step away too from that before it got too overheated. So
is Lucas Gage, is he an agnostic, or what's his?
I'm not sure, because I think the last time he called in, he was saying that he was open to like Buddhist ideas, but he may be. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But he does have a pretty large Twitter presence, and he's, kind of made a name for being very opposed to Zionism and Talmudism, et cetera. So he's got a large audience from that. And then he's called in a few times, and we've had some good discussions about religion and metaphysics. And so I think he's been listening to what we talk about, because, he's trying to understand justification and tag and all that. Anyway, so let's go over to Jeff Stein. Real quick recap of the first 20 minutes, which was really revealing, because Jeff Stein says that he was recruited into Trilateral by David Rockefeller, and he mentions the Kissinger family. He mentions, I don't think he mentions Brzezinski, but originally Kissinger created the Trilateral Commission under David Rockefeller as a steering committee specifically for Brzezinski. So let's listen to this recap of that.
The finance, which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting edge group of math.
By the way, we will break up some of this by taking calls. If you want to call in and you want to talk about the previous topics, you're welcome to. We're not going to just talk Jeff Stein McEffrey. You can call in about whatever you want, and we'll kind of space it together between the video Epstein stuff, because it's going to get a little technical and dry, but it's relevant because not only does it talk about like global elite stuff, he also gets into the domain of geopolitics and metaphysics. So he's going to get into the relationship between mysticism and technology, Kabbalistic elements, etc.
Mathematicians in the world. Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller, it's university formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old-fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was again subject to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work.
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. I think 89 or 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How do they pick a guy like you?
I like this idea of sexy spy music in the background with Jeff Stein McEffrey talking to help us pass the time and get through it. I like that idea.
A trader or basically some guy from Bear Stearns.
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think it was, I was on the board of Rockefeller, there was a money manager who said, Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-'80s or sort of early mid-'70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation, it was who you knew. who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid-70s, basically...
I'm really glad that Jeff Stein McEffery understands the importance of character and virtue ethics. I wouldn't have thought him to be so sensitive and mindful of those topics, but it's good to know that the global elite care very much about having good character. So that's good news.
If you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced.
I had the Woody Allen model calculator, and when you would put the numbers in back in the 1980s, it would reply and say, "It looks like maybe it's a little more than that. Maybe if you put in a little more numbers, the numbers will turn into something a little more."
On Wall Street, a simple almost like your accountant. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculate.
I like the idea of a Woody Allen, Jeffrey Epstein calculator that like fixes the numbers and fixes the books for you. It's automatically programmed in the end to fix the books.
Relations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like
that, by the way, sounds like perhaps inklings towards a social credit score. Now, I don't know that that's where it's going to go in the conversation, because the next section gets into high finance. And when they talk about high finance, as you guys know, they mention the importance of fractional reserve lending, or lending out without the correct number of assets or gold or whatever to back up what's being lent out. And this is a huge vindication for those of us that have listened to Tragedy and Hope, Carol Quigley, people in the Ron Paul sphere, von Mises sphere, people at the Austrian School of Economics. They've had this critique. Remember Creature from Jekyll Island, right? For many, many years. This is the central modus operandi of the Federal Reserve System, which is based on the Rothschild banking model. And we have that, by the way, in the biography of the Rothschilds by Morton, which we've been citing this week. And they even admit in the book, as I put on my Twitter, that the Waterloo story, the famous Waterloo story of advanced intelligence, which led them to be able to buy up the market as it crashed, is the model that Jeff Stein McEffery himself uses for finance now. So a lot of admissions, key points, and what's weird is that it's going to go in the direction of questioning scientism. He's going to get into Kabbalah, and he's even going to bring up Leibniz. And that was the last thing I would have expected to be in a Bannon Epstein interview, is the discussion of Leibniz. So it's very pertinent to those of us from the philosophy domain. We're going to talk about the monads, monadology. We're going to try to decipher, does Epstein really know what he's talking about, or is he a Pseud? And I think ultimately it's going to be probably Kabbalistic, because the way that he describes gigantic systems working as organisms also has parallels with the Kabbalistic myth of the golem. So we're gonna be focusing on Kabbalism and all that as we get into Jeff Stein McEffery's interview. We're gonna skip ahead to where we left off, which was about 20 minutes in, after he explained to Bannon fractional reserve banking. And again, it's kind of surprising to me. Bannon doesn't get it. Like, he's not aware of what, like, everybody from the Ron Paul sphere, right? Everybody from this side of things knows what fractional reserve banking is, and how the bankers use the gold note scam, and they would print more gold notes than they had actual gold. You know, Quigley says this within the first 200 pages of Tragedy and Hope, and it goes back centuries, and ultimately it goes back millennia. So this is an old trick of devaluing the currency. That's basically what Epstein is talking about. And he says more or less that the way that he got recruited into this high-level trilateral steering committee stuff was because he was able to explain high finance and fractional reserve banking to these people, which you would think they would understand, but they didn't.
Sure. You understand your body system. You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want them to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a special.
And we're going to fast forward to that part where he talks about systems analysis. So basically, he's looking at holistic systems. And some of the global elite writers, whether it's Arthur Koestler or Friedrich Schuon, they talk about what's called holons, H-O-L-O-N. So they point out that when you have things in nature like root systems or cells or whatever in the body, they don't operate as independent, discrete units. They actually function together within a whole organism. And that's sometimes called a holon. That's what he's talking about, which is very important to the global elite because, for one, they like to focus not just on the discrete parts, but controlling and steering at a big macro scale. And that would be, say, macro finance, macro sociology, right? Like how a whole country interrelates, right? You could see why for the global elite, big scale macro stuff would be very important.
Specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This, by the way, if you saw our Ghost in the Machine analysis of the famous Arthur Koestler text, he was a high-level global elite player, kind of like Jeff St. McEvery to a degree. That's all the first half of that book is this, what he's talking about.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. They're the guys in the room making the decisions. They're the party of Davos guys. You're sitting there, you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect to the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition, but there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group of or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond markets. Now, you asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to somehow understand how complex systems interact?
Now, this is really important because it gives us an insight into what he was up to and what his role seems to be. And if you've heard my analysis all week long as we've gone through the Epstein files as they released, that was essentially what I said I thought he was. He's a high-level integrator and systems analysis networker. He seems to kind of almost have maybe a PhD in organized crime over all the other things that he's purported to be, like a mathematician or, a banker or a money manager, right? I mean, he was probably doing those things to some degree, but his real role is as an operative to do systems analysis and explain to even high-level people how the world actually works. So he's kind of an educator as well, a consultant, you could say. That's why, for example, Zelensky says, I need to consult Epstein, I need his help in regard to what's happening in the Ukraine versus Russia. That's why he explains for several minutes to Ehud Barak what Peter Thiel's company is and what Palantir does, right? So he's doing this. He's even explaining to Clinton's own economic team, Larry Summers, how the Vatican Bank works as a super secret money laundering international operation, right? He has to explain that to them. And he's having to explain to Bannon, a journalist, what fractional reserve banking is and how the world actually functions in this same way as a controlled, organized crime black market system. That's what he's getting at. He's saying, I understood this, and that was my role. Now, people are saying, oh, he's actually dumb, he's not that smart. Now, he's also a con man, so he has elements of trying to present himself as overcompetent in other domains like science or philosophy, right? So it's going to be interesting to see as philosophers, when we get to a section talking about monads and Leibniz, does he really understand what he's talking about, or is there a lot of Pseud, word salad terminology going on to make it look like he's way more overcompetent, that he's some kind of savant? I think even Bannon asked him at one point something like that, like, are you some sort of savant? Like, what are you?
Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets. The term simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty.
Now, to the people in the comments are saying, what do you mean he's a student of crime? No, there actually are people who get really advanced information and studies about how to do crime. In fact, in the Brazilian car wash scandal, there was a guy called the Sicilian who was basically a PhD in how to do criminal organization or criminal crime syndicate type stuff. So my suspicion, I'm not saying there's like a literal like villain school, right? I'm not talking about Marvel shit. I'm saying like there really is a place for people who have a very high level understanding of black markets and criminal organizations. Now, a lot of those people work in intelligence agencies because that's what intelligence agencies do is they place people in other countries. I mean, it's one of the things they do. They also lie through the media all the time, but one of their jobs is to place people in other countries to do illegal activities. So by definition, an intelligence agency engaging in espionage is a criminal organization. So keep that in mind.
Strange. They take the same neural net now and they put it in front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They say to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems that the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history. But when you ask the designer how did it do it, no one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we built it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. This is going to be so amazing. I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times?
No.
How did you hear about that? How did you hear about, because
I forgot.
No, this is interesting just because when he was first brought into being on Wall Street, when he was at Bear Stearns, his partner, Hoffman or Hofstad or something, his partner went to jail and he didn't for insider trading. So he was learning the criminal syndicates even that early on, operations, insider trading. And it's curious that he didn't get in trouble, but his partner did.
About this, but yes.
I'm trying to get this going to be amazing. This is, let's go back and do that again.
But that was back in the 80s, by the way. That was a long time ago.
Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008.
Yeah, people are asking, well, what about Bannon? Does Bannon... Well, I think what I gather from the interview is that, and Bannon just said it right here, he's like, I want to know and talk to all the geniuses in the world. And when I read the text, Bannon seems to think of Epstein as like this super savant, right? Like this amazing genius person. And he doesn't really seem to catch on to any of the pseudery. But I think, again, as far as I can tell, Epstein's expertise is really just criminal operations. And Bannon doesn't seem to be swift enough to pick up on the kind of limitations, I guess, of the other domains. He thinks he's just a sort of like polymath or something.
Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury in the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the opening of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard they was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And I mean, again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June, in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library.
By the way, we're going to break this interview up with taking calls. It's kind of long, so we do need to have a little bit of breaking it up. So in a few more minutes, we'll take another call.
But you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place that was called the Special Housing Unit. which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in an 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they'd take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing? What's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified. We're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company on the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh, no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world looked at?
So Bannon thinks he's the greatest financial mind in the world. So Big Ball says for $5, hey, people who get locked up will tell you that jail is actually a community college for criminals to study, and prison is the university. Yes, I have heard that. And of course, we talked to Sean Atwood, who, lived through that for many years. He was involved in a massive ecstasy ring being busted in Arizona, and he was competing with Sammy the Bull. And of course, Sammy will say similar things as well. I think though with Epstein, what you have though is above that. This is above that kind of level of, learning to run a local gang. This is like some of those files the first day, it was like Epstein was organizing meetings with literally like 20 heads of state of the world he was going to go meet with. This is a level above that, Big Boss, but you're absolutely right in terms of like the low, local level criminal stuff. That's exactly what it is. Vampire, what's up? Federal prison is Harvard for criminals. There you go. Yeah. What's up?
Hello?
Yes.
I just wanted to note that when he talks about neural networks, we kind of do know a lot about how they work. Essentially, he said we don't know, like, you can say that you don't know what the math formula is to do a specific task, but a neural network itself is the math formula, and it just adjusts itself so that the output corresponds to what you want. Like, essentially, when you're putting a neural network to play a video game, it's just adjusting a bunch of numbers so that it works with that specific video game.
Well,
we know the structure. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I got the impression from that comment that he was maybe going in the direction of saying that AI could become conscious, because we don't really know what consciousness is, and because AI is answering in this supposed way we don't understand, maybe AI is. I think he's kind of going that direction, maybe.
He might as well, because he's showing that he knows this stuff superficially.
Okay.
There's a lot of research that goes into AI, and he just gives the example of like the first thing they ever used that they ever called AI, which is neural networks, which is like, I think from the 70s or the 80s, like it's an old concept, and he makes it sound slightly mystical, right? I think that's what he was going for.
That's exactly, and he's going to go that way as the discussion progresses. He's going to get into these sort of new agey Kabbalistic ideas, but I think it's important to understand too that at the level of a spy, that's kind of what you get with people that are doing that. They need to have enough knowledge of subjects and many subjects to be able to network and interlink people at a different level at all levels of society. So, you know, a person who's a fixer or a spy might need to be interacting with, you know, people at an embassy, at a dinner. They might need to be interacting with, you know, a drug cartel. They might need to be interacting with people who understand the tech world. And so they will have a superficial knowledge of a lot of areas. And I think that's exactly why Jeff Stein McCaffrey demonstrates that. Exactly. What's up, man? Timothy, what's up?
Hey, Jay, I got two statements. I have a pitch for you. I actually, because you know how you always complain because you don't ever get as much audience on your very interesting lecture series as you think you should.
Mm-hmm.
I actually agree with you. I think I'm, you know, when you're like, there's like 100 people listening, that's me.
Well, I'm saying if I talk about Epstein, I'll get 3,000 live and 50,000 viewers total. But if I talk about, you know, Dostoevsky or Lord of the Flies or, you know, something like that, we get like 1/3 of that.
Right. And what I was going to say is it's something to consider is if you had someone else, if you have anyone else that you're basically you're friends with or someone else who's capable of keeping up with the reading material, you really should consider maybe like having it be like a lecture between you two instead of like a podcast setting where you're, and nothing against any of the guys you podcast with, but sometimes it's like, so you're saying the color blue is in fact a color, and you're like, yes. You know, someone who's more adequate, I guess is, I don't want to sound mean, but someone that you can actually kind of bounce off of a little bit would make it a lot more interesting to, I think, most people.
Okay.
I enjoy listening to it because I think that this stuff is super interesting to me, just because, you know, we kind of live in this world and we kind of have to deal with what is actually going on.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we spoke before, post Koof, about how we were all kind of, you and I were both shocked at this time because we were like, wow, I never thought a PSYOP would work that effectively. I'm kind of saying that again with this Epstein stuff. I was in the Marine Corps for like 12 years. Worked with, you know, ODAs and all sorts of stuff at that time. You know, hard to get into the details and brag or anything, but we all know that countries do this kind of stuff. And then suddenly I'm being told, no, but the only exception, there's one exception to that rule. And people have kind of like completely lost the plot on the whole thing, where it's like, first off, I want to say thank you for exposing the gymnasts that were in fact apparently a PSYOP by Jeffrey Epstein. Jay, you called that one out.
Oh, you're talking about the papal acrobats, the gay acrobats?
Yeah. I saw that years ago. Like, what the hell am I looking at, dude? So you pointed that out years ago.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm kind of confused about now is people get real caught up on, like, does this person know? I'm like, well, everyone's going to know the guy, right? This is not
does this, hold on, slow down. Does this person what? Say it again.
Oh, Epstein. Everyone knows Epstein.
Okay.
Everyone in power is going to know this guy.
Okay.
That's not the question.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Of course people know him. And, you know, if George Lucas knows him, does that mean Jeffrey Epstein created Star Wars? No, of course not. It's ridiculous. Instead of focusing on what his actual operations were, these are things you have talked about for years. Again, I don't owe you an apology, but a lot of people do. You've talked about this stuff for years, you know, and I was always sitting there going, yeah, I've heard about people doing this stuff for years. The Marine Corps is kind of a weird place because it's like the only terrible and honest branch of the military. I always joke, you know, you ever read the book, The War's a Racket by Smedley Butler?
Smedley Butler, yeah.
It's big Marine, right? Like anytime you hear a story of like some military dude writing a book that's anti-establishment, it's almost always a Marine. Marines are real honest. We don't lie about this stuff. We're not over here like, no, we're trying to save the world, dude. Like, no, we like to stack bodies, dude. I'm sorry. But what I'm getting at, though, is, you know, you have these situations where these have been consistent issues for a very long time. I think you spoke to the Rockefellers getting involved, or was it the Rothschilds? Can't remember which one, in the papal bank in the 1800s.
Yeah, 1832, first loan, yep.
And I think, you know, tough guys don't read books, which is a weird thing. Someone should have told me that because every guy I knew in the Marine Corps read books. to get in, to many of the jobs, it would be expected that you'd read a book like something stupid like Starship Troopers was a expected reading material.
No, I know. I mean, hold on. No, at West Point they use Robert Heinlein's novels as part of your course.
Yeah, you have to read stuff. Like, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I wrote a white paper in 2010, for the record, about a positive fireworks. Sorry,
about
a
you cut out
near-peer war in 2010. And I was right of what happened in Russia and Ukraine. So what I'm kind of curious as to what you think on this is, like, they release this information. People literally are obsessed with the dumbest stuff on it, scimitars and George Bush Sr. and dumb things like that. What should we do, and what should we focus on exposing to people and remembering so it doesn't get memory hold? What do you think?
I think, good question. The most important aspects are the international structure of this organized crime syndicate, how it works, how it is like Spectre in James Bond. I mean, it's not accidental that I was saying on yesterday or the day before stream that Epstein is basically Blofeld. Because Ian Fleming, when he was writing those novels, because I did my grad work on this, I didn't end up finishing my grad thesis, but I did publish it in a peer review, by the way. So I can actually say to a lot of these scientism dorks that I'm actually published in peer review. Now it is economics and sociology, but I guarantee you that's more of a credible thing than anybody else can say in this domain, right? All the dorks. I mean, there might be some dorks that are published, but let me see if I can, just as a joke, let me see if I can find my peer review. And you guys can see that it really is. It's the many layers of 007, I think is what it was. Ooh, look at that. Peer review. So anybody who wants to diss me, you're actually dissing a peer-reviewed source in academia. Excuse me, I'm a peer-reviewed source. And what do you do if I'm a peer-reviewed source and I tell you that peer review is bullshit? Because now you have an authority telling you that authorities are bullshit. What do you do now? So anyway, so as you can see, no, I did not finish this thesis. I did all the way up to my graduate thesis, and this was the thesis, and I was like, nah, forget it. I just ended up publishing it. It did go into peer review. So there you go. Now you have authorities telling you not to listen to the authorities. And as you can see, yes, it is a semiotic analysis of Ian Fleming's novels and their use during the Cold War for propaganda. So fiction and propaganda in the Cold War. By the way, I don't even know if I've read this final version. I don't even remember what's in this final PDF version here. I don't even have access to my own. Somebody might have sent me this back at the time. I don't remember, but this was published in like March of 2017. So, but nobody reads peer review stuff anyway. Nobody reads this academic shit. So I was like, well, I might as well just write books on the subject, because then people will actually read it and I'll actually make a living. Nobody cares what academics say. But the reason I'm talking about this is because the more I saw the methodology that Ian Fleming was using in his stuff, I noticed that, okay, he's pulling from the real operations he was involved in, right? Like there was Operation Goldeneye, I think, where he was spying on fascists in Franco's Spain. There's Operation Mincemeat, which they made that movie about recently, which is real, where they sort of put out the fake body with the fake plans in it, which would get the Germans chasing a false lead. That movie was pretty good. I'm trying to remember who was in that. Was it like, was it Benedict Cumberbatch? I can't remember who was in Operation Mincemeat, but let's see. Anyway, that's true. And that's based on Ben McIntyre's writings. He's one of the well-known writers on the subject of Bondology. Yes, actually, Bondology is its own discipline in academia. It's a sub niche, which is pretty interesting. But Operation Mincemeat is real. And the reason I'm talking about this is that the more that, okay, it's Colin Firth. It's a Netflix movie. Yeah. If you've never seen Operation Mincemeat, it's pretty good. But you realize that because Ian Fleming was naval intelligence, and he was eventually pretty high up at British intelligence, MI6, he was able to organize and strategize a lot of even things like the U.S. Secret Service superstructure. So it's actually Ian Fleming that helped establish the OSS together with Bill Donovan and others. So that's why he matters. And a lot of people don't realize he matters that much, but it also shows Hollywood, right? It shows how Hollywood is an engine of propaganda, revelation of the method, whatever terms you want to use. Like, it's all there in the Ian Fleming stuff. And that's why I focused on it, because I was a skeptic as well when I heard that, wait a minute, there's a connection between the CIA and Hollywood. I remember hearing this when I was like 19, 20, 21, and I didn't really know what to make of it. Thought it sounded a little outlandish. And then the more you dive in, you dig in, oh, that's actually a CIA and Mossad, obviously. There's a lot of, obviously, a huge presence of Mossad in Hollywood, but CIA as well, and British intelligence too. So we need to understand it's all the above, right? It's not, because a lot of times those entities, through the special relationship, they liaison and work together. Five Eyes, etc. So Ian Fleming is huge to this, and he's a great insight into how the world really works through fiction, because he's basically saying, I met with people like Jeff Stein McEffrey. He's like, I would meet with people that were like Spectre, like Blofeld. Now, obviously, in the stories and in the movies, they kind of hype up Blofeld like he's like this super mastermind and he's running everything, right? And we know that in this case of Jeff Stein McEffrey, he's not running everything, because there's several situations or emails where it appears that he's being told what to do and being given orders, including sometimes perhaps threats, or sometimes perhaps, you may kill this person. So, all right, let's get back to Jeff Stein McEffrey and see what he's got to say. We'll take some more calls and we'll do some more super chats.
By world leaders and ask their, your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world. And here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make a collect, your one collect call, one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which, one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number two would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number three, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6 by 9 with
okay,
a steel
Bannon,
bed
come on.
and your food being passed into a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at JP Morgan, who was then, I didn't know at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had two phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between two phones talking to Bear Stearns and JP Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you?
Well, that's interesting that he references hanging themselves in jail and you can't have phone cords. Given the fact that, as we saw with the Sammy the Bull interview, Sammy said, I was in that same Supermax. It's all bullshit. There's no way. Don't let you have nothing. That you can't hang yourself. It's not possible.
About how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life? I'm in a 6 by 9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million the greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the president of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that that never happened?
You're suggesting
like he would save the world? Dude, in the emails, he's the one talking to Ariana de Rothschild saying, we're going to profit from the collapse of the Ukraine. We're going to go into Somalia, profit from the chaos there. Give me a break.
I was somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown.
Brown jumpsuit?
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops?
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers?
No access to anything.
You had lived on information?
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No.
He only ate Almond Joy bars because he was afraid he was going to get poisoned. I mean, they could theoretically poison an Almond Joy bar too, but I mean, okay, whatever.
It was just, in fact,
Is it because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come, if I was passing by or would have to go for my medical, people would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
In
the beginning.
What were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes?
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true?
No.
It was all because you were rich?
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money?
Or get advice.
Now, we should say, so people that are not aware, I'm pretty sure this Bannon interview is from 2017 or 18. So this is an older interview. This is not new. And people are saying, why is it out now? I think this was in the Epstein files. So I remember hearing this is like several segments of 2 hours. It's something like 6 or 8 hours of the total interview. But this is, for whatever reason, 2 hours of the interview within the Epstein files. So this was probably cataloged, you know, at some point in regard to the trials and to see what he would admit or say in these interviews. I don't think this is being released because it's all a conspiracy. And I mean, maybe. A lot of people are theorizing why, but no, this is not new. People are saying, this is a new interview, so he's still alive. No, this is an old interview. It's well known that Bannon had done this, and for whatever reason, it was never released. It's not AI. The other thing I wanted to say too is, I'm trying to go fast because I know it's going to take forever. So I've got it on 1.5. That's why it's sped up a little bit.
Yes. Wait, they get advice to go long.
Yes,
you're telling me
time to buy.
You're telling me in solitary confinement.
Oh, I remember what the other thing was. Remember too that I think a lot of what Jeffrey's saying is true and verifiable. For example, he was a council CFR trilateral member, so that's not fake. A lot of these things you can go easily verify. But sometimes you can tell, yeah, he is lying. For example, at one point in the interview, he will say that there's no connection between race and IQ. Well, that's totally contrary to what he says in his private DMs and chats. So remember, this is the public face, Jeffrey Epstein, and what he wants people to see. And I think there was even an exchange between him and Bannon, one of the DMs or IMs. He was saying something like, yeah, we need to rebrand you as a philanthropist. I think he said something like that.
Interested in going long?
Yeah. They wanted to.
What does that say about human nature?
Well, what I think people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every...
Yeah, right. The only reason that they put him in solitary confinement isn't because people had suspicions that he was part of an international global elite Blofeld Spectre Bond villain level scheme. It's because people wanted insider information, sure. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, 6 months before?
No, it's the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought no. Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's
right.
6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns. But Bear Stearns was still a zombie.
A shell of its former self.
A former self. But they had, quote unquote, saved it. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke, what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back, when you have these systems, to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis because the derivatives got somehow.
And that's true because they were betting with other people's money. Exactly what happened in Operation Gladio when the Banco d'Ambrosio fell apart and the Vatican Bank was bankrupted, is because these criminals were taking the pension funds and betting at really high leverage. So that's what he's referring to, and that is partially correct. Now, nobody was saying it's just the existence of derivatives. It's the criminals using other people's money and then getting bailed out. That's the crime here. And as Big Boss says for $5, you know this world has fallen when the criminals are classist. You move bricks, I move regimes. We are not the same. Exactly. So again, he's kind of giving more interesting insider sort of information here that, well, yeah, technically it's not derivatives themselves. It's the criminals using these financial instruments at very high leverage to bet. And then when they go bankrupt, they can use the compromised politicians to bail them out with the public's money and taxes and all that. So absolutely, that's what's going on. And again, it's the same model that you see if you study the Brazilian car wash scandal, if you study the FTX collapse, if you study Banco d'Ambrosio and the Vatican Bank collapse and bankrupting. Same model, and they just repeat the same sort of criminal techniques over and over.
Out of control and like in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes, but derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what
when
was
you
the
fell
cause?
Down. There isn't. Let me say, there's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when you have to make your death certificate, when you say,
yeah, there's not one cause. It's an entire criminal organization and criminal syndicate operation that collapses. So yeah, technically, I guess that's true, right?
Well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. But they say, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? That's the financial crisis. Many people said, well, what caused it? They wrote like on its death certificate, derivatives.
Now remember, there's exchanges between him and Bannon in the emails where he says he has to explain to Bannon, inflation and the Federal Reserve are weapons. That's what's really going on. Now remember, this is the public interview, right? So this is Epstein's public face, full of admissions, but also there's the private communication, what Epstein really thinks, and that's why that's way more interesting than this. All this is very relevant and interesting.
But derivatives were not a fundamental. Derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I take it was Monday morning when you made your two collect calls and you were talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other.
J.P. Morgan.
J.P. Morgan. Did you? That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey? Being one of the.
Now remember, according to Two World Wars and Tiny Mustache Man, my publisher's new book, the whole chapter on the BIS is about J.P. Morgan and J.P. Morgan as a Rothschild front. So keep that in mind. The history of J.P. Morgan and what was that, guys? I forget the first J.P. Morgan operative was something like Treadwell, or whatever. But eventually J.P. Morgan became very powerful in the U.S. as a kind of frontispiece for the Rothschild banking clique of Europe.
Financial geniuses in the world. Did you understand what Lehman Brothers going into bankruptcy, the domino effect, that by Thursday the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, did you realize when your father was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't...
This is the same bullshit that we heard at 9/11, right? Oh, what happened? Well, it was a system failures. There was systemic failures, intelligence failures. Yeah, and just like with that event, we got massive bailouts of the intelligence surveillance superstructure being erected and set up and funded through the intelligence failures. So if you read a lot of the espionage literature, what you'll find out is that they're very candid and usually admitting that the biggest successes in intelligence agencies' histories is their great failures, because it allows them to say, oh, well, so if we just had enough funding, we would have been protected against these systemic failures.
Breathe. It was a bad situation. He could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits, or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes, but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about the.
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So in a 6x9 cell,
the phones were outside the cell.
Yeah, so exactly. Epstein's saying, look, it's not the fault of derivatives. America just had a heart attack. I'm sorry. Hey, listen, maybe maybe America has a little bit of a heart attack. Sorry that has to happen that way, but that's maybe what has to happen, It's a system failure.
In Palm Beach County, California?
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
That's what you do diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington, D.C. to talk to some deputy secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone in Treasury. Right. And that does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone. So I've said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am. In fact, I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach.
So, like a true Blofeld gangster, or like something out of Goodfellas, or like he's running shit from the jail. He's like making calls and still doing his criminal Blofeld organization operations out of the damn community phone conference area at the prison. That's pretty crazy. All right, let's take a couple calls. We're progressing pretty good through the interview. We're almost halfway. Rika's right now. What's up? What's up? Yep. What's up?
What's going on, Jay? Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm gonna just I got a quick question that you could drop me. So back when we infiltrated Venezuela and got Maduro or whatever, I was on Instagram and I saw this black comedian. He was like, it was all a distraction from the Jeff Stein McGeffrey files. And that just got me thinking, like, all my life I've been hearing, it's a distraction, it's a distraction. I kind of put this filter up to just think everybody that's saying that is, like, goofy, because you just hear it all the time. So I was just wondering, like, from your reading of, like, global elite texts and things like that, like, do you know of, like, some true signs of distractions, or, like, real time this has actually happened where they distract us with something that we can point to?
Yeah, great question. I think there's that movie with I never remember the name of this movie, but it's Jessica Chastain, and she works for a PR company, and her job is basically to be a fixer. So she basically manages PR crises, right? So when you have a crisis, a politician, a banker, whoever, like, they can reach out for PR people to manage the crisis. And one of the things they do is flood it with, like, fake stories and fake news. So I would say, if you look at, like, what happened after Pizzazz-gate, that had some truth to it. And then they flooded it with all this kind of crazy, ridiculous stuff to get people to not pay attention to Pizzazz-gate. Karl Rove, I think, mentions an example where he did this in one of the early campaigns. He brags about, he says he broke into the Democrat place and stole some of the letterhead from a rival political campaign. I don't remember who it was. And he says he forged something about that politician and then put it out, and that damaged that politician. So Karl Rove has a famous example of this. I think, cognitive infiltration, that is in the Cass Sunstein paper. He talks about doing this with fake conspiracies. So fake conspiracies are good examples, but when it comes to, like, mainstream stuff, it's hard to know when for sure something is a, quote, distraction. But I think you're right to say that a lot of people repeat this kind of stuff because they think it sounds smart, right? So people just endlessly say the same stupid shit. Oh, this is a distraction from this thing. Maybe. Okay, do you know that, or are you just saying that, right? And yes, this is a shit-lib movie, of course, but there is an insight into this movie, or in this movie, into how they manage crises. And by the way, you're right, Wag the Dog is another movie that has this same theme. Thank you. I put that in my first book, by the way, or second book, forget which one. What's it called? Okay, it's not any of these. Is it Miss Sloane? Or is that poker movie? Because did anybody remember what this movie is? I never remember the name of this movie, even though I bring it up like all the time. Because it's one movie about, I mean, there's only 2 movies I know about this topic. There's Wag the Dog, and then there's this public relations political thriller. Which is weird because I think in the film, somebody gets assassinated. And I want to say this is before the Seth Rich thing. No. It's not. Somebody help me think of this movie. It's her only movie about public relations. It's not Dreams. It's not any of these. Speaking of Jessica Chastain, it's interesting. She pops up, by the way, in a lot of these, you know, sort of CIA-ish political thrillers, particularly films that the CIA actually consulted on, like Zero Dark 30. So I wouldn't be surprised if she isn't one of the... Miss Sloane, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, so Miss Sloane, yeah, 2016 film. That's it. And again, it's from the Democrat shitlib perspective, obviously. Anything from Hollywood is going to be that. But it is insightful into how they manage and steer crises. So this would be a good film for that. But Nick, what's up, man?
Hello?
Hey, what's up? What's on your mind?
I just wanted to ask, like, sort of a political kind of question, but more philosophical.
Okay.
Hold on. So, if, like, the political spectrum...
What?
Is kind of like... If the political spectrum is kind of defined by, like, you know, the far left being communism, the moderate left being liberalism, and then the sort of right with, like, fascism on the far right and conservatism on the modern right, or the moderate right. And we kind of, like, from an orthodox perspective, you kind of reject that whole spectrum ontologically. Because it's like, you know, I was reading Father Seraphim Rowe's book, Nihilism, and he was talking about how it's, like, all fundamentally, like, kind of vain or vapid. But anyway, so what does the political spectrum look like from, like, an orthodox theology point of view? Or is there just, like, one, like, belief that an orthodox believer should have, like, politically?
I mean, I defend Orthodox Christian monarchy. That's the traditional church's perspective and view and support. Orthodox Imperium, Byzantium. That's the structure and the model. In fact, we have a super chat right now about that. J. Mel says for $30. Months ago, you recommended me to read Reflections of a Russian Statesman. It's a tremendous read. Now it's on my reading list. Thank you, Jay. So that's a good one to check out because it's, you know, it's a pre-modern perspective on the relationship of church and state. So that's what I would say is the normative traditional perspective. However, we aren't in any kind of situation where it's actually realistic to think that there will be in any near future an Orthodox Christian monarch. So I think, you know, with that being the case, pragmatically speaking, you try to do, I guess, the best you can at a local level to implement, you know, as many Christian principles as you could, if you are interested in being involved in politics. But, you know, that depends on your interest and your calling. Not everybody's called to politics. Not everybody's interested in politics. So people are saying Edge of Darkness is a great political thriller. Yeah, it's a conspiracy classic. In fact, I've got it included here in our Mel Gibson podcast we did. We did Braveheart, Apocalypto, Conspiracy Theory, Edge of Darkness. Of course, shout out to Based Trad Mel. Mel's an awesome, honorable dude. Mel went to Athos and was taking tons and tons of pictures with Serbs, Ortho monastics, Greek Orthodox. He was all over Athos, and yeah. So pray for the Tradcats, you know, to move in our direction, as you know. Unfortunately, Rome will get worse and worse. So, Boo Boo, what's up, Boo Boo? Hey, Boo Boo, what you doing? You gotta unmute. Jay should have been a movie critic. I was a movie critic. Yeah, what's up?
Hi, I just had a question kind of pertaining to the Epstein files.
Okay.
I use TikTok, which I don't think you approve of, but
I mean, I'm on TikTok. I think it's.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I just think it like mind bombs people to become retards. But go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. But so I've been seeing like Candace Owens TikToks, and I also saw a TikTok about Erica Kirk, kind of like a conspiracy theory that she may have been trafficking children for Epstein. I don't know if you saw that, and I just kind of wanted your opinion on it.
I have not seen that. I don't know anything about that. I mean, again, if evidence pops up of that, people should talk about it and cover it. But so much stuff that's going around now is just bullshit, right? People are just like spreading, and TikTok is the worst for just absolutely mind-numbing, insane, dumb stuff to go viral. So I do think there's a lot of questions with TPUSA. For example, that Morgan Ariel chick was trying to act like, oh, all the Candace questioners just got owned because Erica Kirk said that Charlie really did think that traffic lights would shut off when he walked by them. How is that an own of anything? That actually makes you more retarded. Because, first of all, the whole idea that being around a traffic light or a street light itself shutting off is in some way some sort of mystical indicator of anything is retarded, first and foremost. Secondly, nobody was saying that Charlie Kirk necessarily didn't say that. They were just saying that it's a retarded thing to even try to argue for anything. It proves nothing. And then they shifted into, when Candace finds a clip or some proof of something more retarded, they think that's an own against Candace critics. No, it actually makes you look dumber, you idiot. And what do we see Candace saying this week? More retarded stuff. This is like, it's beyond quadrupling down. It's what we're sextupling down. Because now it's not just mystical street lamp powers because of his vibes, because he was in the GATE program. I was in the GATE program. It's not Professor X. It's not X-Men. Now, they do study people and children. That's part of MK Ultra. But there's no evidence that they were trying to metaphysically take out Charlie because they saw in the future timelines that he would save the world. It's just insanity, dude. Totally retarded insanity. And this is literally what she says like every day now. Every day her show is the next level of X-Files silliness. Listen.
That's why that sentence caught my attention in the article. He spoke about the street lamps that would go off when he would run, about the special school that he had to go to. He spoke about a lot of the things that were strange in our childhood, the testing that both of us had to endure. We spoke about the fact that we could both astral project. You know all of this, of course. You have
So her and Charlie are mystical interdimensional twin flames that astral project and speak to each other. Because remember, Charlie spoke to her out of purgatory, her priest told her. And that's how she knows intuitively what's going on. So, like, people want to believe this over what's actually in the Epstein files, the actual documented, provable things, the real, like, bombshell stuff. People would rather be talking about this retarded stuff. Of course, no surprise. But when somebody said, you should have been a movie critic. Yeah, we did a whole full production TV show right here, being a movie critic. You can check it out right there. That was 2018, 16. So a lot of what's going on in this, the Candace sphere, for example, it's very closely, it's very similar to what you see with the FUD about Bitcoin, right? Like when we saw Benny Johnson interviewing Mike Benz and they said, oh, Bitcoin is fake. And they play the clip of Dan Pena clipped, not the full clip, half the clip, where Dan Pena says, the idiot boomer, if you knew who had Bitcoin, who created it, you would sell your Bitcoin. It's going to zero. And they're thinking that the clip is about Epstein. The full clip has him saying it's Putin. Literal boomer-tard retardation. They didn't even play the full clip. The supposed journalist, Benny Johnson, didn't even take the time to look up the full clip. And if you think Putin created Bitcoin, please go away from this stream. Don't even be on my stream. A lot of people say, I wish Putin hadn't created Bitcoin. So wait a minute. I thought it was the NSA and the CIA that created Bitcoin. What, they did it together with Putin? Wait till Candace says that next. Okay, let's get back to Jeff Steinbeck here.
But I'm here in jail.
Home in Palm Beach.
I can die my.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I did want to mention, why are you covering up for TPUSA? Why are you covering up? Dude, I've already done multiple streams for years about CIA evangelical black ops churches, that they're fake and gay. For years. We did streams on that 10 years ago. Why are you defending TPUSA? Why would you call out Michael Aquino and Paul Valley? You mean 10 years ago when Michael Aquino is cited in my book? Mine War, Psy War, 10 years ago? Well, when are you going to talk about TPUSA?
Phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you got to make one, and he's got to take.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me because I would have called 20 people.
And what was the advice you gave?
I said, you have a sick patient, and it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and.
Dude, nobody has talked about intelligence agencies and churches more than me. I've been doing that for over 10 years, actually. Type in CIA and religion or CIA and churches. What do you know? 7-8 years ago, 30,000 views. How the CIA subverts churches and religions. 10 months ago, we did a 3-hour almost stream on CIA, KGB, NGOs, think tanks, and Christianity. 5 years ago, church spies, CIA, KGB, churches, and geopolitics. Intelligence agencies in the church, right here. Shout out to Rachel Wilson, by the way, because she also has been doing many, many podcasts on the exact same topic. Now, there was a recent stream specifically on evangelical black ops churches, and we were commenting on Candace and all that stuff. So let me find you that one, because that one is probably most relevant for this. Candace Owens and Evangelical Black Ops Business Church, right here. Almost 3 months ago. There's a whole 3-hour stream on it. Why don't you talk about TPUSA? Why don't you talk about Evangelical Black Ops churches? Why don't you talk about the thing that you're the dude that talked about it about? I'm the dude on this topic. Nobody has covered this topic more than me in the last decade. And to have absolute retards come here and say, he won't cover the evangelical black ops CIA churches because he works for TPUSA. He's in love with Eric Kirk. He got a crush on Eric Kirk. He's paid shill. By the way, if you go to my channel and you type in charismatic, that's another one. Dude, some of those 6-hour streams have like 60,000 views. So like, what are you talking about? And I call out the charismatic churches as money laundering, fraud, scam institutions. And it's weird because it doesn't matter how many times you call it out, and it doesn't matter how many clips channels clip it. You won't call this out because you're part of it. Five years ago, business church calling out mega churches, 65,000 views on a 4-hour live stream. I'm sorry that TikTok ruined your attention span, that you can't go actually listen to a full podcast. That's not my fault. That's your fault for spending all your time bombing your mind on TikTok. That's your fault. It's not mine. By the way, Rachel literally just went on Cleve last week talking about this subject. Shout out to Cleve. Let's see if that's still up. So we come over here. Let's see if it's under. Maybe it's under live streams. Let's see. Oh, look at this right here. How the CIA and big foundations subverted Christianity. Right there. And I think Cleve and I did a stream on that too. Is it this one? So here is Rachel discussing it with Cleve. I want to say Rachel and I did a podcast on this too. I can't remember. There's every day there's podcasts. So yeah, I think Cleve and I discussed it here in this one too. So check that out. Giving props to other people. Anyway. We're never going to finish Jeff's time, but that's okay. What's up, Braveheart? Braveheart, you want to unmute?
Hey, I called about 10 days ago, so hoping tonight I might actually get an answer to my question. It's kind of on the subject that you're talking about.
Oh, you got mad because we made the wine mom joke.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, you got mad because we made a wine mom joke.
Okay.
It's just jokes.
First of all, okay, I didn't hear the word, and I don't drink the wine that you talked about. So yeah, you had a fun. Whatever.
It's just a joke. Can you not take a joke?
That's fine. That's fine. But what I'm trying to say is, I do respect you, Jay. Okay, and the reason I'm asking you the question is because of your background and your knowledge.
Okay.
And I respect that. Wait, I need to ask it because you didn't answer it. You jumped right into this whole Candace thing.
I literally just answered your question in the last 5 minutes.
Candace.
The last 5. Of course it does. What do you mean it doesn't have anything to do?
No.
Yes,
I
it does.
didn't bring her up. I had nothing to do with that. I don't follow her. Okay, listen. I asked you what I thought was a simple question.
You said, why aren't you covering Erica?
You don't have to answer
You
it.
said, why aren't you covering? I did.
Oh my
again.
gosh. No, look at. Can I just get the question out?
You said,
please?
why don't you cover Erica and TPUSA?
No,
And I said, I do.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I didn't. I asked you, what does your discernment tell you? What did it tell you? 4
Come
months
on.
ago
That's what you meant by
when
saying
we all
that.
saw Erica kneel next to his coffin long before anybody came up with any theories. I knew. My 4-year-old grandson.
Okay, good.
I'm asking you, did you know?
When did I defend Erica Kirk?
Fake back then, and I get it. You're the expert on all this.
All right.
You've done it for years. 5 years ago.
Yeah, I know. Okay, fine. You win. You expose me. Go make some exposed clips. You're still mad. Emerald, what's up? What's up?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I had a question with all the Epstein stuff. So I know obviously, like, they hate children. I was wondering if from what you've seen, is there any, like, are they the ones that have kind of caused and pushed, like, the whole abortion agenda? Or do you think that they just mainly have benefited from it?
Well, you have a lot of people in this sphere of the ZIO who openly say abortions are a sacrament. They're part of our religion. So, yes, I think they see it as part of warfare to abort the children of people who are their perceived enemies. They see it as useful for experimentation. We saw Peter Nygaard in those interviews that we played says, I will pay you black chicks for your fetal cells. So it's all the above and probably worse. stuff. So, Maxwell, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, so 1 second before you say something, Maxwell. I actually forgot. I just saw the tab. We need to get back into some Proverbs, right? So we're going to start doing one chapter of Proverbs on a live stream because people don't have wisdom. So hopefully we can gain a little wisdom and practical insight through maybe just a little bit of Proverbs every time we do a live stream, because we're not short of knowledge. Okay, this society is overly inundated with data. What we actually need is wisdom to apply the data and the information. So there's a difference between knowledge and wisdom. Wisdom is the application of knowledge in the right way at the right time, the right place. So what's up, Maxwell?
Hey, I just wanted to ask, how do I explain to someone that's not Orthodox or doesn't even want to come to it, how we are not Pharisees and we are not as legalistic as they are?
Oh, I mean, I would get them to define and get them to tell you what they think a Pharisee is and what it means. Because a lot of times, especially if it's like a Protestant or evangelical, like they're going to explain a lot of things about a Pharisee that could apply to any group, any denomination, any Baptist pastor could potentially be a Pharisee. So just get them to be really precise. And then say, well, let's look at the things that characterize the Pharisees in Scripture, right? It's not tradition. It's tradition in the place of the Word of God. It's not having robes. It's being obsessed with the external appearances and praying on the street corners, right? It's those externals and focusing on the externals that characterize the Pharisee and the hypocrisy and all that. And those characteristics can conceivably be anywhere. So it wouldn't be unique to Orthodoxy. And if those are the things that are problematic, then why does Jesus say that the Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses and they have the authority, but do as they say, not as they do, right? So even using Pharisees can be can undercut the Protestant argumentation.
I just asked that specifically because today of being asked, why does I was telling someone that in our church today or next Sunday, we're going to have a crowning for people or a couple that has been Orthodox for about 10 years or 5, but they've been married for 35 years. Well, the husband is going to become a deacon. They wanted an a church officiated wedding.
Sure.
And they asked, well, why do they need that? They're married in the eyes of God, aren't they? And I said, if you can just say that's married in the eyes of God without doing that, you can say anything is married in that.
Right. Well, I think again, well, this has to do with the Orthodox view of the sacraments, that we don't typically recognize sacraments outside the Orthodox Church. And even if there's a recognition of the ritual being done and then the decision by the bishop to not redo the ritual, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're saying that they had all the sacramental graces. Now, it also doesn't mean that we're saying that Protestants don't have any grace. It's just simply saying that we don't know and we're not recognizing what's going on out there. That's outside of our domain of judgment. Remember, Paul says to the church, I think at Corinth, he says, do not judge those that are without. You make judgments about those that are within. And so it's because of the unique nature of the ecclesiology of the Orthodox Church that it's a fixed, unique, sole sacramental institution that undergirds those ideas. Now, in the case of that person, not everybody necessarily has to redo the ceremony, but it's a very, very beautiful ceremony. So, for example, in our church in Florida, we've had multiple couples that have wanted to do that because they wanted the full, ritual and service. It's the same with baptism. It's like, can the grace of God make up for a Protestant baptism if you weren't, quote, baptized in the Orthodox Church? Yeah, the grace of God can make up for it, but a lot of people want, for example, the exorcism prayers. And most churches, Roman Catholic Church, like you don't get the exorcism prayers, and they want that as part of their entrance into the church. So, I think with a person that is just sort of out of hand thinking everything is Phariseeism, it's going to be pretty difficult, to explain a lot of the history and the nuance to that kind of really low tier Protestant objection. But, in time, maybe they can start to get it. But Bon Jovi, $50. This may be a reach, but do you think that the way that the files were put out, that this pushes us closer to some form of AI governance? Oh, that's an interesting theory. I haven't seen anybody propose that yet. I think that eventually they want to go to, AI governance, but maybe if they get enough people sort of dumbed down in the Reddit, TikTok sphere to think that AI will be an impartial, righteous judge, which is really stupid because it's only going to be as impartial as the people who program it, which is why we see, for example, AI even now can either be based or woke, depending upon how it's programmed. So, could be. That's an interesting theory. You do have Noah Yuval Harari saying stuff like, well, when the AI is advanced enough, we won't need human politicians and judges, and we won't be, subject to the typical human passions and corruptions. And won't it be better when AI is running all the governments and all that? So they're definitely pushing that angle. I don't know if that had anything to do with motivating the disclosures, though. Mario, $5. Not to distract from the stream, but I would love your take on the post-millennial theory. You've done research. It's one thing that makes everything make sense. After you've done research, I've been into post-millennialism since 2004, dude. What are you talking about? After doing some research, I've read all the post-millennial writers. I have all their books on that shelf. So I tend to favor the post-mill view. So I don't know, like, I'm not trying to be a douchebag. I don't have to do research on it. But thank you for this. Phoenix EER, $50. Blessed Feast of Saint Theodore, the Commander and Great Martyr, to those of us on the new calendar. Thank you, Phoenix. Appreciate that. That's a generous super chat. You guys are being very generous tonight. Imperial Analysis, $20. Great work, Jay. I love your content. I've been watching you for 4 years. Do more gaming streams. Yes, I do intend to. I was going to do more Alan Wake, but the problem is that I got in this habit of where after the live stream, I would go play Alan Wake. And now I'm almost done with Alan Wake. I've almost beat it. So I kind of shot myself in the foot because when I started the game, I didn't really know what I was doing. And now I'm almost done with it. But here's the good news. We will definitely do the new Resident Evil. I can guarantee you 100% I will live stream that. I played and beat every Resident Evil ever. I love Resident Evil. In fact, I might just redo Resident Evil 4 for you guys, because I've beaten that through like 5 times. So that one I know I won't embarrass myself on. A lot of people said do Arc Raiders. I may do that. I also got way further in Cyberpunk too. So we will definitely do more gaming streams, I promise. They're a lot of fun. I'm Orthodox. I have Orthodox friends who are pushing the Augustinian original sin damnation of infants view. It's retarded. It is a retarded. In fact, we had a comment today from Nikolai Korea. Shout out to Nikolai. And he quoted Father Stephen DeYoung. And Father Stephen DeYoung said, I don't know any Orthodox bishops, nor have I ever heard of one, nor is my bishop a believer in inherited guilt. Again, why would we get our theology from 17-year-old furries on Twitter? And I am not joking. One of the main proponents of this nonsense is a literal 17-year-old furry. I don't think that's wise to go to for theology. Demiurge, $3. Excellent work, Yakubian Soldier. Well, speaking of Demiurge and Gnosticism, next Monday on The Crucible, I will be debating Monday night Gnostic informant who turns out is not Gnostic. I know it was really ridiculous of me to assume that Gnostic informant was a Gnostic, but he's not. And we will be debating his monism, even though he's an Aristotelian, which Aristotle was a dualist, a dyadist, but he's an Aristotelian monist. So that'll be fun Monday night on The Crucible. Vane says for $3, I will be baptized in the Orthodox Church this month. Hey, shout out to Vane, longtime super chatter, longtime audience, bro. Welcome. God reaches people through your work. Thank you. That actually keeps me fueled up. I feel like I'm doing the right thing when you guys remind me of that. Dragos, $1. Dragos, $1. Jay, what about placebo effect? What do you think about rehabilitating an injury through that? Is there a higher... I honestly don't know anything about placebo studies. I've been meditating, breathing, and thinking of nothing. No enlightenment, not enlightenment for a mental reason. I can stay more conscious throughout the day as opposed to scrolling TikTok. Is it a neutral thing? Explain. Well, I appreciate your comment, but I don't exactly know what you mean. Dragos, I gave you $2 worth of donations about breathing. Are they too cheap? I just don't know what it means. Welcome to all the new members. We got about 10 or so new members. Dreus, $5. Robert Maxwell's publishing company was Pergamon. They published Changing Images of Man. Yes, we mentioned that when we did our Changing Images of Man lectures, which was, I think, the last Global Elite text that we did. And we are presently still working through the old boys. And I have not forgotten. I know people are waiting for the part 2 because it's been several weeks. But we got so inundated with Jeff Stein McGaffrey information that I've not gotten back yet to old boys, although I am ready to do the part 2. About De Palma, $5. In this world of so much data, how do we digest information and make it stick? How do we gain wisdom and intelligence and apply it? Great question. That is definitely a challenge in the never-ending infinity data world that we're in. Well, let's go ahead and kick off our wisdom section. This will be our wisdom segment. We're going to actually see if we can gain some wisdom. Of course, Proverbs was, for those that don't know, a catechism. It was intended to be a catechism for young men during the Old Testament period. And of course, the church fathers often recommend the wisdom text and catechism, Proverbs and other deuterocanonical texts for catechesis. So it's pretty much the same for us as well. So let's read one chapter and see if we can gain wisdom. And we'll make this a segment in every one of our streams. Proverbs 11. We're going to skip past the chapters on, I guess I should begin with 10, the wisdom chapters. So we're going to start with 10. Because all the way up to 9 are the wisdom texts. R. Rusa, $10. And he's got a Hanukkah candelabra. Are you a Russian spy? Yes, absolutely Russian spy. Never been to Russia. Been invited to Russia, haven't gone. But because I'm an Orthodox Christian, I must be a Russian spy. Yep. And what's funny is that people don't even realize that most of the people that are expatriates who make up ROKOR in Europe and in America were actually fleeing Bolsheviks and the NKVD and were aided by the CIA and British intelligence to come to the West. The White Russians, for example. But today's people are so dumbed down, no nuance. They assume Russian Orthodox churches must be KGB. Even though the KGB persecuted ROKOR and Russian church. This is what people think. A lot of the trad cats think this. It's completely stupid. Proverbs, a wise son makes a glad father, but a foolish son is a grief to his mother. So, honoring our father and mother is very important in Proverbs in the beginning of catechesis here. Now, at the beginning of Proverbs, we learn that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And that's relevant, I think, for the atheists, because all of the atheists' number one flaw isn't really their lack of information or IQ. It's actually a moral problem. That's the problem with atheism. The fool has said in his heart, there's no God in the Psalm. So atheism is actually a moral and spiritual problem that has to do with pride and arrogance as opposed to a lack of evidence or knowledge. Treasures of wickedness profit nothing, but righteousness delivers from death. So if we make our focus on just getting paid and stacking cash, our life will be profitless. Our life will be travail. But it's more important to be righteous, to live according to the virtues, according to the Ten Commandments. That's more important than attaining wealth. But of course, most of this world follows the attainment of wealth over any concern for righteousness. The Lord will not allow the righteous soul to famish, but he casts away the desire of the wicked. And remember, in a lot of the Proverbs, we have what are kind of, it's its own unique type of literature, wisdom literature, and they're giving generalities. So we have to understand when we interpret these are not absolute universal claims. Okay, it's not as if no righteous person was ever hungry. But generally speaking, God will provide for his people and not allow them to be destroyed or to go hungry. And that could be interpreted both physically and spiritually as well. And we should always put, of course, the spiritual first over the physical and the temporal. He who is lazy or has a slack hand becomes poor, but the hand of the diligent makes one rich. Now, notice how many of the Proverbs deal with economics. And we have a lot of people who are super spiritual, and they're too spiritual for money and economics, especially when they're broke young dudes who don't want to think about how to actually make money or be successful. It's much easier to piety signal and talk about how spiritual they are, even though they're not actually monks or monastics, or they haven't taken any vows of poverty. They use that as a way to feel better than other people, when in fact, no, it is still the case that working hard is what will make you successful, both in terms of spiritual things and in terms of earthly things. He who gathers in the summer is a wise son, but he who sleeps in harvest is a son who causes shame. So here we have another one against sloth. So the idea that just laying around and wasting time and not doing anything, not putting the hand to work, or savings. Notice this is also a principle economically of saving money. Now, fiat money, not the wisest thing to save. You might want to have some fiat money saved up for, because it's not always easy to get out of gold or out of Bitcoin per se. But until we get onto a Bitcoin standard, you might want to have some fiat, and certainly gold is better than fiat. But ultimately, I would say, in my view, Bitcoin is the ultimate time-tested. Well, I think we'll see it's time-tested, but compared to gold, it will be the ultimate time-tested money because it's already been way more successful than gold has been if you compare the last 15 years. Blessings are on the head of the righteous, but violence covers the mouth of the wicked. Think about the way that the people in the Antifa and the leftist crowd operates, right? Think about revolutionaries. Think about Robespierre or Trotsky or Lenin, and these people are out for blood. The left these days, they want blood, right? Why? Because they're wicked. Because their violence even comes out of their mouth. They can't even talk without expressing a demonic furor to have blood and violence. But those that are righteous, that don't follow that path, we end up blessed. The memory of the righteous is even blessed, but the name of the wicked will rot. This is another proverb that backs up the idea of saints and honoring the lives of the saints, honoring the relics and the images of the saints, because their memory is a blessing. It is blessed. But wicked men oftentimes in history go out with a bang and no one remembers them. Their name rots. They get forgotten. Here's a really important one for what we deal with on a daily basis. Now, it definitely applies to today's stream, but it applies to everybody in our lives. A wise man receives instruction, receives commands, receives rebukes, but prattling fools fail and will fall. Think about the debate sphere. How appropriate is this to the debate sphere? How many prattling fools have we heard over the last 5, 7, 10 years of online debate? How many prattling feminists have Andrew and Rachel encountered? How many prattling atheists, prattling feminists like not so erudite that I've encountered and debated? And what happens? They make fools of themselves. Their very words hang themselves within their own 5-minute diarrhea fits. But a person who's wise is willing to receive instruction. He's willing to be corrected. willing to follow the truth no matter what. That's the goal here. The wise man doesn't try to make reality fit what he wants to be the case. He follows the truth and thus is willing to be wrong, willing to be corrected, willing to be instructed. Everybody should be willing to be that way. He who walks with integrity will walk surely, but those that pervert their way will become known. So remember, personal integrity is very important. And your reputation with other people is really important too when it comes to integrity. If you do not have integrity, what ends up happening is eventually you burn the bridges with everybody else, right? Mainly because you don't have integrity. How many people have we seen in the media sphere, in the alt media sphere, the internet sphere, with no integrity, who burn all the bridges, lose all their friends, stab everybody else in the back, and they pervert their way. And ultimately, a lot of times this becomes known. The mouth of the righteous is a well of life, but violence covers the mouth of the wicked. Again, so the righteous is a well of life. We can think of Jacob's well. We can think of the woman at the well. We can think of Jesus comparing himself to the flowing forth of the waters of life as the ultimate well. Jesus is that well, and his words are life. And so likewise, those of us who talk and explain this to other people, as our catechisms say, those are works of mercy, to correct the errant, to rebuke the wicked. In our little catechisms and in our little prayer books, we learn that those are good things to do. And it is actually good to do that. Now, you can have bad motives for doing that, but as long as you're doing it with good motives, those are good things. And thus, the righteous own wellspring out of his own heart, out of his own mouth, becomes a fountain of life. Hatred stirs up strife, but love covers sins. Why would you reach out to Fuentes? Why would you try to say that you would like to, see him flourish and do well? Why do you even do that? Why do you reach out to these people? Because hatred stirs up strife. Love and peace try to make amends. Paul says, as much as depends on you, try to be at peace with all men. Now, obviously, there's limitations. I don't reach out, try to be friends with every single wicked person. That's wisdom, knowing when and where to apply it. But if you see people going in directions that you would like to help them not go into, then I think it makes perfect sense. Why would I do debates with Tim Gordon? Do I hate Tim Gordon? Not at all. I love Tim. I like Tim a lot. I consider Tim a bro. His wife, his family, they're amazing people. They're great people. The debates, even if they get heated and intense, from my vantage point, are because I don't want to see him being in a bad situation. When I debated Nick Fuentes, I didn't hate Nick Fuentes. I don't judge him on anything. I would like to see him move in the right direction. And look, it's the same method and approach that you get from me with everybody. When Alex Jones asked me about an Orthodox church, this and that, I say, here's a good Orthodox church in Austin, Texas. Check out Father Moses' church. A lot of people said, well, how come Dyer didn't call out Elijah Schaefer? Well, first of all, I almost never call out people's personal lives over here. I don't do that. It's not a lot of drama streams. I will do a blood sports debate or something like that. It's not a huge deal to me, but we don't usually do a lot of the drama stuff over here, and it doesn't bother me that people do it. That's fine. That's their thing. It's just not what I typically do. Now, Elijah reached out to me after we were on the show a couple times with him. We did an interview, and then I think we did a debate. We had Luigi down there, and then we had the debate with Tim. And Elijah said, hey, I'm interested in Orthodoxy. Could you put me in touch with anybody, a priest or somebody? And he got Father Moses' number, and they had one conversation. So what was it you thought I was supposed to do in this situation? Was I supposed to make exposed streams on Elijah? I don't follow Elijah's personal life. I don't know what he's up to. But in that situation, I did the exact same thing that I've done with every single other person in this sphere. If they ask me questions about Orthodoxy, or if we have that conversation, I point them in that direction. And it was the same thing with Sarah Stock. Now, if those people don't go in that direction, if they choose not to pursue that, can't control that. That's not up to me. People said years ago, why did you go hang out with Wicca Phase? He's a Wiccan. He's not. It's just a name that he chose because he thought it was cool. And when I went and hung out with him, I got him to get an Orthodox study Bible. He said, I want to talk to you about the Bible. Tell me what Bible I should get. Everybody said, oh, you're hanging out with him and doing magic rituals and Satanism. There was none of that. Total just absolute nonsense. Because we thought of a funny picture next to a casket that was a B-movie set. There was also an airbrushed snake. Yeah, Satanists are really worshiping in an airbrushed snake. Yeah, airbrush people are doing the work at the satanic temples. Come on, dude. The whole vibe was hanging out and joking around. We did an interview. Why would you talk to Dasha? Because I want Dasha to become Orthodox. I think her husband is. Okay. She moves in the direction of being interested in Eastern Catholicism. Hey, that's a step in our direction. Maybe she'll become Orthodox. So people love to string together these conspiracies. It's like all we do is the same thing with all these people. Why were you on Crowder? You work for Crowder? Andrew helped me get an interview with Gerald, and we talked about all the same stuff we always talk about. Like, what do you expect, man? When I go on the Hodge twins, and the Hodge twins say, I think Islam based. Islam pretty based, ain't it? No, Islam is not based. Islam ain't based? What do you mean? What do you mean Islam ain't based? We have the same conversation I have anybody else. So, there you go. I don't think it's a good idea to intentionally try to stir up strife without some good reason. You do have to you draw your line in the sand. You have a red line, right? You don't cross that line. Sometimes it is necessary to call people out. But I think that the general attitude is we try to keep the peace. We try to be on good terms with people. And, take in the case of Nick, I've only disagreed with certain takes and positions. That's it. Same approach to Tim Gordon. Disagree with certain takes and positions. And by the way, remember the attitude of Proverbs here. A true friend will tell you if he disagrees and will help you if he thinks you're if you need a course correct. A yes man, a gopher, a toady isn't a true friend. There's another thing too that I think goes on in this sphere, and there's a reason for it. Again, as we've talked about, in the media sphere, a lot of people are, backstabber, narcissistic types of people because it's media. It draws that kind of, people that want attention and all that. So there is the tendency for people in media you have to be on guard because so many people are snakes and they'll burn you and they burn bridges. So it's understandable why people would be so guarded, and that makes perfect sense. I have to be guarded too. There was somebody reaching out to me, oh, let's do this. And I'm like, bro, I don't know you. So let's hold your horses, dog. I don't know you yet. But I think that our goal, not just in media, but whatever your job is, whatever you're doing in life, right? Proverbs is going to be a great instruction manual on how to handle things practically. And I'm just saying from my own experience, over the years, I've been doing Proverbs over and over and over since I was like 19. And that's because it's helped me a lot throughout life. I've always found new insights, new nuggets, new wisdom, and same with the rest of the Deuterocanonical text too. But especially young men, I would encourage young men to consistently get in the habit of Proverbs. Wise people store up knowledge, but the mouth of the fool is near destruction. Well, you got all them books. You read all them books? What did we see Tate say the other day? I don't read books. Books are for dorks. I need to have a fight and I need to fuck. I don't read books. Go Bugatti. Right. Well, Proverbs says otherwise. Proverbs says that a wise man stores up knowledge. Hence why you see 2 different rooms in this house that are all books. And by the way, having a home library was something everybody had 50, 60 years ago. Did you know every home used to have a home library? And now what do men have? Do men have a study? No, they have their man cave, so they have their simulated masculinity of sports hole. By the way, shout out to almost 3,000 of y'all. We had over 3,000 earlier. Shout out to all y'all who are not obsessed with sports hole. Woo! Props to all of the cool dudes and 9% chicks who are not obsessing over sweaty black men running in circles. Did you see the black dude? He ran in a circle. Oh my gosh, dude. But he did so much running in a circle. And he did it again. It was like, holy crap, dude. And he was freaking sweaty when he did it. So much freaking sweat, dude. The freaking black dudes are running in circles again. Honey, come in here. I'm going to scream at the screen because the black dudes are running in the circles. Whoa! He did it. He did it. I can't believe he did it. He ran in a circle. I grew up with people obsessed with freaking Tennessee football. If you're from Tennessee, man, my blood runs orange. My blood runs orange, boy. Now, we have some fans of sports who always get mad when I do this. I don't care if you like football. I'm just talking about the people that make it their religion, dude. And I grew up with my blood runs orange. Do people in Tennessee get UT orange coffins? They paint their house UT orange. And I'm not kidding. When I worked at the paint store for 10 years, I had memorized the formula of UT orange. So I grew up with uncles and aunts and I was about to say dads, but I only had one dad. Dads. I had my 2 dads. I grew up with my 2 dads and they were just screaming at the TV. Tennessee. Anyway. Just kidding. I don't have 2 dads. I don't have. What if I did have 2 dads and my 2 dads were actually Paul Reiser and that other tall bearded dude? What if Paul Reiser and that bearded dude were my real 2 dads, but also they were straight? Whoa, dude. Because if you remember, in my 2 dads, they were straight, right? It wasn't 2 gay dudes. Rachel, did you want to come up? I saw a minute ago you were thumbing down. Did you want to say something? Feel free to chime in if you would like to. By the way, it's just jokes, you guys. Like, if you want to watch football, I don't really care. I mean, I will watch I like an MMA fight every now and then. Those are fun.
If I thumbed down, I did not mean to.
Oh, it's okay. You could disagree.
And 100% you, because I was backing you up on I have the same Candace tards in my timeline all over the place, telling me you're gonna regret this when it turns out that Candace can prove that she was doing the astral projection with Charlie Kirk. You're gonna feel stupid. And they're like telling me, you're just saying this because you're a Fed shill and you don't know about the CIA and you don't know about, and I'm like, bitch, I've been writing about this shit for years. If you're
yeah, by the way, how would you prove
anything about that?
How would
Substack dummies?
Yeah, how would you prove that Candace can astral project? I'm thinking she would have already got me. You know what I mean? Like, if I woke up with sleep paralysis and I look over and I would see, Sweet Candy's ethereal body over there ready to pounce, then I would believe it.
I'm just wondering how come she didn't get any vibes about, why didn't she get any premonitions or dreams to warn him not to go that day or to have more security or something? I guess all of her psychic abilities failed on that day, but it's just they're so terrifyingly wrapped into this. They're so bought in that it's there. I have Christians arguing with me that astral projection and stuff it's actually biblically supported. What about Paul when Paul said? And I'm just like, dude, they're so crazy that you really just can't even talk to them. They're like way past talking to.
Actually, you know what?
The whole thing of like the people coming at me saying I'm a Fed shill who like loves the CIA or I don't know about the CIA, and it's like, what are you talking about? I have a bestseller which has entire chapters on CIA fuckery. What do you mean I've never? What do you mean I don't know about it?
No, absolutely, and I have to give some points though, because that's actually pretty creative eisegesis there. I'll give some points. Like, I wouldn't have even thought about using Paul's, vision of the third heavens. That's actually a pretty creative attempt at proof texting for astral projection. I'll have to give some points for that. That's creative. That's not what the text is about, but they get some points for creative eisegesis. But yes, now I'm all lost in my thought. I was about to go to something. I forgot what it was. All right, let's go back to Proverbs. I've skipped one. So wisdom is found on the lips of those with understanding, but the rod is for the back of those who are devoid of understanding. I would say that if you think about generally in life, people that have understanding, they're usually able to avoid prison and prison beatings. Anyway, wise people store up knowledge. No, we did that one. A rich man's wealth is his strong city, but the destruction of the poor is their poverty. The righteous leads to life. The labor of the righteous leads to life. The wages of the wicked is sin. Paul repeats that, of course, in principle in Galatians, right? He who keeps instruction in the way of life is in the way of life, but he who refuses correction goes astray. So notice, oftentimes we are our own worst enemies. If we do not receive correction and instruction, we usually end up going astray, and that's because of our own hard-headedness. Whoever hides hatred has lying lips, and whoever spreads slander is a fool. This is an important one to remember because the internet is a rage hate machine. And this week alone, for example, I saw a lot of speculation and people gossiping, and I understand that as commentators, obviously our character to a degree matters, but also remember when we call things out, right, we'll have to give an account as well. So now I'm not saying that makes Sarah Stock an ideal right-wing commentator. I'm not saying that. And I'm not saying that I'm condoning Elijah or any of that. I'm just saying, like, I've seen sex scandals in media and government, and it never ends. But I don't know what to say about that. I would just simply say that a lot of people capitalize on events when they hate a person. That's what I'm trying to say. And I think as Orthodox, we should not do that. Again, it takes wisdom and it takes propriety to know when to call something out and when to not. And also, as scripture says many times, to overlook a transgression. Now, I'm not saying overlook Sarah Stock or Elijah, being hypocritical. But also I'm saying that let's be measured in the way that we go about these things, because in the media world, nobody's measured. Everyone just rushes to judgment, rushes to the worst, and they hide their real motivations and wait until something comes out on people that they hate or they want to take them down. And I don't really think that that's the right attitude that we should have. I believe that if people are ill-motivated and ill-willed, and they're not sincere, time will eventually make that clear. Time will tell. So you don't have to go on crusades to take people down. A lot of people, for example, have spent years, they try to take Rachel and Andrew down. They've spent years trying to take me down. They want to take them down. They want to expose them. And it's almost always some bunch of nonsense from 10, 15 years ago. Oh, didn't 10 years ago you drunk texted somebody? Yes, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I drunk texted somebody. Yes, big deal. Good job, you got me. So what? I mean, it's just usually nothing burger stuff, right? And also, you know, I would say in the case of Elijah and Sarah, like, yeah, they're probably not morally ready to be leaders in the movement. But, I mean, is that the big issue? I mean, the Epstein stuff is the biggest news in the world, right? I mean, that's like exposing the entire architecture of how our world is run by wicked people. I think that's way more important than this kind of stuff. But everybody kind of loves and that's kind of a...
Jay,
yeah, go ahead.
Jay, not to interrupt you, but I think it's pronounced architecture.
Excuse me, but Rachel, that's a little too macabre for my content. I don't go into the macabre stuff, the dark macabre stuff.
That's because you can't
Compartmentalize?
compartmentalize properly how to pronounce the word.
Okay, well, maybe you'd like to explain the fact how you come from a federal operative background and come from a Green Beret family. Aren't your family all members of the Green Berets?
You got me. I'm exposed.
There we go. See, this is what happens when people see. All along, I was actually a Candace mole to infiltrate Candace haters, and now I have successfully exposed you all. You heard it from Rachel's own mouth. She's from a family of Green Berets. Now, some people say Green Beret. That's actually inappropriate. That's not the proper. Actually, Candace was right all along. Water does freeze at it melts at, what did she say? 34? I forget what she said. And by the way, I'm astral projecting right now. I'm astral projecting into Candace's...
I think you said water freezes at 0. And so when it's 30 something degrees out, it should just be melting like crazy.
Oh, is that what she thought? She didn't realize it was 32. I didn't really understand what, I knew she was wrong, but I was like, does she not?
And then people were like, she meant Celsius. It's like, sure she did, buddy. Sure.
In the multitude of words, sin is not lacking, but he who restrains his lips is wise. So notice a lot of people rush to speak and yap, and a lot of people yap without communicating what they really mean. So don't rush to speak, don't rush to judge, and you don't actually gain anything by massive amounts of yapping. And even Solomon is telling us this in Proverbs. The tongue of the righteous is silver, choice silver, but the heart of the wicked is worth little. The lips of the righteous feed many, but fools die for lack of wisdom. Blessing of the Lord makes one rich, and he adds no sorrow to it. So notice, if God blesses you because you're doing things righteously, your wealth, your wisdom, and that can be physical, actual monetary wealth, or it can be spiritual wealth, intellectual wealth, whatever. Like, it doesn't come with curses and punishments. It's a blessed thing. To do evil is like sport to a fool, but a man of understanding has wisdom. The fear of the wicked will come upon him. The desire of the righteous will be granted. When the whirlwind passes, the wicked is no more, but the righteous has an everlasting foundation. I like this too, to think about this in perspective. Like, think about how many, throughout the course of the world, how many wicked people there were. A lot. And think of how many wicked people prospered in their life. Now, fast forward to thousands of years later, who remembers or knows any of those wicked people? Nobody. So what did they really get out of it? A brief bit of pleasure, perhaps, and perhaps a lot of pain as well. So when we put things into perspective, the whirlwind of time comes and the wicked are no more. As vinegar to the teeth and smoke to the eyes, so is the lazy man to those who send him. Again, a lot of rebukes of sloth in the Proverbs. So again, think about how many things deal with work, deal with economics, and deal with your daily interactions and operating from a position of integrity. The fear of the Lord prolongs days, but the years of the wicked will be shortened. The hope of the righteous will be gladness, but the expectation of the wicked will perish. The way of the Lord is strength to the upright, but destruction will come upon the workers of iniquity. So just remember, bide your time. If people are bad, they're mistreating you. In the end, in the long run, they will undo themselves ultimately. Don't worry about it, dog. The righteous will never be moved, but the wicked will not inhabit the earth. So this reflects into the Sermon on the Mount, right? The righteous will inhabit the earth, or will inherit the earth. The mouth of the righteous brings forth wisdom, but the perverse tongue will be cut out. The lips of the righteous know what is acceptable, but the mouth of the wicked is what is perverse. So a lot of focus in this first chapter here, 10, on our words and our economic interactions and our work ethic. So let's take that into account the next time you are tempted to say, it's not my fault that I'm in this situation. Everything sucks and it's everybody else's fault. And no. Yeah, things are bad, but there's always been corrupt people and things have been bad. So that's not an excuse for sloth. And it's not an excuse to try to circumvent righteous ways of operating. 70 reasons, $5. I'm looking to start my journey into Orthodoxy. I was Baptist, raised Baptist, Hellfire Brimstone. Saw a lot of hypocrisy and it turned me off of religion. 35 years later, your debates and your content are opening my eyes. Thank you. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, I don't blame you. I think a lot of people kind of, especially if you grew up in the, fundamentalist type stuff, as I did, you kind of have a phase where you're like, nah, this is stupid. And then usually you kind of, gradually make your way back to more sensible, historic versions of the religion. Tara Michael, $2. Do you experience cognitive dissonance? I'm sure everybody does, right? Because ultimately, we're all fallen, and so we all don't want to be wrong, right? Everybody wants to be right. Nobody wants to be wrong. So I'm sure that there are things that I don't know about, that I haven't even noticed, that I have cognitive dissonance about. But I would imagine that's true for everybody. I think nobody in this life is going to be completely free from traits that characterize the fallen state. Crash Film, $10. Jay, blessings to you. You are a great influence in my 22-year-old life. I'm in catechesis at a Greek parish. Why are you Rokor? I think Rokor has done better being faithful to the Orthodox tradition, generally speaking. It doesn't mean that there's nobody righteous amongst the Greek Orthodox or anything. I'm not saying that at all. Just for example, Rokor had the 1982 or 3 statement, for example, condemning ecumenism. And while there are many people in the Greek churches who are anti-ecumenist, the hierarchy typically is pro-ecumenist. So I think that there's reasons like that. And also beyond any of the theology stuff, I just ended up vibing really well with my priest. We have a great relationship. He's been a very awesome person in my life. I have a lot of respect for him, and everybody that meets him also feels the same way. I have a lot of people respect Father Vladimir. So don't have anything bad to say about any of that. He's an amazing person. Love him very dearly. Bill Brown, $10. Where can I get Jay Dyer subject matter list of books? It was on the website, but I took it down because it was all jumbled up and the code was all crap. So you could look at my channel, the Global Elite books that we cover, or top 15 Orthodox books, top 15 books to read before you die. Those are good places to start. But there's not really one master list. I think if you get the red book, my red book, in the back of the red book, there's a reading list. So you can go to my website and in the shop, get the red book. American Squidward, $2. What business advice would you give to your 20-year-old self? Stack Bitcoin. Even though Bitcoin didn't exist, but still. Faradine Carino, $5. Honor your father, mother. Is that absolute? No. None of the commands typically are absolute. For example, if your father and mother, if they try to undermine a higher authority, such as God, you honor the higher authority over the lower. So for example, if your father and mother said, you must worship Baal, we are your parents, you must honor us. You have a duty to a higher authority to not worship Baal. What about situations of where it's impossible and the parents are abusive? Yes, toxic parents and family members, you must set boundaries. You must do things like gray rock, all of that, especially if they're narcissistic. But you also have to be careful to realize, am I being a rebellious kid, or are my parents actually being abusive? And if they are being abusive, then yes, you do have to set boundaries, even with parents. So no, honoring your father and mother is not absolute because they're not God. Caden, $50. Kay, can we get some of that Copenhagen mint so that you can develop strength to take atheist sissies behind the woodshed? I think you're talking about Alps. I remember trying dip one time when I was in like 6th grade because everybody in Tennessee, all the country boys, all the rednecks, everybody dips, right? And I immediately puked. Ironically, when I had a Zen, I immediately puked. And where are my Alps at? I do not have that problem with Alps. I enjoy Alps. I've never puked from an Alp. And I don't know where they are. But now I want one because you mentioned it. So, but maybe Copenhagen mint is a flavor. I think, Alp only has like a couple flavors. So I've only had the juicy fruit flavor, which is pretty good. It tastes like juicy fruit.
They just sent us like a box
Oh,
with like a ton of samples of Alp stuff. And I don't use nicotine normally, but the really low dose ones, if I just keep it in for a couple minutes, it's awesome. It really helps me focus on working and stuff. And then they also have caffeine pouches, which are amazing. So if you don't want to drink a bunch of coffee and pee all day, you can put the little caffeine pouch in.
Oh, I didn't know they had that. That's cool.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Also, I think that they've been pretty good in, finding people like, I'm assuming that's what Rachel's getting at, like maybe to be a sponsor or something like that. Because I know that when Dasha got canceled, they reached out and said, hey, we would sponsor you for getting canceled and so forth. So maybe I could reach out to Alp for that. All right, we're done with Proverbs, so let's get back over to Jeff Stein McEffery, or we'll never finish this because we're making pretty good progress here. Jeff, what have you been up to? We forgot about you. Sorry, man. Sorry, dog. What you thinking, Jeff? What's on your mind?
Things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Once liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
system.
system.
Forget about what it is.
Okay.
Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of, well, you got the shirt dirty and there was some damage. Pumping that blood, keep that heart pumping.
When you talked to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling, as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell in West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things?
No, you can't. It's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's, again, the doctor watching the patient die. You hopefully have some confidence that he's seen it before. He recognizes that there's some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who are working on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment to try to keep the patient alive.
Did you think that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. And you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're going to have to give it a shock.
In the run-up to the September crash of 2008, I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
Went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer.
So our good buddy Banana Up the Butt, one of the fattest super chatters over here. Shout out to him. He's always giving these big fat Daddy Warbucks super chats. He says for $100, Jay, the genius Epstein stuff is legend. It's legend building. Yes, this is a great point. In intelligence operations and intelligence cover, you build a legend, which is your backstory, and it needs to be plausible. It needs to have, some credibility. It needs to have some details that can be verified to make it plausible to other people that, oh, you are a money manager and you worked at Bear Stearns and you had a math degree and you were at, Bill Barr's OSS front school. Yeah, so okay, you're a good dude. His system building stuff, or the systems analysis that he talks about, is a mix of the infamous document Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, which we covered on my channel, That curious document, I think it is real. It describes a systemic analysis of the global architecture. It was discovered, I think, in a NSA or RAND Corporation machine, kind of laid in a copy machine years ago. It reads like a real white paper to me, like a real policy paper at a high level. We did a talk on the silent weapons paper maybe 4 years ago on the channel. And it does, I'm glad you called that to memory here, because it does sound like the type of analysis that Jeff Stein is giving. And you say it sounds like RAND Corporation stuff. Exactly. RAND Corporation, of course, has a lot of mathematicians and tech level people, including neoconservatives and Jewish Trotskyite neoconservatives like Volstetter, Herman Kahn, all of whom kind of formulated the idea of the Cold War and mutually assured destruction, rational choice theory. All of that comes out of the RAND Corporation. And by the way, we've done a lecture on Alex Abea's RAND Corporation book, Soldiers of Reason. It's one of the global elite texts. My allergies drive me crazy. And we did a mini documentary on RAND that I put on Twitter the other day. Of course, this got no views. Nobody cares about this. It's the real information. So allow me to refresh your memory. RAND is another one of the top think tanks that has engineered modern America. Kubrick, Dr. Strangelove, and Dark Secrets of the RAND Corporation. Of course, Dr. Strangelove is satirizing the RAND Corporation. And there's that. And by the way, I did talk to Vivian again. And Vivian says, let's do the interview in a couple weeks. So props to Vivian Kubrick. We will be doing our interview finally. And we will also be talking about film some. She does not want to only talk film, which is understandable. If I was Sean Stone or Vivian Kubrick or whoever else, they're probably sick of talking about Oliver Stone or Stanley Kubrick movies. But she did say we would talk about some films, and not just Kubrick films. We're going to be talking about films that she described as anti-tyranny films. And so she said, can you suggest some? And just sort of off the top of my head, I said, well, we've got, They Live is a kind of a classic conspiracy movie. We've got Lives of Others. I forget what I might have said Snowpiercer. I just listed a few suggestions. So now V for Vendetta is a little iffy. I mean, it's kind of anti-establishment, but it's also kind of a psyop because it presents the establishment as a Christian theocracy. Come on, dude. That's like Handmaid's Tale level bullshit, dude. It's like, who really believes that the threat to Western civilization is a Christian democracy? R. Rusa, $50. If your goal is quote truth, why does your brand of apologetics perfectly mirror Gerasimov's doctrine for using spiritual moral values to destabilize a target population to trust in their trust in their own national institutions? So he's referring to the Russian doctrine of operations, which is active measures and their policy of calling out corruption in other countries. So because Russia is a smaller geopolitical operator in comparison to the rest of the Atlanticist establishment, they opted for a strategy of calling out corruption and focusing on real stories, right? So in other words, if you look at RT, for example, a lot of RT's broadcasting over the last 15 years has been focused on conspiracy topics, things that are focused on elite corruption. I'm talking about, now a lot of that is leftist too, by the way, but as an Orthodox Christian, I am not beholden to or affirming Gerasimov's doctrine. I've never been to Russia. So he's sending these super chats to try to give the impression that although I've been invited to Russia 3 times, I've not gone to Russia. And as I said, Orthodox Christianity is in between two powers, especially during the Cold War. You have the CIA and British intelligence, and you have the KGB and the NKVD. So if we read this article here, you get an overview. And by the way, I'm not affirming everything that this guy says. This guy ended up being, I think he's been defrocked. But his article detailing the history of Cold War stuff and the Russian church, if people want the actual history. It's called Between Two Thieves, the KGB, the Russian Orthodox Church, and the CIA. This is a good history of the nuances of this period. On top of that, I've actually interviewed and done discussions with people who are experts in the Cold War operations and the KGB. So if you go back to my Metropolitan Jonah interview, we have a history of the KGB and the Russian church here. So you can check this out from a historical perspective. Anyway, so this is a person who I think has been indoctrinated into the Western approach to psychological warfare and indoctrination. And he's assuming then that if I attend a Russian Orthodox church, which by the way, does not agree with everything that Putin does, ROKOR is not 100% on board with Putin. They will argue that because ROKOR went back into communion with Putin, that we're run by Putin. All of that is neocon, Pentagon strategy. So my question to you would be, why are you spouting the neocon Pentagon strategy? And no, if I call out my government, that is me being a patriot. It is not me being a Russian stooge. So you're actually just undermining your own argumentation by saying that if I call out government corruption, that makes me a Russian agent. Dude, that's like neocon gaslighting 101. So you explain to me why I should follow neoconservative doctrine and neoconservative warmongering, R. Russo. Free reign, Jay, in the 2001 Dennis Bushnell PhD, there's a NASA presentation. Yes, we've covered this presentation because Burmas did a whole talk on it. It was really good. I read the presentation. It was deleted in 2016. You can still find it though. If you go to Burmas's lectures on it, it gets into like nanotech and all that stuff. iMemes, $5. Do you think this is being released to make us realize that we are helpless? No, I don't think so. Tuxedo, if the economy is biological, is Bitcoin steroids? More so life support than steroids. Jim Bob, any advice on how to read more and longer? Get used to audio podcasts. If you, for example, have a long drive to work, make that a time when you listen to books. I mean, audiobooks are not as good as reading and taking notes, but it can come close and it's the next best thing. And if you work a job where you're having to do a lot of, activity type stuff, if you can, try to listen. By the way, one last note on the Russian doctrine of foreign operations. We did an interview with Dugin 10 years ago. You can listen to the interview, and multiple times over after the interview, I gave my critique of Dugin's perennialism and the Gnostic elements in his philosophy. So you can play the game of trying to read into my motives, which is interesting because the first part of your comment says, if you are really after the truth. Well, there's nothing more lame to try to argue than people's motives, because you can never prove or disprove motives unless you have some text or comment where I say to say, ha ha ha, I secretly have bad motives, but they will never know. Like outside of that, you can never prove or disprove anyone's motives. So to just bring that up is like the lowest tier of debate, and it's more like gaslighting. Beck Evangelist, $10. I want to apologize for what I said to you and how I acted on X a while back. I was ignorant and spite, and I'm ashamed of myself for what I said to you. God bless you and keep doing your work. Well, hey, I appreciate that, Beck Evangelist. Not a lot of people reach out to apologize. This week should be nothing but apologies. But I didn't expect it, so that's okay. All right, let's break it up a little bit here. Evil Nico, let's take some calls. Evil Nico. Unmute.
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
Hi, Jay. Let me go find the question because I have it written down. I would want to know your opinion on Patriarch Kirill's. I don't know if you ever went over it, but his statement on serving for the Russian military, you'll be cleansed of all your sins if you die in Ukraine. I just want to know your opinion on
Yeah,
that.
I think the Rokor bishop said that might be going a little too far, but if he actually said that, no, just being in the military doesn't cleanse your sins. But my assumption would be that there's probably more context to that. And the Russian statement on church-state relations from 2012 or 2016, that famous document, that actually says, no, there's nothing wrong with defending and supporting your homeland. And that is a noble and perhaps even a martyr's death. So in terms of the context of the Russian tradition, there's nothing actually wrong with dying for your nation or for your homeland. That's a Christian principle that's been exemplified for 2,000 years.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. I know about the, dying for your homeland and protecting your people. That's a noble cause. But thank you for clearing it up and letting me know, because my friend was asking me about it and he wanted to know what your opinion on it was.
Yeah, I will not listen to anybody criticizing that comment if they're from the Roman Catholic domain, because the popes said the exact same thing about the Crusades. So, but also, I mean, is that really what he said, or is that just what Western media is saying that he said? I want to see the full context. So, but also I don't have a problem saying that Kirill can make theological mistakes. So what? But you're no different than it's no different than the Pope. No, it is different. Kirill's not a Pope. Kirill has nothing like the status of a Pope. The church doesn't hinge on him. In the Roman Catholic system, it does. 900-foot Brigham Young. Mormon space wives. What's up, man? I'm mute.
Yeah, what's up, Jay?
What's on your mind?
Hey, I got a question. Do you think Epstein followed Larry Lorenzo's 13 tips to be a Bitcoin trillionaire?
No, actually, he fell for the scam of like crypto altcoins, because he seems to be interested early on in Bitcoin, and people shouldn't find this that surprising because he was interested in every emerging tech. I mean, he's interested in cloning, DNA, neural networks, AI. Oh, I guess Epstein was into AI, so if you're into AI, you're into Epstein. This is how stupid these people think. He was early interested in Bitcoin for sure. That's there. RUSA $10. You don't expose corruption. I've been here for 15 years with the same message. So I do expose corruption. You exploit corruption. You're not independent. Okay, what is your evidence that I'm not independent? You're an FSB agent. Yeah, okay. Are you a paid asset? Do you have any proof of any of those things? So notice it's all just accusations and hearsay. Byzantium Reborn. Where did it go? Can you do some pull washer? Not for $2, dude. Come on. If you want me to just start doing impressions, he's gonna be more than $2, dude. Zith, $3. Jay, thank you for these great streams. I'm another Protestant trying to go. By the way, notice this guy. We're sitting here talking about Epstein, the biggest global architecture scandal in the history of the world. And this guy's here calling me out. Yeah, it's not Epstein and his international network of Bond villains that's the bad guy. It's me, a YouTuber with not even 200K subs yet. These people are just so ridiculous, man. They can't see the log in their own eye. That's what's crazy about it. AC says, are you ready for some goy ball? Dan Vicious, $2. I've got some lame-ass Super Bowl on my second TV. Uh-oh, he's playing both sides. Pork Halal, $10. Jay, thank you for all the Dostoevsky recommendations. I'm on the third book and I can't stop. Good, yeah, he's great. Tuxedo Mask, $5. Holy crud, bro. Did you see how fast that black guy ran in a circle? Making sure I'm not missing any super chats. Xlop, step $5. I'm loving all the proverbs. I should read more. Cool beans, dude. Okay, we're caught up on super chats. Let's get back to Jeff Stein McEffrey or Milan Milan. What's up, dude? Milan Milan, what's up? I'm mute. Max Smiles, what's up? Max Smiles, I'm mute. Oh, interesting. That's all of the people calling in. All right, Lahadi, $5. Jay, should Orthodox start marches for accountability? Like a March for Life? I mean, I don't think that old school activism stuff really does much. I mean, you know, the reason people would do marches and whatnot was to call attention to it in the old days of media. So I don't know how much public marches actually do in the era of new media. So, I mean, I guess you could march for whatever you want to, but I don't know what that would really, it's not going to do much. Everybody's on the internet. So Mr. Anderson, what's up?
Yo, how's it going?
Hey.
So I was in a conversation with someone talking about the influence of neo-Marxism in the U.S. And I was taking the position that similar to, I think there's substantial evidence showing, institutional involvement in things like the drug revolution and the sexual revolution and those sorts of things. And I was bringing up people like Kinsey and maybe their involvement with Rockefellers, what have you. And I was trying to make the point that I think there's good reason to believe that things like all the critical theorists and their promotion to the front of academia and the proliferation of their ideas was in some way institutionally motivated as well, or supported. Anyway, I was just wondering if you had any maybe like resources on that. I know that there's information out there about how Frankfurt School people worked with the OSS and CIA during World War II.
Yeah, I would look into Wilhelm Reich. Wilhelm Reich was a Frankfurt School guy who was a big promoter of the sexual revolution. I would get Rachel's book, Occult Feminism, Rachel Wilson. The Rockefellers' authorized biography that you see behind me has an entire chapter on support for feminism right here. This is the David Horowitz official biography of the Rockefellers. Whole chapter on Abby Rockefeller funding Cell 16 and radical femme stuff in the 1960s. She put millions of dollars into it. I mean, there's a lot. Francis Stoner Saunders, CIA and Letters, Cultural Cold War. I just read a few chapters the other day from, what's the guy's name? I left the book in Florida, so I don't have it with me, but the one on Mockingbird, Operation Mockingbird, that gets in, there's a whole chapter in that on the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Well, also Jefferson McEvery. I mean, he's got his hands in everything, right? Him and Ghislaine are interested in 4chan. They're interested in Reddit. They're interested in Hollywood, pop music. I mean, what does that say? All right, let's get back to Jeff Stein here.
Yes. Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When I say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do
someone like you, or you give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's, like Woody Allen said, you can't beat the bank. So.
Oh, by the way, guys, we have a show sponsor, which is chalk.com, CHOQ.com, the best in supplementation on the internet. Head over to chalk.com and use the promo code JAY. 60 Life, that's JY60LIFE, and you get 60% off all those great products. There's a performance stack, there's the male vitality stack. All of those are great for boosting your toxic masculinity if you are a beta soy boy, or even if you're already an alpha Chad, you can still benefit from chalk.com. And that is the site. And use the promo code J60Life, and you can unsubscribe at any time. Neos, $5. Should I stay away from nicotine? I don't really think nicotine's I think it's an overhyped problem. I don't really think that's the issue. I think that, in my opinion, not medical advice, but I think cigarettes usually are full of a lot of chemicals in the paper and the glyphosate probably they spray on it. That would be my suspicion about cigarettes. I haven't smoked a cigarette in 10 years, 11 years, 9 years maybe. But my ALPs are really low, 3 milligram nicotine, so it's not very much. Little Baloo, $5. Did you know about Mormon space relations by Donald Barr or Planet in Arms? Yes. I've not read the books. I don't know if they're, I mean, maybe you can find PDFs. I don't do PDFs, but yeah. So Donald Barr of OSS fame, who brought Epstein into probably some degree of intelligence operations early on, is the one that wrote Space Relations about international space trafficking, so, of people. So there you go.
I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time, in the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who...
Bill Clinton is the fault of it? I mean, come on, dude. Who actually believes that Bill Clinton was calling the shots? Bill Clinton was chosen by David Rockefeller and others, as they bragged at Bilderberg, to be the Rockefeller candidate. There's actual videos of that. Boy from Tongat something. Jay, God bless. What's a good platform for buying Bitcoin? Because Swan is not supported in New Zealand. I don't know. You'd have to ask the chat, but I don't know about New Zealand. I didn't know they weren't supported there.
Wanted to have an ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to
this is
afford a
Steve.
house
We're going to
before,
skip ahead a little bit.
I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother. His uncles can do mathematics. They can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks say, we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account for them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we paid $1,000 for your mortgage last night, when we put it on our books today, we're going to say its value is $1,000. It makes sense. I paid for it. What's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No. The Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? Something's happened and you have to sell it. Remember the concept of stress tests? Would you be able to value it at what you paid for it the day before? And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they changed the accounting method. In essence, to say, not what it was worth yesterday, but if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is, every bank now has to value something they bought yesterday at lower than they paid.
All right, the banking yapping is really getting old. We're going to skip ahead a little bit to the philosophy section. AC, don't have gold, Bitcoin, money, or real estate because the crooks try to manipulate those things. Just don't do anything. Epstein is everything. It's all Epstein. Epstein coin. Yes, put all your money in Jeff coin. Boy from Tongaku. No, we did that. We got another one from Tori, $10. My husband and I we love your work. We're always watching you on the TV while I'm feeding my baby who's 2 months. Awesome. You help guide us to orthodoxy. Cool. That's good to hear, man. Anyways, did you see what Fuentes has been saying? Well, again, I mean, I would like to try to be a positive influence on Nick if that's possible. So I reached out to Tim and to Ryan and other people who know Nick, and I said, hey, look, there's an open door, olive branch, if Nick would like to ever discuss anything. And it doesn't have to be a debate, because a lot of them took it as overly aggro. Oh, why is he just trying to debate? He just wants to get their attention. Okay, fine. We don't have to have a debate. We don't even have to have any kind of public chat or anything. I'm not trying to grift or gain Tradcat followers. I don't think those people would want to follow me anyway. So, it's the same with Elijah Schaefer. Like when Elijah asked me about Orthodoxy and said, hey, can you put me in touch with Orthodox priests? I said, yeah, here's Father Moses' number. And they had one conversation. So, irrationally irritable, $10. Did you hear any of the rumors about Bitcoin content creators saying a supposed planned deliberate drop because Trump and company want 60K to load up for SBR? I'm not sure if that would explain the monster rebound at 60. I mean, I listened to several crypto channels explaining what they thought was going on. But, you know, it's a lot of theories, so I don't know. I think one thing I saw that was a really good theory was it looks like a lot of people were over leveraged with betting on Bitcoin and crypto. And then when that got wiped out, that tanked everything. But then some people were arguing also that there was intentional selling to try to tank it down. I mean, I'm sure that stuff goes on, you know, until Bitcoin reaches maximum velocity globally, there will still be the 4-year cycle. Everybody should be aware of that. Stand Fast, what's up, man? Stand Fast, what's up? Alfredito, is X a platform to brainwash? I don't think so. I mean, I think it uses all the same techniques of all the social media platforms to keep people there. But I think if you look at the EU, they're trying to shut it down. So I don't think they'd be trying to shut it down if it wasn't doing damage.
Never before in 20 years did they have to do this. So something they bought at 1,000, on their books was 1,000, is now 990.
The bankruptcy of Drexel Burnham in 90, implosion of Japan, huge run-up in equity markets for the internet, implosion of the internet in 2000, 10 years later roughly, and then this run-up through the Iraq War and all that, the run-up to 2008. Every 10 years it seems like we're in some sort of, 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s.
You sound like an astrologer.
Okay.
And not a financial person.
I'm not a mathematician. It just seems to be a pattern of every 10 years.
That's misleading. That's exactly right. Because people.
Oh, by the way, a lot of people who say, in the case of like Elijah reached out one time and said, "Hey, tell me an Orthodox church to check out." This is when we were down there for the Tim debate. He was like, "What's an Orthodox church I should check out?" And I told him one of the Orthodox churches around that area of Florida. And then he sent me one text asking about talking to Orthodox priests, and I sent him Father Moses. No other comments, no other questions. So it's like if there's the way I treat a lot of this stuff is there's an open door if people are interested. And if they really want to know stuff, I think people have a sense that I know some of these areas pretty well. Like those people can easily reach out. So whether it's Elijah or anybody else, like it's very easy to, reach out and ask questions or whatever. So, the ball is usually in other people's court if they really want to have whatever kind of chat or advice or recommendations or whatever. Kevin Bacon, $5. What's up, man? Thank you so much. 6 degrees away from you.
People like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10 years is just in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital that had to be bailed out back in the late 90s when everybody panicked. And that bailout today would look small, and it was a $5 billion.
Sebastian? So I guess this is a separate day because he got a different shirt on. So maybe Bannon was doing 1 hour segments. What's up, Sebastian? All right, he can't connect. Let's see if we can get away with putting Jeff Stein on double speed, because this is going to take forever, dude.
It was $30 billion.
Businesses fail all the time.
But they long-term capital, the Federal Reserve stepped in.
But I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad all the time.
Yes, you're correct. The audience is watching this. The little guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt, or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt, or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt, people care because...
It's an unfair characterization.
Why do you say
Because again, it's the complexity of the situation. If you think about you have a complex system, you have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. This is...
Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. But the banking system is my heart. The system, I can't risk because remember, it's not only my...
You haven't been able to name...
Hang on.
You haven't
hang on. I was trying to hang... Let's see if the hang on...
No, you haven't been able... You're not good enough. You're like junior wizard trying to do it. You haven't... Yes. Since we can't name another guy that's as good as you, there may be a couple out there. You're not bragging. You're humble. It had to be sometime. Please tell me there was some time...
Yes, Jeffrey Epstein is very humble. Good job, Steve. Yeah, very humble.
Before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008, that you started to get very nervous that this complex system, that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, let's go back. When I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I understand.
You always sound like a doctor. You're afraid he's going to get sued for giving a thing.
Yes,
you're not taking on any liability. There's no contingent liability here for you.
No. But the word understand is the problem. Okay. I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial system.
Please stop. You cannot sit here and tell me. No. What we just went through, I'll go through again. The hedge fund man.
So this is pretty interesting because he does understand it, but he's also pointing out this kind of dark, irrational side to it, to where it's like, you don't understand. Like, I understand the financial system, but I also don't understand it because it's a living organism that has a life of its own.
The money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lectures at Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand it. No one understands it. It's a miracle. That's part of the problem. It's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. In complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease out some level of predictability?
So
no, in fact, you would ask the question, it's a great question, which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people don't know that before they were going to have a stroke, they had a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations. It might sound good. And if you're talking to the working man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So he, just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem, he has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal, everyman terms. The system had a stroke, but we don't know why.
But you just, okay. Hardworking people, and there's a great social benefit, would you not agree, with having people having ownership in the system?
When you say ownership in the system, it doesn't mean...
Let's start over.
Okay.
So flip over your phone too, because
yes.
I don't want anyone to see it.
All right, come on, Jeff.
We're fucked up with this. We'll get through in this film. Right. But you cannot possibly have to sit there knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance, to sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday or Black Monday, whatever it was, in the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment, triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well and created much of your initial net worth because of, and know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right? Yes. Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to make just 2 collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day, you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there?
That's not amazing. I don't want to say it's not funny. Oh, I thought
I wasn't funny.
Right.
But
not amazing.
No, it was incredible.
Incredible in what way? Incredible, like how do I do this to myself?
No. It's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They are both just 2 sides of the coin. Send, drop, and all the sand starts running down the hills. That's the way I see the financial market.
Well, you funded Santa Fe in the early 90s or late 80s?
I believe it was early 90s. I can get back to you.
But early 90s, Santa Fe was funded for the study of complexity theory.
So let's back up. So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
And Los Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons were, the bomb.
That's where the Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project was Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were they cut the funding for high energy physics. But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
A lot of people were talking about the beef jerky email or something. That one's new. That one just popped up today. I haven't seen that yet. And people are speculating that is code. Do we have any reasonable confirmation? I mean, I could obviously have no problem seeing that, like, maybe they... I mean, Jamie and I are watching Hannibal, the TV show, and it coincides very interestingly with what we're talking about here. You know, is the pizza also code for something else? I mean, I think the pizza is code known, FBI stuff for underage things. Is it CANNIBAL stuff? Nothing would surprise me. But do we have, anything pointing at that beyond? I mean, I'm not trying to defend Jeff something, but does he just mean beef jerky? I don't know. Like, I haven't even seen the beef jerky email. So let's listen to Jeff and we'll see what that says.
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided it was maybe not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark. But it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that in our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm. It was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was. Just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that.
So the email said, somebody's saying that jerky comes up 380 times. Jerky recipes. Francis has time to come over tomorrow. Jerky class. I will bring a taste of his new jerky recipe. He's working at a restaurant called Cannibal Cooks. Okay, so that's why people are throwing in the cannibal part. I've been eating beef jerky. I ran a mile. Really into beef jerky for a diet. 6-ounce portion of jerky, 6 8-ounce. I mean, I think we need more than that. It could be. People are saying nobody talks like this about beef jerky. Let's see. The best latest batch. I mean, my dad makes beef jerky, and he talks about batches and I don't know. I mean, Asmongold reacts to it. They think a human code. Again, we need to see. I think we need to see more than just beef jerky to figure out. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying it's not there. I'm just saying this one is one I just saw today. So, yeah. I mean, you know, when we were watching Hannibal, one of my questions was like, I thought this gives you prions, right? I mean, perhaps they know some way to do the meat where it doesn't, but it would be funny if we're over here watching Hannibal and you know, Jeff Stein is into that. I don't know. Anybody see any substantial information or vindication on that, or is it just hearsay? I'm reading the chat. I make possum jerky. Sounds good. There was also an exchange where they mentioned the jerky at a lab. Oh, interesting. That's weird. Pepper Profit, $5. Great job. Great work. Did you see Jim Bob and that idiot Dave guy? Well, yeah, we covered that the first part of the stream. That was the first 2 hours was the atheist nonsense. Sam, $10. What's your theory on JE being alive? I don't know that yet. I mean, I think those initial pictures were AI. It is possible to exfiltrate someone. So, but we need to see some kind of good evidence for that. But man, I'm over here watching Mads Mikkelsen and I'm like, damn, dude. Is these bros really eating bros out here? Is these wiggas really eating wiggas out here?
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your concept of the Santa Fe Institute.
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
So that's what I'm trying to get at. The foundational thought, the organizing principle.
So he's talking about working at the Santa Fe Institute, which he said earlier was about systems analysis at a very high level and figuring out how to study and predict large-scale systems like global economics. And could it be predicted is what he's talking about.
Of Santa Fe,
yes.
in the high physics lab at Los Alamos, right, which had been the headquarters of Manhattan and the Trinity Project, right, the bomb.
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
of physics.
Of physics.
Yes, sir.
Which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics.
Yes, they're both similar.
Project that.
The high priest of physics. Interesting terminology. Again, suggesting that mainline normie physics, scientism, etc., as we said at the very beginning of this discussion, is a top-down enterprise, hence why all of the top new atheists were all so close to Jeff Stein McEffrey flying on the plane. You guys remember Brave New World, which we did a recent review. So I did a talk on Brave New World 10 years ago, and I pointed out the chapter where Mustafa Mond says to John the Savage, you understand that the physics and the science that we do is not what we give to the dumb public. Right? Why would Huxley put that in there? Well, because the same thing then is what's going on now. There is a Reddit normie physics that's given to the dumbed down cattle. And then there's a separate secret metaphysics that they believe that they're into. They may be wrong. They may be off. That seems to be more akin to Neoplatonism, perennialism, Kabbalism, etc. So here is, I think, where he begins to talk about reality as math itself. In other words, like we live in a simulation, or that reality is a code, the matrix, this kind of stuff.
One of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy and a lot for the good of mankind, but also to be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body, of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter in than the mid-aughts 15 years later than you had been then because of work that was done at Santa Fe.
No, it was great. But in fact, most of the money.
Oh, by the way, for those saying that there's nothing to all this, blah, 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 which is totally idiotic. Another high-level political person, Norway's ambassador, suddenly stepped down. She's named 33 times in the Epstein files. Mona Juul. So funny to see people stepping down over fake emails. Dingbat, what's up, dude? Now, on this Kabbalah part, yes, I have lengthy talks on what Kabbalah is, medieval Jewish mysticism, from actual scholarly sources like Gershom Scholem. On my channel, you can find those in the archives, but I also did a recent introduction to what Kabbalah is with our good buddy Jake Rattlesnake, and Jake invited me on this week as well to do a discussion on his channel of the Jeff Stein McEffery information. So let me, because I recently reshared that. Let me find that on here. What's up, dude? I'm you.
Hey, Jay. What was that earlier when you were talking to that guy that was calling you Pseud, and you had that very interesting, I don't know if you could call it a debate. Why was he calling you Jason?
I don't know.
Oh, it's like, I've been watching you for years.
It could have been a joke. He could have been joking, like, because I always make the joke of, like, when people are debating and they just start saying my name. So maybe he thought it would be funny to just say my full name instead of the short.
Okay.
I don't know.
I did have a serious question, though. I've been watching both you and Nick for years, and I like both of you. I your contents, and this what I wanted to talk to you about was his downplaying of the pedo stuff, or rather, it is the narrative control that Israel is putting out with their best spokespeople on Twitter about Nick's downplaying of the pedo stuff, and Nick's counter to that being that what he's actually trying to do is he's trying to overemphasize the Jewish fixer narrative, because you don't have to expose what's already obvious, and so it doesn't make any sense to just keep talking over and over about the pedo stuff. It really doesn't make sense to just continue to relitigate the pedo stuff over and over.
So you're saying that's the fuller context for his statements. Hello?
Hello?
You're saying that's the fuller context for his statements, and then people are taking, like, that he said that the Catholic Church, for example, allows 15-year-olds, I think, in some countries. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm trying to say is that I enjoy his content for the flavor, yes, but when he goes out, he does go off the rails a little bit. He is young. He is, sometimes a little weird, and he says a lot of things that are, out there. But this specific thing that he said does make sense to me, that you don't have to expose what's already in the light. We all already know the obvious, he enjoyed the company of young girls. We get it. And he did that for other people. But that was what he's trying to overemphasize, is that it was a means to an end as a Jewish fixer. And that a lot of this, like, oh, he's just a satanic pedo, is narrative control by Israel. And he wants to overemphasize the Jewish fixer thing to push away the obvious, because we don't need to relitigate it.
Well, it's I definitely agree that the real crux pivot thing is the international compromise fixer element. So that's the most important. And I'm not downplaying the abuse of people, but the abuse and the number of the people is smaller than the number of people destroyed by 30 years of financial markets, war, chaos, all the things that he's got his hand in. That's way more damaging than, and I'm not trying to be callous, but, like, if that's what you're saying or what he's saying, then yeah, I understand perhaps how you might try to frame that. I wouldn't have argued, but I mean, he's Catholic, so maybe he thinks there's a point to arguing the 15-year-old age limit thing or something in Catholic countries. But I think it all matters, and yeah, that's why there's always an open door. Is like, I think I could, I have insights on some of these things.
I would enjoy a conversation between you guys. It reminds me of his perspective. Reminds me of when people really beg a politician to like condemn something as racist. It's like what is obviously bad and already in the light does not need to be relitigated. It doesn't need to be condemned. What we need to be talking about is what people are clearly ignoring for narrative purposes.
Yeah, I understand that. That's the narrative on X has gone in that direction. I usually focus and try to talk at a normie level to a lot of normies. You know what I mean? So I'm always trying to convince people of like, look, here's the Rothschilds in their biography saying, yeah, we gamed the stock market 200 years ago. Ha ha ha, bragging about it. You know what I mean? Right. So I'm always trying to focus on that bigger narrative, because a lot of people still don't even know that this stuff is real. Like, they don't know that underage espionage stuff is real. So
I'm the only Orthodox in my family. My entire family is Protestant, and recently my mom has been messaging me like, hey, what's up with Israel? And I'm like, I don't want to throw everything I know at her immediately because I don't want to scare her. So I'm like very slowly asking her questions like, what do you think Israel's
That's exactly the way to talk about these types of topics to boomers. Exactly.
Right. I ask questions. I'm not throwing everything I know about Epstein's connection. I'm asking her questions. And it just clearly the boomers and the normies are getting wind of this, and they are slowly realizing, okay, there is an ethnic component to it, and we need to be able to talk about it openly and freely, or we don't have free speech in this country. We don't.
Yeah, no, that is true. And it's nice. Thank you for that call, Dingbat. It's nice to be able to at least have some conversations now that couldn't be had, a few years ago. So as we get into the perhaps Kabbalistic element of it, I'm not exactly sure where we're going at this point in the discussion, but I know it eventually kind of gets there. If you're looking for a kind of a basic overview of how these ideas ended up influencing people like Leibniz, who Epstein will begin to talk about, as well as other Hermeticists like Hegel, you will find this introductory discussion here with Jake Rattlesnake perhaps useful as we get into the overview of what Kabbalah is. A lot of people don't know what that is. They don't understand medieval Jewish mysticism. It's also based on a lot of Neoplatonic ideas, as well as some Hebrew textual ideas out of Ezekiel and other passages, chariot magic, etc.
Most of my philanthropy in the area of, can you describe things that appear to be unexplainable by mathematics, and can you fund people who have new ideas? And unfortunately, when someone thinks they've been able to, there's a man, Stuart Kaufman, when they think I figured out how to be able to predict the unpredictable, what appears to other people to be unpredictable. But my system, in those days was called genetic algorithms, can predict what things will happen, and they all want to make money. So they use their systems to try to figure out, they know they have figured out the way to make money because they figured out the unexplainable. They try, they go bankrupt, and we start again. So with a cold view, what I've come to realize is that the attempt to mathematize, formularize, or what in your prior work, to understand what really is, in today's world, still unexplainable, is impossible. They're miracles.
Your first head of Santa Fe was Christopher.
That's interesting. So he thinks of the global monetary system and the chaotic organism that is the global financial system as a mathematical thing that's alive. It almost sounds like gematria. So there's probably a gematria element, and let's not mince words here. Some of that gematria stuff is just ripped off of Pythagoras, right? Pythagoras was a number magic believer. He thought that numbers were mystical, magical things. That's a big part of Platonism and Neoplatonism. And that element as well as when, the Hebrew text, for example, used the first several Hebrew letters as their numerical text. That's where you get gematria. It's the same with the Greeks. The Greeks, for example, used the first 10 letters as their numerals. So that principle itself is not necessarily some kind of crazy nonsense. And even within scripture, there are elements of gematria. For example, when John uses 666 to stand for Nero, that's an example of it. Now, idiots on the internet think that gematria is some magical code that they can tap into to predict all of reality. And that kind of seems like the direction that Jeff Stein is going into. He wants to figure out if there's a way to study and map out the organism of the living mathematics that is global finance, which is odd, but makes perfect sense if you kind of know about some of the gematria and Kabbalistic ideas.
For
Langdon, I think.
Langdon from
But
Australia.
Murray Gell-Mann was the funder. He was the rock.
Yes, he was the rock. He was a Nobel Prize winner?
Yes.
Yes, and a wonderful guy. He came out and helped us with the Biosphere 2 project. He came with Chris Langdon.
Yeah.
Chris Langdon was the operator, the day-to-day
Chris
guy.
was doing artificial life.
Right.
Murray tried to lead his own artificial life.
Yes. When Chris came to Biosphere 2 for the first big conference we had in 1994, he was one of the most impressive guys there among all the world's elite. Kew Gardens, the Lawrence Livermore Lab, the labs at Sandia, all the major universities, Lamont Doherty, all the big Earth observatories, Woods Hole. What set Langdon apart, I thought, and the reason I invited Santa Fe to be part of it, was Langdon actually made a presentation that everything, and he was making this to scientists, a lot of marine biologists, a lot of people that were just beginning, Wally Broker and people who were just beginning the study of climate change, at that time called global warming. That he made this compelling presentation that everything's really mathematics. Yes. It's all just back to math. And you have to, all these experiments you do, you're not, one of the reasons they're not considered by the high priest in physics as being real experiments is that they don't have a mathematical basis to it, and everything has a mathematical basis to it. Langdon seemed like a radical visionary. What happened to that concept?
Yeah, I don't think it's talking about Chris Langdon. I don't know who he said. It sounds like he said Langan, but I don't think it's that Chris Langan. I think it's, I would assume somebody different, but I could be wrong. It sounds like he's talking about somebody working in AI, and I don't know if Chris Langan worked in AI or not. Yeah. So irrationally irritable, $10. No, we did that one. Excuse me. Sam became a member. What's up?
You go back 350 years. So you have Isaac Newton, you have Leibniz. Move forward, you have people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's numbers can describe certain things, approximate certain things. But in fact, trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly. So 300 years ago, they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans, they were the occults, they were the astrologers, they were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes, well, no, alchemist was in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he said, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured.
I'm assuming he's going to go from Newtonian physics to quantum physics, and this is how he's going to get into the mystical stuff.
How fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this Everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. But what's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is. This goes to Santa Fe. They were trying to explain the unexplainable. Can we figure out a way to predict the stock markets using these types of chaos complexity?
Before we get there, let's walk back through it. Let's go back to Newton.
Sure.
Pre-Newton and then Newton. What did Newton solve that for millennia up to Newton had not been solved? And then I want to go forward all the way to Santa Fe, what they were trying to solve. Let's start with just 2 or 3 of the basic guys, but let's go with Newton. What pre-Newton, it was what? And then why is Newton such a
genius?
In the, I think mathematically they told me one time I've seen there's been 115 billion people roughly that have lived on the earth. And of that 115 billion, Newton.
Are you sure that's a number? That sounds like very high. We only have 7 now.
I think in the history of the earth, I think I'll pull up the stat for you, but I think it's 115 billion people they figured.
That probably is inflation. That's why you
have lived through the earth. But he's on the handful of the most important. What did he solve for? Why is he so important for how we live today? And then we want to go through Leibniz and the other 2 or 3 other major ones to get us to Santa Fe.
Well, it's a long journey.
This is the heart of what we're trying to do.
Let me take a bit of a detour for a second. What if you went to high school and the last year in your high school you took calculus? So Isaac Newton sort of invents calculus. But that sounds mathematicians
to torture seniors in high school before they graduate.
Yes, but obviously no. Yes, the answer is yes. Certain people can never do calculus.
Why is it? Why is calculus so? Why is that the dividing line between, to me, people who can handle that and can go on to do certain things, and people just hit the wall, even if they know math? It seems to me that there's that calculus is the thing that changes. It bridges. That's because it's about the theory of change.
Dude, well, Bannon let him answer the questions. Bannon's getting annoying here.
Change in the theory of how things change?
It's a great question. But in fact, what calculus does is it's somewhat philosophical. That's why mathematics Newton wasn't a mathematician, he was called a geometer. That's what they used to call themselves. They understood geometry and numbers. But there's an old conundrum where it says, during Pythagoras' days, Zeno's paradox it's called, where they said, well, if the wall is 2 feet away from me, and I take one step that's halfway to the wall, that'll be 1 foot away. And if I take another step that's half again, that'll be half a foot away, then a quarter of a foot. I could walk forever but never touch the wall. Doesn't sound realistic, doesn't make any sense in our real lives of the physical. But what Newton understood is many problems were like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit, but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close, it was almost there. And we can do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today...
Who's that walking around? Is that just Lane walking around in the background? Somebody's peeping around.
Was things that are starting to approach the limit. You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer?
Okay, come on, dude. Let's get to the point.
1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, it's like, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's undefined. It's not able to be determined. There's a bunch of things. But in fact, 1 divided by 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange. And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not.
Oh, shit, dude. Somebody said that was Candace astral projecting into the video. Damn. And by the way, if Charlie had that time tech, there's no reason Candace couldn't go back in time and astral project into the Bannon interview, dude. That's what that was.
Explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. We can have a convention to say it's X, Y, or Z. But in real life, we don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit. So Newton thought the same concept is that the limits were God. You got close to God, but you can never be God. He had this sort of religious interpretation.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big dividing line in mankind's history? What is it about Newton? What is it about what he's trying to solve? What did they not know beforehand? And because we live to a degree.
Doesn't everybody know this from like first level, like your first physics class in college? Why do we need I know people want to question Newton and they want to, people believe in quantum physics. I know all that. I'm just like, it's just bizarre that we went from corruption and high finance to Bannon wanting an introductory course on Newtonian physics of cause and effect. That's just weird.
Newtonian universe, although I realized later subparticle atomic physics, but at least for a while it was Newtonian. So what's the dividing line? Why is he so important? Why is he an inflection point in mankind's movement from the swamp to the stars?
It's a great question. Stars by Kepler. What Newton starts to allow us to do is to make accurate predictions. Remember that we've talked about that with money. about the things in our physical world, how cars, he didn't have cars then, how horse carriages moved, how bowling balls moved, how pool cues and pool table balls.
And people tried to solve that before Newton?
Many.
Heraclitus or Plotinus, Pythagoras had these great...
Come on, dude.
He knew, again, but it was all numbers. This was a system of things in the physical world, and Pythagoras says we can start putting numbers on things that help you predict how they will behave. You can add 2 triangles and make a square, some different shapes. They were looking at geometric forms. Newton says, well, I want to know how planets move. I want to know how things around me move. Can we find formulas? Can I find formulas that explain what I see in the physical world, how physical things interact and how they describe one another? Again, the fact that 2 solid masses, for some very strange, unknown reason, unknown today, attract one another, no matter what they are. People have seen the experiment. You hang something, 2 little metal balls from a string, and they move towards each other. In fact, they move towards each other was a very...
Yeah, there's different theories about whether Leibniz discovered calculus or Newton, or did they actually independently both discover calculus? It's an interesting point, but...
Very specific. So when you drop the ball to the floor of this room, Newton says, in fact, the room came up a bit to meet the ball. The room moved. It's imperceptible. You can't really perceive that motion, but they attracted each other with certain ratios. So he started to be able to measure things in the physical world. And that was great advances. It also, now you wanted to move very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially in the 20th century, 19th century, said, well, like Newton, let's measure everything. Let's measure people's behavior. Let's measure their psychology. Let's measure their health. You go to we can have my...
So this is like quantification, right? The idea that everything can be quantified. And now we know Bannon has an interest in perennialism and, the traditionalist so-called school. So Bannon has read Evola and presumably Fritjof Schuon and Gannon. So this seems to be verging into the, reign of quantity from Gannon, that kind of stuff.
Blood test. Let's measure everything. Let's measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure. Can we put a number on how much I care for my wife? Can I put a number on how I feel? And we tried, unfortunately, tried to mathematize
it's called quantification.
Minor things in life. And then recognized that there's things that, unfortunately, just fall outside. Everyone, Schrodinger.
Yeah, that's a great point. Normies think this is genius talk, right? So like basic, this is even like, isn't this like 8th grade physics? Like people think 8th grade's physics class talk is like, wow, this is like high brain stuff. Wow, this is high tiered stuff. But I'm terrible at math. I don't remember any of that math shit, but like I know this stuff. Like I remember a lot of this. Like this is why normies will fall for like the most ridiculous word salad, right?
Wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles. Not magic. Magic has a bad connotation.
You don't believe in the spirit or the soul? That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's but have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So
there's no question to you.
No question.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. There's obviously a certain, the questions in the past, even
because people would normally think you were soulless. So
thank you.
Have you talk about you actually believe in it and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz thought.
So Newton was at Cambridge, and he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially. Yes. But Leibniz, was Leibniz a German professor?
Yes. But what Leibniz said is, the soul is so strange, because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but there's some way it was put together that this material substance is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you'll try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics...
Wait a minute, Jeff. Let's do a little pre-supping of Jeff Steinman-Keffer here. Religion and con artists are the ones that try to explain the soul. But by the way, here's my explanation of the soul. So are you admitting that you're a con artist?
Nowadays you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology. It's a complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it, that's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. Something, I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black. But I see it being drawn this way. So I say, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves.
Yeah, I'm not detecting high levels of genius here. I'm detecting like basic familiarity with basic ideas. That's so far what I'm detecting here. So, I mean, I guess what he said about Leibniz is kind of true, but I mean, you could read a Wikipedia entry and kind of get that much of it.
But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone that there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
But no, with Newton,
So interesting. So he is talking about sort of mystical ideas here. So are we going to get full Kabbalism? Let's see where we go.
All his alchemical studies and things he worked on the spiritual side. Leibniz that just talked about the soul. Schroeder talked about what it's like. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wingnut today, wouldn't they? They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about 3 of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics? They could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics.
Good. It's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician or geometer then and philosopher, and as time went on, those disciplines seemed to.
Well, Newton was an alchemist, so he didn't. I mean, he referenced alchemy earlier and said he kind of gave some credence to the possibility of the transmutation of matter, that he thinks that's legit. And now he's talking about Newton, who was a committed Hermeticist alchemist.
Move apart. We had philosophy. Some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into 2 categories. People that solve problems. Those are more like geometers in the old days, just problem solvers. And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those 2 groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is a new. Science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics.
So there you have a Pythagorean, Kabbalistic argument that reality itself is mathematics or numbers. And you do find this in some of the well-known famous physicists out there like Max Tegmark. Max Tegmark, for example, thinks that reality literally is numbers, which is, again, kind of the ancient Pythagorean and Platonic position. So that's definitely where he's coming from, whether you believe it or not. And it's interesting because I've said for a long time that I think that probably the elites themselves, and I'm not saying that he's really some kind of like, he really knows the science. He seems to be more of a Pseud, but a very well-connected Pseud, an organized crime figure. They have a different physics. And that's exactly what I've been saying all along. And I said that years ago because Brave New World says that. Mustafa Mon says to John the Savage, yeah, we have a different physics and science that is nothing to do with what we put out to the normies. We debase the normies through deracinating toxic culture, and we have a separate understanding and discourse that we do. And it sounds like mystical Neoplatonic stuff, and that's exactly what Jeffstein McAfee is saying here.
Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should, unless my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics. So they create it. This table appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes, it appears solid. If instead of eyes that responded to wavelengths of visual light, our eyes responded to radio waves, the radio frequencies, it's not different, it's the same type of frequency as light with different speeds, the table's invisible. We know that our phone works in this room. So the waves are coming through the windows, the waves are coming through the walls. So the walls are invisible to that type of radiation, that type of energy. The walls are, I can see them because my eyes, a physical system, determines that the walls are there.
Now we're going full David Icke here. 5 cents reality. 5 cents reality.
Murray Delman, you founded.
We just need Jeffstein McAfee to talk about the Cheetah Ori next. Cheetah Ori.
Or the original donor and had the idea of Santa Fe Institute. in 10 or 15 years later, that effort to study the complexity of systems mathematically.
Yes.
Oliver, what's up?
Hello.
Yep.
Hey, fool. Hey, I appreciate, you covering the Epstein stuff, fool.
Hey,
but
fool.
like, hey, I was reading through. I've been going through all the Epstein files, like along with you and the audience. And like, fool, hey, shout out to the cholos because no cholos are on the Epstein files, fool.
Hey, bro, that's totally base, bro. It's like, hey, man, there was not one Jose, there was not one Gusto, not one Gonzalez in all of them files, bro. Dude, we barely made the cut, though. We barely made the cut, bro. Hey, check it out, though. No cholos. What up, dude? Hey, fool. No homies. No homies in the files. What's up, Tyndall?
Yo, Jay, what's McKenna think about the Kabbalah tonight?
Well, I think it's very important that we don't get a negative view of the Kabbalah from Jeffrey Epstein. Just because the evil people use the Kabbalah as a tool doesn't mean the tool itself is evil. That's very important.
That was Terrence McKenna, by the way. Carlos, what's up, dude? Hey, Carlos, man, what's on your mind, bro? Hey, dude, was you in the files, bro? Was you in the files? You gotta unmute, bro. Hey, fool, you barely unmuted. Carlos, unmute.
This is Carlos.
Hey, bro, are you in the files?
I have been looking. I am not in the files.
Did you check your real name, bro, or your fake name?
No, it's close enough. It's Charles. But if I were really high or really drunk, Epstein would be making a whole lot more sense. And I think he's got his 2-hour interview with Steve Bannon. It's like, I think he's just stalling for time. He's not said a thing.
Bro, we're an hour and a half into it. No, I mean, you think he's stalling? Maybe. I mean, he's balling like Joseph Stalin. Just kidding. I mean, he said some things. I mean, what he said in 1/2 of an hour could have been said in 10 minutes. I'll say that much.
It's a total failure. Yeah.
A total failure.
Total failure.
Why is that?
It's the failure of science because, in fact, if to some extent science doesn't describe romance, I don't know why I'm attracted to somebody. I don't know. People are attracted.
Well, maybe it's because they're like 5-year-olds and no, I'm just joking. Yeah, this is a bizarre interview. This is just so weird. We've got a couple more super chats. Faradin Corino, you should research the Jason group. Yeah, it's covered extensively in the Annie Jacobson book on the history of DARPA, which we lectured through, 500-page book we lectured through, and it's covered extensively in the Soldiers of Reason book, which we lectured through. So I'm familiar with the Jason group. It's elite scientists. They were advisors to governments on sensitive things like fusion plasma, DIRDs, defense projects. Yes, I'm very familiar with it. They also talk about free energy and ether. Yep. Cyrus Patima $10. Did you talk about extensively the connection to Israel? Yes, we've covered it all week. I've not been able to tune in all week. Thank you for your work. Thank you. 96 Deshay, $5. Do you somehow it feels like Epstein thing like it's somehow it feels like we aren't treating this Epstein thing like it's a world leading billionaires involved. Yeah, I mean it's I mean I've been saying all week it's Bonneville and stuff. What do you mean? Cyrus Patima $5. I found out one of my friend's uncles is listed. Well, I mean it's 3 million files, and that includes news articles. It's all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, Lord Voldemort was in there, and even Jeff Stein McGeffrey was saying he didn't like Lord Voldemort because Voldemort exposes the networks. Is what Alex was saying. But let's finish this. We're almost to the end of it.
Each other, and everyone has the same feeling. They've seen someone walk in the room and they say, "Oh, that person gives me a creepy feeling." Science has tried to describe science.
Yeah, this is I mean, wow, 6th Sense. This is so deep.
Doesn't describe what creepy feelings means. They just know it's a creepy feeling. I think women, as I said,
Jeff must be describing the feeling that many women had when he came into the room. So he must be very familiar with people having the creepy feeling phenomenon.
Last time, have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable. Women have intuition, men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything. Women are not really.
Oh, see, he's an intuitive bro. Right? We had a lot of callers tonight calling in with their intuition. We should just follow their intuition. Candace, just follow my intuition. Don't worry about a bunch of research and reading books. Just follow my intuition. Well, it turns out Jeff Stein McEffery is he's a defender of women. He's a good old feminist at heart. Good old Jeff Stein McEffery. Women have a more deeply seated intuitive sense. Now, do you think Jeff really believed that, given what he says in all of the other private communications, particularly with regard to eugenics and IQ and all of the nasty times that he speaks of the Wiggers?
Interested in measuring. In what you're saying in macro terms, you actually think science, mathematics, maybe ultimately technology is moving to that more intuitive?
I think science and math are old-fashioned. And unfortunately, people are still taught that they have.
Yeah, we need a new science that's lady-led. I'm ready for slay queen science, slay science, girl. And it's just going to be what I feel at the moment. By the way, Candace going to be the high priestess of the new science, because it's whatever I dreamt. It's whatever I feels at the moment. And it's whoever I don't like. They is canceled, unscientific. That's the new science. And you heard it from Justin McCaffrey right there yourself.
To learn algebra in school and certain things in school, as opposed to learning to
Is this what Larry Summers was trying?
By the way, this is the public consumption stuff. Katy Perry going to be the new science queen. Remember when what his name was? Fauci. Y'all remember Fauci? Fauci said, "I am the science. Don't disagree with me. I am the science." Well, Jeff Stein is saying Katy Perry is the science of the future.
To get at, maybe didn't say.
By the way, why do you hate women if you don't support? So hold on. If you are against, but if you're a feminist, then you're pro Jeffrey Epstein. See, now we're toying with the fallacies, right?
Perfectly enough. But what he was trying to get to in that system, the systems we study today, the way mathematics is either taught or understood.
Jeff Stein be like,
so basically what I'm saying is that Earth is too ashy, okay? Earth, you see, is very ghetto. It's very ashy. It's very ghetto. And we want to unghettify and unash the Earth with a large quantity of Diddy oil that would then moisturize the Earth to make it no longer ashy.
That women just haven't gotten up to the highest realms of engineering or physics or mathematics because of that?
Because they was oppressed, dog. Because the patriarchy was oppressing the women. See, you ladies, y'all had a negative appraisal of Jeff Stein McEffery all these years. Y'all thought he was a bad dude. He's on your side. He's trying to get you a damn STEM job. He's trying to get your stem cells and get you a STEM position, girlfriend.
And you're actually implying that there's a either new branch of science, or we've hit an inflection point like in Newton that's going to go in a Newton took mankind in a different direction because he was able to measure. Then you had subatomic, non-Newtonian physics later. Are you saying that you think there's another developing field that's coming up that may take us, I don't know how many decades to get our hands around, but that's what's evolving out of this?
Yes. Yeah. In fact, I think that mathematics, it's not the end of science. Every year someone says it's the end of, we can't discover everything. There's lots to discover with relationship to the physical world, but we know a lot already. In respect to the unexplainable world, we almost know nothing.
Somebody was calling him Jeffrey Simpstein. We have the smartest, funniest chat on the internet. I swear, dude. You guys make me cry laughing all the time.
Women, again, sense it. And instead of Larry Summers, I won't digress too much, but Howard Gardner early on said, there's not one form of intelligence.
It just occurred to me how amazingly transparent this is, how hypocritical the mainline voices of feminism are. This is a man who steals, grapes, traffics women, young women, and he's publicly a feminist women's rights supporter. Amazing the level of just absolute. And by the way, how many of the major voices of feminism, especially the male feminists, how many of them have we seen exhibit the exact same traits where they get busted for some grape scandal or some insane level of weird deviancy that they're into. Isn't that interesting? Shocker, right?
It's not mathematical intelligence. There's emotional intelligence. There's kinesthetic intelligence. You know, there's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true.
Oh, really? Is that why all of your text messages and private communications say the exact opposite? Because you talk about genetics research and all the connections between genetics and IQ? Interesting.
We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So
wait, what? Was he just saying that if I was in Africa, the black people would eat me, and so I would not be intelligent? But he was in the context of defending black people as not low IQ, but then saying that they're going to eat me. Like, what? That was a wild twist there, Jeff.
It's just different. It's not better. It's not worse. But there's many differences amongst different types of people, and so people have different intelligences, and they excel in some intelligences usually, and less so in others.
When did it come to? Because the world of high finance is a world of pure reason, or is it a lot of emotion and gut checks and you know, on trading desk and central banks when these decisions get made? Is it that?
Oh, he was saying he was running from a lion. Didn't he say cannibal? I thought he said the word cannibal.
High church, like the high church of science of high energy physics, or is it as much emotion that comes in as much as the mathematics and the reason?
The high church of high energy physics? Bizarre terminology.
It's a great question. I think if you talk to really experienced and successful traders.
Somebody said EPSTEIN because he's fleeing around in Africa from the cannibal tribe. Was it lions or cannibals?
And you ask them how they know what's going on. They can't give you an answer. They don't know. They feel it. They can feel the way the market's moving. They can feel the way the stock's moving. And these are not very well-defined terms. It's difficult to put in mathematics terms. How did I feel it? You could look back and make guesses what I was seeing. But great traders feel it and then act on their feelings. That's the difference. Many people feel it but are afraid because they want a mathematical justification.
Now I'm starting to think it really is human jerky because he's talking about. I thought he said cannibals eating him in Africa. Was it lions or I'm confused? I don't know. I'm lost. We're five hours into this.
When you first got on the trading desk at Bear Stearns in the late 70s or mid 70s, were you shocked by how little actual understanding of mathematics that the traders comprehended?
Yeah, again, we had the Texas Instrument Calculator. Most stockbrokers, especially before 1975, if they were good stockbrokers, could add. That's about it. They could multiply. If you could multiply, you were already in the top 15% of stockbrokers. Stockbrokers simply meant that.
Jafar EPSTEIN.
There's a story. When I went to the first person, I had no money. And I said, how much money do you make a year? And he said, $400,000. I said, impossible. I'm making $10,000.
That's probably more than your family had made in its entire existence.
Yes. And he makes it in a year. I said, what do you do? And he said, it's too complicated for you to understand. Which is what the main thrust of Wall Street people, they want to tell you it's too complicated. Because if you understood that person was simply, he had a brother-in-law, in fact, in this case, who ran the pension fund at General Motors. His brother-in-law would call him and say, buy 1,000 IBM. He'd hang up the phone, he'd write it out on a ticket and walk it to a window. That was his entire skill set. Hello, write what my brother-in-law says, walk it to a ticket window.
Give me an example when you were on the trading desk
Okay,
early days
come
at Bear
on,
Stearns
Jeff.
of a time that you felt either complete uncertainty or you saw total panic, where people...
That's why it's so exciting now, because I think certain people are starting to realize that there's so many things that are unexplainable that we have to think about them differently. Music is a great example. It's a common man's example. You know when you hear a certain song, it makes you feel a certain way. How does it do that? We don't know. We can't mathematize it. And even that music, Steve, nowadays we compress music. When you have a violin, it's compressed onto your iPhone. So what does compression mean? I'm taking lots of information and I'm cutting it into lots of pieces and squishing it together. And when I squish it...
Oh, coping, $15. Jay, have you reviewed the controversies about Dame Sarah Mullally? She's soon to be the female Archbishop of Canterbury. Anglicans wild now. No, but I mean, I knew that the Episcopal or the Anglican and Episcopal churches were from the very inception fake. What's intuitive? It's intuition. Justine McEffrey says to Tuxedo. Dude, bro, $2. Does human jerky taste like Canadian bacon? Yes. Yes. Alan Rodriguez, I just finished watching Nick Cage 8mm. Is there any way that I could get a breakdown? Sincerely, Yakub. Yeah, we need to do 8mm. I think that's one of the Nick Cage movies we haven't done. Unless we did it on the 50K party stream, we might have. I don't remember, but we should probably revisit it. That's a lot more relevant now, isn't it? Okay, somebody had a comment about Archbishop or Patriarch Kirill, and I can't find it. Where'd it go? Thank you, Intel Wild, for that comment. Okay, there was a comment. Let me see. Do you have any thoughts on Chris Langan's CTMU Blacksmith $5? I mean, I think there's some interesting parallels with Tag, but it also kind of ends up being, if I recall, a thing where he thinks that you project reality from your mind, which I don't understand that. Kiev and Roos, $5. There was a meeting between Kirill and the Coptics. This is a great look at Christian outreach that is not ecumenist. Everybody should watch it. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. High on Jack, $2. He looks like a malnourished Ron Perlman. He does, you're right.
I'll compress it.
He's like Ron Perlman on Ozempic.
I have to take out lots of pieces, but I say that they're not very important pieces.
El Baloo, $5. What would Cat Williams say about this?
Listen. I'm going to tell y'all right now, ain't no Justin McGaffrey going up in my booty hole, okay?
It's those pieces that we take out when we compress data, to me, are the most interesting parts of life.
You just said a while ago, so part of this new search for science may go back to when people were actually talking about a soul, and you said there's no doubt in your mind that there is a soul. Describe for me what you mean by that. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean soul different than the physical analog body that we're seeing on film right now?
It's difficult to describe in words. I mean, I'm not a poet. Poems get a little closer to what that really means. But we can, even the concept of what is life becomes complicated when you deal with plants and seeds. Is a seed alive? I don't know. Certain people would say, no, it's dead. When you're a banana, one of my favorite examples is the banana that's sitting on the countertop in your kitchen today. Is it alive or dead?
What do you think about human life? Tell me about human life.
But your banana is alive.
This is funny because this is their text email exchange where they have this conversation about whether the banana is alive. And then they're like, okay, but is it conscious? It's just goofy.
That banana's breathing. It's on your, you say, that's impossible, Jeffrey. No, it's not.
Is the banana conscious?
All these words, these are words. So everyone's trying to fit very complicated concepts into a very small box called conscious or alive. These don't fit in that way. So if you put your banana in a bag and put another fruit in with it, the fruit ripens faster because the banana breathes with it.
Weave a Citiculo, $2. Does Jeff Stein McGaffrey have pepperoni nipples? Pepstein? I don't know. I haven't looked at his nude body. I don't really care to see his nude body.
I understand most of those things. So you asked the big question. Sorry.
You talk about the life. What about human life?
What about it?
Tell me what do you think? What do you think human life is?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And when I say miracle, I can't explain it, and I make no attempt to explain it at the moment. We don't know how to think about it. And anyone, again, another one of the Feynman quotes when he was talking about quantum physics. He said, anyone, Jeffrey, who says they understand quantum physics and quantum mechanics and quantum behavior, you know they're lying.
Let's talk about it. That's post-Newtonian. Talk about what's the difference? Who founded quantum mechanics? Why?
It's funny because even though this is new agey, he also kind of sounds like a Reddit bro too, right? He's like a Reddit bro normie with a lot of this stuff, which is cracking me up.
It's quantum mechanics taking Newtonian physics and taking it to the next level.
It forms a much broader category.
Let's go back to this desk. You used the thing of Newton using this desk. Why can't Newton's theory explain everything? Why did subatomic quantum mechanics or quantum physics have to come in to explain this?
Well, so let's go right back to square one. Why is it called quantum physics? So quanta is a word that simply means packet, small amount. So it's quantized. So when we recognized that this table appears, another very complicated word, solid to us, it's really made up of molecules or atoms. And atoms, we've given lots of names to what some of the behaviors.
Wow, this is really deep. So we're back to 7th grade level physics class. This is amazing.
If you were in school, when you and I were in school in the 50s, the model was a little center thing in the middle, and an electron went around and around it. It was seen as a ball that went around and around it.
Daniel, $5. Did you see Epstein's email to Albrecht about making Grindr profiles to blackmail American politicians? That's a joke. That's a joke. Daniel is joking.
And as we start to look at, say, well, let's see what this ball looks like. I want to be able to examine that little thing called an electron. We found.
Yeah, a lot of Abdullah Monkey coded references here with the bananas and the, evolution, and this is getting really deep.
There was nothing there. There wasn't the thing. It was simply a cloud of...
I like how they're discussing things that you would literally hear in like your introduction to philosophy class, like the first day. This is the stuff that comes up, like literally in intro to philosophy. Okay. Which I remember intro to philosophy. I had a great intro to philosophy professor. He was a Humean skeptic, but he was a great professor. And this is literally the stuff that we talked about. It was like, all right, let's talk about philosophy. And he was not a Jewish guy. He was a chubby, kind of alcoholic dude with a big gut. And he would just he would just sort of hold the chalk like this, and he would rest his hand on his gut, and he would go, yeah, well, so it's like the number 7, right? Is number 7 a lie? What is it? Where is it? How do we know what it is? What do you guys think? Right? That's like day 1 of introduction to philosophy in college, your first day. And it's funny to me because like he and Bannon think they're having this like 200 IQ level conversation that no one could even barely understand. And it's literally what you would talk about like in the first day of philosophy class.
That we can call an electron. So we already started to see mysterious things as we go into very super small quantities, quantum physics. So quantum physics started to go into the very small and at very small distances.
Wow. So quantum physics about small quantities is actually about the physics of small quantities. Damn. This shit is blowing my mind, dude.
We see things that we can't explain. We just cannot explain.
How am I doing time?
4 minutes.
Fine.
We got face lords and we got mind lords. But by the way, this is also why the new atheists in his sphere were so influential and were so effective from the 2000s up into, the death of that stuff, 5 or 6 years ago. It's dying out on YouTube. You have the last dying gasps of it with Professor Dave and Derek Mythvision and all that. Like, this explains why this was so easy to pass off on people, was because people were dumbed down and they were stupid and being introduced to a lot of these topics. And because people don't study philosophy, they think that this is, oh my gosh, the dark enlightenment, dude. These people are so smart, bro. And then you notice anytime that they encounter anybody with like just a mid-tier level of philosophy, they're like, why is it big words? What logic is? What that mean? What that is? What that is? What that mean? What that mean? Right? They go full Bryson Gray. Logic, what that is? What that mean? What that mean?
And to summarize, no, sorry.
Let's go back to human life. When do you think human life starts?
It's not these. So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's the disease.
It can't be measured. You just hate making commitments.
That's why I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and happy target can't be measured like that. Is that to say measure it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you.
Did you just say all your bullshit?
Answer a question.
I don't.
As they say in golf, commit to the shot.
I don't know what it means to be measured.
You do know what it means to be measured. You're one of the leading currency traders, hedge fund guys, or stock market financial wizards. You're in the high priesthood of high finance.
You're in the high priesthood of high finance. Interesting commentary there from Bannon. And by the way, no, the fact that he's in finance has absolutely no connection at all with the ability for him to measure things in physics or in philosophy. So it's like, so many people think that being fluent and proficient in one discourse or one domain makes them experts in everything. It's such a weird phenomenon.
You certainly know how to measure. That's why you're a billionaire. Any other answer besides that is total and complete bullshit. And you know it.
I know very few things.
You know things to be measured. You measure every day. You weigh and measure every day. You weigh and measure people. You weigh and measure leaders. You weigh and measure economies. You weigh and measure politics.
It's a very
you weigh and measure. Hang on. Your whole life, in fact, is measuring.
So what you've now done is a great thing. Is you've used the word measure, a mathematic term, in a common vernacular and abused it. So I don't even recognize what it means. It's so abusive.
Oh, damn. He just called out Bannon for a word concept fallacy. Damn. Jeff Stein on the rack. He on the right track now. Shit. He just went full category error, full grammatical word concept error on Bannon. Ooh.
My field.
Well, let's go to that. In mathematics, measure means what specifically?
There's no specific. It's an approximation, or giving something a number. If Einstein
We're
said,
not asking you to go to the 9th decimal point.
Oh, we didn't say that before.
No, you're not going to the 9th
I don't
decimal
even, if I say measure, how tall are you? You'd say, in your case, 6 foot.
6 feet.
But is it 6 foot 1 inch?
Give or take. It's between 5'11" and 6 feet.
But what's that? So the question is, I want an accurate.
I got Zeno's paradox.
I don't even know what it means to measure you.
Oh my gosh, this is so retarded. That now I see why people were calling this all Pseud shit, right? Because I thought we were gonna have something interesting with the Leibniz stuff. It wasn't even about Leibniz. It was like 2 seconds about Leibniz, and then 30 minutes of word concept fallacies and just yapping pseudery. Which participant $2? Did you read Francis of the Filth? I don't know what that is. High on Jack, $5. Is Jeff Stein still dead, or is he dead or alive? Is it a case of Schrodinger's PDF? We don't know. I mean, I've not seen evidence showing necessarily that he's alive, but exfiltration is possible. But also think that makes a lot of sense that you would off somebody who's a middle management fixer.
Am I measuring the top of your hair, the top of your skull? The finer, the more
you're being rabbinical. This is like
I shake my beard off. I used to be rabbinical.
Oh, based. Oh, he called him out. Rabbinical based. Oh, Bannon so based.
Isn't that going through the Torah where you're parsing every definition?
No,
however we broadly define measure. Your life literally is about measurement, is it not?
It's about putting numbers on things.
By the way, both Pseuds and actual academics do the same thing. So sometimes this is hard to parse out, especially if you're a non-intelligent person. A non-intelligent person can't tell the difference between a Pseud and an actual scholar or academic, because both of them will say, depends on what you mean. Well, depends on what you mean. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean by that? Well, fuck, So both Pseuds and actual scholars will do this. But I think in the case of Pseuds, they do it to be kind of playing games, to not actually give you a clear answer as to what they're referring to.
So that I can try my best. You can call it whatever you like. If that makes you feel better.
What did you know? No, I want to relate it back to your scientific inquiry.
No, even a number. People don't. A number is a complicated.
When did you come to this When did you come to this aha moment? Was it when it was in your solitary confinement, when the biggest financial crisis?
Somebody said this. Nick said this is a practice interview. That could be true. That maybe that's why we've only got the first 2 hours. But supposedly this is like many hours. I don't know if that's the case. But didn't Bannon do several? But I think this was supposed to like rebrand Epstein as a philanthropist, I think was what some of the emails or something said. Punch Made, what's up? Punch Made, you want to unmute? Okay. Good job. You just waited for nothing. Homeboy Jeff for $5. It would be interesting to hear Simpstein and JF talk about consciousness and bananas and quanta loops. Well, that's a great parallel, because they kind of, didn't JF got money from Epstein for some sort of research project. Pierre, $10. David Wood got doxxed by a Dawa orbiter and then created a Quran demolition ranch. What does that mean? A Quran demolition ranch. Love your content. Appreciate that. What does that mean? Kiev and Rus, $2. I did 2 super chats on Kirill. I read one. This is supposed to be spy music. This is sounding more like dirty movies. This ain't sounding like spy music. It sounds like old dirty music. Let's get some spy music. Here we go. Okay, Kiev and Reese, $5. About Kirill, the videos out there, they take out of context what he actually said about war between brothers. It's a terrible reality. Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured it was something out of context. I'll have to find like the full clip or whatever. All right, let's finish Jeff Stein.
This in world history was going on in your 7x9 jail cell with your metal bed and your two brushes because you were a trustee with the brown uniform on, trustee spelled wrong. Is that the moment of clarity that you had about science and Newtonian physics and everything that we can measure is really not going to be the way we go forward? It's going to be much more.
Speaking of Dawa, by the way, I thought it was pretty funny that, did you guys notice that Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, made a video saying that Dawa has basically failed? All the Dawa people and their whole thing is like collapsed, and it really didn't work. It's funny to see the Muslims owning each other over that. That's cracking me up.
Esoteric, emotional intelligence thing. Was that your moment of clarity?
I wish it was, because it would make such a great story for this interview, but it's not. It's the fact that I lead such a privileged life to come across.
But when did you? If it didn't happen then, when did it? Or did it happen before?
I was going to hopefully get to the. Okay. I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects, and I finally realized that the thing that they had most in common was there was this area, no matter how smart they were, that when I asked them the questions, they said they'd have to resort to a 500 or 1,000-year-old response to that question, which was, I don't know.
Oh, really? Interesting. I wonder if that commonality between all of these new atheists and new dorks was something else. Jack, $10. Isn't this a practice interview? Bannon is media training him for a 60 Minutes interview. Oh, I didn't know that. But yeah, if that's the case, that does make a lot of sense. Because they were talking about like rebranding him or, making him into a philanthropist. Hoodologist, $2. The atheist comments under your recent tag video are super retarded, arrogant. All they say is that you never stated the argument. Well, they don't understand there's different types of arguments. Everybody thinks that there's only one kind of argument, which is the crackers in the pantry fallacy, which we've covered 100,000 times over.
You know who else found that out? It's Socrates. That's what Socrates kept doing, right? Socrates kept asking all the experts.
Oh, wow, dude. Jeff Stein McEffery is just a philosopher, dude. He's just a philo bro. He's just like Socrates, man. He's just like asking the deep, penetrating questions about reality and life. That's all he's doing. He's a great dude deep down. Just asking hard questions, man. What's the meaning of life, bro? Where do I put the pee-pee and the poo-poo, bro? That's all he's doing.
He would go through, question after question after question, and realize at the end they didn't really know. They really didn't basically understand what they were talking about.
And one of the things that people won't enjoy, it turns out that potentially one of the bad things to teach children is how to write. It's impossible.
What? So we got full Common Core. Jeff Stein is I never thought he would go full Obama Common Core.
Writing, reading, and arithmetic was everyone's supposed to be taught. But writing forces you into a very narrow channel of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern. So your thinking becomes somewhat narrow. The reason I brought up writing is one of the recent discoveries of mine with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, is they never wrote anything. They spoke, and people around who could write wrote. Socrates could think. So that was...
Jesus of Nazareth was the same way, right? Never wrote anything.
I thought he was a carpenter.
He was a carpenter.
Didn't he need like a little carpenters tonight? I don't get that.
But at least his written record. Right. One last thing.
Sure. Thank you for having me to your house. Vegetable
let's
juice.
go back.
Let's put vegetable juice.
When did that? The beginning of that, was there any one aha moment in all these great thinkers? Did it happen before 2008? Was it after? That came up over, I know, many years, but when did you actually realize, hey, something new's got to be developed?
Yeah, that's great. Is that because again, I'm privileged enough to have people around me who've given lots of philanthropic gifts to institutions of higher learning. And when I said...
Oh, wow, that's so sweet. Everybody was just so giving, and there's so much charity and philanthropy. And what better cover for Blofeld level crime villains than international charity, right?
The impact. How do you judge the impact of your giving? And we sat down and said, no really new ideas have come out. And I realized that, of course, it hasn't come out because we've been looking at using science and mathematics, and it's the wrong tool. It's obvious.
Institutions that are set up and try to put forward knowledge and understanding and truth, should they take your money?
Derek Bach at Harvard said taking money for good causes is a good thing.
So if Hitler took all the gold out of the teeth of the Jews and said, I want to give this to Heidelberg University to fund the Leibniz chairs so that I can study high energy physics, Derek Bach would say that was fine?
Again, these questions are questions where good people on both sides, like your Charlottesville, I could differ. I don't know the answer.
So tell us the two. Give us the two answers. The one answer why it shouldn't be, and then the one answer. Derek Bach says, "I'll essentially take cash from anybody because I got so many projects, so many good guys, and this is the way I'll do it." So I'm indifferent to where the cash comes from. Money's money, and if I got good guys, I'm the fiduciary. Says these are good people, and this is good research. Okay, I'll take the cash from any source, including you. What's the other argument?
Let me give you. I know in my case,
is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So in fact,
okay, it's not dirty. It's all clean. It's all above board. We're very moral around here. Snagglebees. Jay, you don't understand. J.E. is filling the gigantic clown shoes that Steve is putting in front of him. Peter Bymus, $2. Jeffrey Epsteinage. Intel Wilds, $5. Jay, where did Epstein get his money from? Just the island? Well, if you read Whitney Webb's book, she's got 2 or 3 chapters where she puts forth various theories as to where he might have gotten money or been a money manager. But I don't know that anybody knows 100% for sure. It's kind of theorized unless somebody has sort of dug through the files and found something explaining exactly what was going on in terms of money management.
Why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it. We went back to this before. You earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
Do you think it's a legitimate?
Oh, when he got pinned, he's about to do a what about? He's about to do a tu quoque.
Yes, no question. Because I think ethics is always a complicated subject. But I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio,
okay. So like Bill Gates, he's a philanthropist eugenicist to help eradicate polio.
Pakistan and India. Instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who receive.
Oh, now where have we seen this line of argumentation? Oh, Sam Harris. Oh, you want to question atheism? What about that child that's crying right now that was bombed by a terrorist? What about that? What about this emotional appeal? So when asked, what do you think ethically about providing financial services for the worst people in the world, he does a tu quoque. Well, how about you tell me about the mothers whose children were saved? This is so silly.
The vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people.
Yeah, immediate virtue signaling, which is a huge red flag.
If we walked in, you're a mathematician. We walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
What's tier 1's the highest and worst?
No,
I'm the lowest. You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, if I told them the devil
himself.
The devil.
MK Mix, $5. Did you see the notes from the cell? Speculation. They read like what is needed to escape and get out. I don't know. I just don't know how much to put into, cellmate testimony and that kind of stuff is very kind of suspicious.
Himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil. Somebody knows the devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is he is at the number 1 or 2 archangel, and the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay, you have to go.
Called a what? American what? What did you say? What was the movie? I'm over here trying to get Epstein movie recommendations now. Y'all saw Epstein's playlist too. When somebody found that, like his iPod play, it was a bunch of weird ass music you wouldn't expect. So what was the movie?
Serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows.
Smart?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel.
Today, Junior.
And the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember.
American Dharma? That's weird. What is that? We over here getting Epstein. He's gone full Siskel and Ebert over here. We're over. It's Epstein and Ebert over here. Siskel and Epstein. American Dharma. Oh, is this? He was making a dumb joke because that's a Bannon movie. Movie about Bannon. Errol Morris's documentary about Bannon.
Had certain Bannon-esque qualities.
Okay. Anyway, I thought that was going to be some kind of actually interesting movie, but that doesn't look that interesting. There was another super chat here. What do you estimate his IQ is? I don't know. I would get, I mean, if you're being serious, on a Wechsler scale, he's probably 120, 125 maybe. I don't know. What do you guys think? All right. We went full on all night. Thank you guys. Everybody have a good night.